Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Deku became the Vigilante Ghost, feared by villains, hunted by heroes? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. Chapter 1. The Breaking Point. Rain fell on Musutafu not as a gentle shower, but as a relentless, cold verdict. It seeped through the cracks in the rooftop Izuku Midoriya was hunched on, matching the sea hill that had taken permanent residence in his bones. Below, the city was a smear of neon and shadow, a living organism that breathed injustice with every polluted gasp. He watched it, his green eyes, once bright with an irrepressible hope, now just dull lenses reflecting the gloom. The letter from UA sat in his hands. Or, more accurately, the lack of a letter. It wasn't a rejection. That would have been a clean, if painful, cut. This was a surgical removal. A polite, automated response to his inquiry about the entrance exam results, stating his file showed no submission of data, no score, no record of his participation at all. As if he had never been there. As if he had never shattered his bones to save Uraraka. As if the desperate, foolish hope that had carried him there was nothing but a ghost story. The memory of that day was a raw, open wound. All Might's towering form, not a symbol of peace in that moment, but a weary man delivering a final truth. Without a quirk, you can't be a hero. The words had carved out something vital from Izuku's chest, but he'd clung to the frayed edges of the dream anyway. He'd run into the smoke. He'd moved without thinking. And for what? The screen of his battered phone flickered, casting a sickly blue light on his face. The news feed was a ceaseless scroll of horrors. A villain attack downtown, hostages taken. Heroes were on the scene, the flashy, powerful ones who made the front page. But Izuku's thumb scrolled past the headline to the smaller text, the community forums, the eyewitness accounts no major network would air. They are focusing on the villain with the visible quirk, but there are people trapped in the collapsed bakery next door. No one's going over there. The hero agency is claiming a swift resolution. My sister's apartment got wrecked in the crossfire. No compensation, nothing. He looked right at us, and then flew off after the cameras showed up. A quiet, simmering fury, unfamiliar and hot, began to push against the cold inside him. It wasn't anger at the villains. It was a deeper, more profound betrayal. The system, the beautiful, shining hero system he'd worshipped his entire life, had gaps wide enough for people to fall through and vanish. It was designed for spectacle, for quirks, for power rankings. It wasn't designed for the invisible, the quiet, the quirkless boy on a rooftop holding a non-existent letter. His mother's face, etched with a worry so deep it had become part of her, flashed in his mind. He'd seen it when he came home soaked and shivering after the sludge villain incident. He'd seen it when Kaken's bullying left new burns on his uniform. She loved him. She wanted him safe. And, safe, meant letting the dream die. The rain intensified, drumming a funeral march on the concrete. Izuku slowly stood up. His body ached, a phantom pain from limbs he'd never broken in this reality. He walked to the edge of the roof, water streaming down his face, mixing with the salt of silent tears. He looked down at the alley far below, a canyon of darkness between two glowing streets. Jumping would be easy, an end to the ache, the disappointment, the sheer, exhausting weight of being Izuku Midoriya. But as he stared into that darkness, something shifted. The darkness wasn't empty. It was full. It was the woman hiding from her abuser 2 blocks over, the one the heroes never asked about. It was the old man running a shelter out of his own pocket, getting harassed by local thugs. It was every cry for help that wasn't loud enough, flashy enough, quirky enough to matter. All Might's voice echoed, not as inspiration, but as a challenge. Prove me wrong. A different heat surged through him now, burning away the last of the cold despair. It wasn't the fire of one for all. It was something born entirely of his own shattered heart, forged in the rain and the silence. He couldn't be a hero. The path was closed, barred, and the gatekeeper was his own idol. But what if he didn't need the title? What if he didn't need the license, the uniform, the approval? The system had looked at him and seen nothing. A blank file. A ghost. Fine. He stepped back from the ledge, his sneakers scraping on the wet gravel. The movement felt decisive, final. He turned his back on the glittering, indifferent city and looked instead at the intricate map of fire escapes, service ladders, and forgotten pathways that knitted the rooftops together, a city above the city, unseen. He couldn't be a hero. The world had made that abundantly clear. But he could become something else. Something that operated in the gaps. Something that helped where the light didn't shine. Something that didn't ask for permission or wait for a starting gun. He would need knowledge, not just hero analysis, but real, gritty, urban knowledge. He would need skills. His body, quirkless and fragile, would have to become a weapon through sheer, brutal will. He would need a voice, not to shout his name, but to whisper truths the world didn't want to hear. As he descended from the rooftop, a shadow among shadows, the first flicker of a new purpose ignited in his chest. It was a small, cold flame. Nothing like the sun-bright blaze of one for all. It was the blue flame of a ghost light, seen only by those lost in the dark. He didn't go home. He went to the library, to tea. He forgotten sections with books on urban survival, anatomy, martial arts theory. He sat in a dim corner, water pooling around his shoes, and began to write in a new notebook. This one wasn't labeled. Hero Analysis for the Future. The cover was blank, black. On the first page, he wrote a single sentence, the ink smudging under his damp fingers. They didn't see me, so I'll learn to be unseen. Asterisk. The rain finally stopped just before dawn. Izuku walked the empty streets, his mind clearer than it had ever been. He passed a newsstand. The headline screamed about the dramatic villain capture downtown. The triumphant heroes smiling on the front page. In the lower left corner, a small, almost apologetic paragraph mentioned the 2 civilians who had died in the collapsed bakery, the names misspelled. Izuku's hand didn't tremble as he placed a few coins down and took a copy of the paper. He folded it once, then again, until it was a small, dense rectangle, and tucked it into his pocket. It wasn't anger he felt anymore. It was resolution, cold, hard, and absolute. He looked up as the first weak rays of sun tried to pierce the lingering clouds. They didn't warm him. He was already moving into a different kind of light, the pale, gray light of the world as it truly was, full of sharp edges and desperate shadows. He had a lot of work to do. And somewhere, in the deepest part of his soul where a small boy still believed in heroes, a lock clicked shut. A new door, dark and unmarked, creaked open. The ghost was learning how to walk. Chapter 2. Foundations in Shadows. The silence in the Midoriya apartment was a physical thing. It hung in the air, thick as the dust motes dancing in the late afternoon sun slanting through the window. Izuku sat at the small desk in his room, his mother's hesitant knock still echoing in his ears. Izuku, dinner's ready, if you're hungry. Her voice had been a soft brushstroke of concern on the canvas of quiet. He'd called back, his own tone carefully smooth, practiced. Not right now, Mom. Thank you. I've got a lot of schoolwork. A pause. Then, the quiet shuffle of her slippers moving away from his door. The lie tasted like ash, but it was necessary. The desk before him was no longer a shrine to all might. The vibrant posters were gone, carefully rolled and stored under his bed. The smiling, muscular figure felt like a relic from another life. A childhood dream too bright to look at directly. In their place was a map of Musutafu, purchased with his meager savings and annotated in 3 different colors of ink. Black for major hero patrol routes, red for known villain activity hotspots, blue for the blind spots, the neighborhoods the heroes skimmed over, the warehouses, the crumbling residential blocks where the streetlights were always broken. Open on the desk was the black notebook. Page after page was filled not with admiring analyses of quirks, but with cold, tactical breakdowns. Daguerreotype hero, snapshot, quirk, imprint, a flash of light that briefly stuns opponents. Relies heavily on sidekicks for physical engagement. Patrol pattern is rigid, predictable. Avoids the industrial district after dark due to poor lighting. His quirk's weakness. Asterisk. Underground fighting ring suspected beneath. Genton, ramen shop in Kiashi Ward. Entrance likely through the kitchen. Security. 2, possibly 3, low-level enhancer quirks. Payment is cash, handled by a man with a serpentine tongue quirk. Asterisk. This was his curriculum now. UA had its hero course. Izuku had the city. His body ached in a new, constant chorus. The library books had given him theory. The empty construction site 3 blocks over gave him application. Every night for 2 weeks, he'd slipped out his window after his mother slept. He ran until his lungs screamed. Scaled chain link fences until his fingers bled. Practiced falls on discarded cardboard and sand until his bruises had bruises. He was building a foundation out of pain and desperation. Tonight's objective was different. It wasn't observation or training. It was a test. A name circled in blue on his map, Mrs. Shiono, an elderly woman who ran a small flower shop in a quiet, fading neighborhood. The community forum, his new primary news source, had a thread buried deep. Her shop had been vandalized 3 times in the last month. Windows smashed, flowers torn up. The local police filed reports. A sidekick from a nearby agency had even stopped by once, taken a statement, and left. The vandalism continued. The forum post, from a neighbor, ended with a resigned, "She's too proud to ask for help." And no one powerful cares about broken flower pots. Izuku cared. He waited until the deep night, when the world was reduced to the orange glow of sodium lamps and the distant hum of traffic. Dressed in a dark green hoodie and black jeans, the closest things he had to a stealth outfit, he moved through the rooftops. His movements were clumsy, loud to his own ears, but the city slept on. He reached the building overlooking the narrow street where the flower shop, Shiono Blossoms, nestled between a shuttered bookstore and a laundromat. He settled in the shadows of a water tower, pulling a small pair of binoculars from his bag. He watched. For an hour, nothing. Just the flutter of tarp over a broken window, the faint, sweet scent of soil and crushed petals rising on the night air. Then, they came. Not professional villains. Just 3 young men, maybe a few years older than him, laughing too loud, shoving each other. They carried spray paint cans. One had a quirk that made his fingers glow with a faint, ugly yellow light. They stopped in front of Mrs. Shiono's shop. Old Bat still hasn't gotten the message, the one with glowing fingers sneered. Think she needs another reminder. Quote, this was it. The moment. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drum. He wasn't strong. He wasn't fast. He had no quirk. All he had was the element of surprise, the knowledge from his notebooks, and a cold, tight knot of purpose in his gut. Move. Asterisk. He didn't climb down. He'd scouted the route earlier. A drainpipe, a ledge, a dumpster. He landed in the alley beside the shop with a thud that sent a jolt up his legs. He winced, freezing. The laughter ahead didn't stop. Peering around the corner, he saw the leader, glowing fingers, raise a can towards the remaining intact window. Izuku's mind, the part that lived in analysis, kicked in. Leader is overconfident, focused on vandalism, not defense. 2 lackeys are watching him, not their surroundings. The one on the left has a slouched posture, weak core. The one on the right is bigger, but his feet are too close together. Unbalanced. Asterisk. Theory. It was all theory. Now he had to make it real. He took a breath, filling his lungs with the cool, soil-scented air. He didn't shout. He didn't announce himself. He just stepped out of the alley and walked, quickly and quietly, directly towards the slouching lackey. The boy didn't see him until Izuku was 2 steps away. His eyes widened. Hey! Izuku didn't throw a punch. His fists were useless. Instead, he drove his shoulder into the boy's chest, aiming for the center of mass, just as the anatomy book had described. He pushed with his legs, all his weight, all the frantic energy of weeks of bottled-up fury and helplessness. The lackey gasped. The air knocked out of him, and stumbled back into the bigger one. They went down in a tangle of limbs and curses. Glowing fingers spun around, the light on his fingers flaring. What the? Who are you? Izuku said nothing. He kept his head down, the hood shadowing his face. He took a step forward. Creepy little. The leader lunged, his glowing hand swiping out. It wasn't a trained move. It was a wild, angry grab. Izuku ducked. The yellow light passed over his head, leaving a brief afterimage. He came up inside the older boy's guard. He couldn't punch, but he could push. He slammed the heels of both hands into the leader's sternum. The boy grunted, staggering back, more surprised than hurt. But it broke his momentum. The spray can clattered to the pavement. Get him. The leader wheezed. The bigger lackey was untangling himself. Izuku knew he had seconds. He looked at the leader, at the glowing hands now raised in a sloppy fighting stance. The light was the quirk. The source. Without it, he was just a bully. Izuku didn't go for the boy. He sidestepped and kicked the spray can as hard as he could. It shot across the pavement and smacked into the ankle of the bigger lackey just as he stood up. Ow. Shit. The distraction was enough. Izuku turned and ran, not back to the alley, but down the main street, towards the brighter lights of a busier avenue. He heard shouts behind him, footsteps giving chase for a block, then fading. They weren't chasing him to fight. They were chasing him to save face. He didn't stop running until he was 3 neighborhoods over, his breath soaring in his throat. His muscles trembling with exhaustion and adrenaline. He collapsed onto a low wall behind a closed cafe, head between his knees, waiting for the world to stop spinning. He'd done it. He'd stopped them, not defeated them, not captured them. He'd interrupted. He'd been a disruption, a ghost in the machine. A slow, unfamiliar feeling began to uncurl in his chest. It wasn't joy. It was something quieter, sharper. Satisfaction. The cold flame flickered, a little stronger. He made his way home as the sky began to lighten to a soft gray. As he passed a newsstand, the early editions were being laid out. The headline was about a flashy arrest by a top 10 hero. He didn't even glance at it. Instead, he thought of Mrs. Shiono. She would wake up to a spared window. Maybe she'd notice the scuff marks on the pavement, the abandoned spray can. Maybe she'd wonder. Maybe, for a day, she wouldn't feel so invisible. In his room, as he changed out of his sweat-damp clothes, he opened the black notebook. Under a sketch of the street layout around Shiono Blossoms, he wrote: Encounter, 3 individuals, low threat. Quirk, bioluminescent fingertips, disorienting but short range. Tactics effective. Distraction and dispersal over direct engagement. Evasion route successful but needs optimization. Physical conditioning insufficient. Impact, minimal, but objective achieved. Asterisk. He stared at the words. They were clinical, dry. They didn't capture the hammering of his heart, the taste of fear in his mouth, the quiet thrill of having done something. He flipped to a fresh page. At the top, he wrote a single word, then hesitated. It wasn't a hero name. It was a description, a statement of fact. Ghost. Asterisk. He closed the book. The first test was over. He was bruised, exhausted, and alive. The path ahead was darker, more dangerous than any rooftop ledge. But for the first time since the rain, Izuku Midoriya didn't feel like he was falling. He was moving forward, one silent, unseen step at a time. The sun rose fully, spilling gold across his cleared desk. It illuminated the map, the notebooks, the tools of his new, shadowed purpose. Izuku pulled the blankets over his head, blocking out the light. He needed to sleep. The night, he knew, would always be his domain now. And somewhere across the city, in a sleek agency office, a pro-hero N for his meticulous attention to detail received an odd, early morning report. A minor vandalism incident disrupted by an unidentified teenager in a hoodie. No quirk usage detected. The perpetrators described a kid who came out of nowhere and didn't say a word. The hero, a man with a seismographic quirk that let him feel the city's vibrations, frowned at the report. It was nothing. A blip. A random act by a scared civilian. Still, he filed it. A single line in a vast database. Unregistered intervener. Quirk. None suspected. Status. Inconsequential. Asterisk. He was wrong. Chapter 3. Echoes in the concrete. The rhythmic thud of fists against leather was the only sound in the musty basement. Thump 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 thump. Izuku's knuckles were wrapped in fraying athletic tape. The fabric stained a rusty brown from old blood. His own. The heavy bag, scavenged from a curb on bulk trash day and patched with duct tape, swayed on its chain with each strike. Thump, thump, thump. Asterisk. His form was terrible. He knew it. Every instructional video he'd pored over on the library's computer highlighted his mistakes. He was all shoulders, no hip rotation. His wrists bent on impact. He left himself wide open. But knowledge and muscle memory were galaxies apart. Thump 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 thump. His breath hitched. The rhythm broke. A wave of dizziness washed over him. He stumbled back, catching himself on a damp concrete pillar. The world swam, dark spots dancing at the edges of his vision. He hadn't eaten since breakfast, a piece of toast he'd forced down under his mother's watchful eyes. The calories weren't enough to fuel the machine he was trying to build. He slid down the pillar to sit on the cold floor, head resting against the rough stone. This place, a forgotten storage room in the basement of his apartment building, was his sanctuary. It smelled of mildew, old oil, and his own sweat. A single, bare bulb swung from a wire overhead, casting long, jumping shadows. He closed his eyes, and the phantom scent of ozone and iron filled his nose. Not from here. From a memory, sharp and unbidden. Asterisk. The rain had stopped, leaving the world glistening and sharp. Izuku was taking the long way home from the library, his backpack heavy with books on urban navigation and basic first aid. The alley was a shortcut he usually avoided, but he was running late, and his mother's worry was a tangible weight on his shoulders. Asterisk. He heard it before he saw it. A wet, tearing sound, like ripping canvas, followed by a low, pained groan. Asterisk. He froze, peering around a overflowing dumpster. In a recessed doorway, a man was slumped against a door. No, not slumped, pinned. A jagged, crystalline shard, glowing a sickly violet, was speared through his shoulder, pinning him to the wood like a grotesque insect specimen. The man wore the dark, practical gear of an underground hero, a stylized, echo, insignia barely visible on his chest, now stained black with blood. Asterisk. The hero's head lolled. His eyes, wide with pain and shock, met Izuku's. Asterisk. Run, the hero rasped, the word a bloody bubble on his lips. He's still close. Asterisk. Izuku's feet were rooted to the spot. Analysis, his constant companion, screamed at him. Quirk. Crystal generation. Projectile-based. User likely has a line of sight limitation. Hero. Echo. Quirk. Sonic location. Useless if he can't speak. Injury. Severe. Major blood vessel possibly nicked. Applying pressure is critical. Movement will worsen damage. Asterisk. He should run. He was a quirkless kid with a backpack full of theory. He was exactly what the hero said. A liability. Asterisk. But the hero's blood was pooling on the dirty concrete, a dark, spreading shadow. He was trying to raise a communicator to his mouth with his good hand, but his fingers were slick and trembling. Asterisk. Izuku moved, not with a hero's grace, but with a desperate, clumsy urgency. He slid to his knees beside the hero, ignoring the warm wetness soaking through his pants. He shrugged off his backpack, yanking out the first aid manual and then, beneath it, the clean gym towel he carried. Asterisk. Don't talk, Izuku whispered, his own voice strange to his ears. Don't move. Asterisk. The hero, Echo, stared at him, confusion cutting through the pain. Asterisk. Izuku didn't touch the crystal. It was the size of his forearm, protruding from both sides of the shoulder. Removing it would turn the drip of blood into a fountain. He wadded the towel and pressed it firmly around the base of the crystal where it met the hero's flesh, applying pressure on both the entry and exit wounds as best he could. The hero hissed, his body jerking. Asterisk. I know. I'm sorry, Izuku murmured, his mind racing. Tourniquet isn't applicable. Pressure points. Subclavian artery. Here. He adjusted his grip, pushing harder with the heels of his hands. The flow of blood seemed to lessen, just a fraction. Asterisk. Kid. Echo choked out. Asterisk. Your communicator. Can I? Izuku nodded towards the device. Asterisk. With a monumental effort, Echo tapped a sequence on its side with his thumb. A tiny light glowed green. A voice, tinny and urgent, crackled. Echo. Status. Your vitals are spiking. This is a civilian, Izuku said, leaning close to the device. Keeping his voice low but clear. Hero Echo is down, pinned by a crystalline projectile in the left shoulder, severe bleeding. Location is the west alley off Kiashi 3rd Street, the rear entrance to the Blue Moon Hostess Club. The assailant may still be in the area. He needs immediate evac and surgical intervention. Asterisk. Silence for a beat. Then, a different, sharper voice. Who is this? Asterisk. A civilian, Izuku repeated, his eyes scanning the rooftops. Please hurry. Asterisk. He didn't wait for a response. He kept the pressure on the wounds. His arms began to shake with the strain. Echo's breathing was becoming more shallow, rapid. Asterisk. Why? Echo whispered, his gaze locked on Izuku's face. You're just a kid. Izuku had no answer. Why? Because he was there. Because the system hadn't arrived yet. Because in the dark, wet alley, the title of hero was meaningless. Only the action mattered. Sirens began to wail in the distance, growing closer. The sound of heavy boots on pavement. Help was coming. Izuku looked at Echo. The hero's eyes were fluttering shut. Stay awake, Izuku commanded, his voice harder than he intended. They're almost here. Stay awake and look at me. The boots were around the corner. Shouted orders. A medical team surged into the alley. Izuku moved back, his hands stained red, the towel soaked through. He melted into the shadow of the dumpster as the professionals took over, their movements swift and sure. He watched as they assessed, stabilized, and carefully cut the door around the crystal to free Echo, loading him onto a stretcher. No one looked for him. He was just a shadow, a smear of blood on the ground. As the ambulance pulled away, its lights painting the alley in fleeting red and blue, Izuku finally looked at his hands. They were trembling violently. The hero's blood was under his nails, in the lines of his palms. The coppery smell was everywhere. He stumbled out of the alley and vomited into a gutter, heaving until his stomach was empty and his throat was raw. The memory faded, leaving the taste of bile in the back of Izuku's throat. He opened his eyes, staring at his taped hands in the yellow basement light. They were clean now. That had been 5 days ago. He'd scoured the news. No mention of a hero named Echo being injured. No mention of a crystalline villain. It was as if the alley had never happened. The hero system swallowed its wounds in silence. But Izuku couldn't swallow it. The feeling of the hero's life literally pulsing under his hands, the stark, unheroic reality of blood and pain. It had changed something. The ghost's intervention with the flower shop vandals had been about defiance. This was different. This was about the abyss that existed between the glossy hero highlights and the grim, wet truth of violence. He had saved a life. Maybe. He didn't know if Echo had survived. And he had done it without a quirk. With nothing but applied knowledge and sheer, stupid will. The cold flame in his chest flickered, not with satisfaction, but with a new, grim understanding. The shadows he was walking into were deeper, and far more dangerous, than he'd imagined. He pushed himself to his feet, his body protesting. He faced the heavy bag again. This time, he didn't just throw punches. He visualized the crystalline shard, the angle of attack, the hero's pinned form. He shifted his stance, rotated his hips, exhaled sharply as his taped fist connected. Thump. The bag shuddered, the chain groaning. A better strike. Cleaner. He had to be better. Faster. Stronger. Smarter. The vandals were one thing. The world that could put a crystal through a man's shoulder was another. He needed more than makeshift first aid and clumsy shoves. He needed to become a problem that the darkness couldn't ignore. That night, his research took a darker turn. He didn't just look for blind spots on the map. He began cross-referencing police band snippets. He started recording with a cheap scanner, with missing persons reports from local bulletins, with patterns of petty crime that suddenly went quiet. He was looking for the seams in the city's underbelly, the places where things, and people, slipped through. In the early hours of the morning, he found a thread. A series of disappearances in a run-down district called the Kettle. Not the kind that made the news. The kind that affected the marginalized, the addicts, the homeless. People who wouldn't be missed by the official reports. The pattern was vague, but it was there. A whisper of a new player. A cleaner, who offered to make problems vanish for a price. Izuku circled the Kettle on his map in bold, black ink. It was a nest of shadows. The perfect place for a ghost to hunt. He leaned back in his chair, the springs squealing in the silent room. His reflection in the dark window was a pale, hollow-eyed ghost. The boy who smiled at All Might posters was gone. In his place was someone who knew the smell of a hero's blood. The path was set. The training, the research, the slow construction of his shadow self. It all had a direction now. He wasn't just trying to help. He was preparing to walk into the mouth of the abyss, armed with nothing but his will and his notebooks. He turned off the desk lamp. In the sudden darkness, the city's glow painted faint lines on his ceiling. Somewhere out there, a hero was possibly recovering in a silent hospital room. And somewhere else, in the labyrinth of the kettle, people were vanishing. Izuku Midoriya closed his eyes. He didn't dream of smiling heroes. He dreamed of silent alleys and the echoes of things left unsaid. Chapter 4. Whispers in the Kettle. The kettle didn't boil, it simmered. That was Izuku's first thought as he stood on a rusted fire escape, looking down into the district's heart. It wasn't a place of dramatic, flashing villainy. It was a slow decay. Buildings hunched together like tired old men, their bricks stained with decades of grime and graffiti that had been layered, painted over, and scratched anew. The air carried the low, constant scent of stale cooking oil, damp concrete, and something sour underneath, desperation. This was his destination. The black circle on his map had become a three-dimensional maze of shadow and uneasy quiet. He'd spent a week preparing. His body, pushed harder in the basement, felt less like it might splinter with every movement. His mind was a vault of maps, timetables for the few patrols that skirted the kettle's edges, and the fragmented data points of the disappearances. 6 people in 2 months. A street vendor who sold questionable synthetic herbs. 2 residents of a crumbling halfway house. A sex worker who worked a specific, dimly lit corner. A junkie known for being a harmless chatterbox. A quiet old man who collected scrap metal. The link was tenuous. They were all people living in the margins. But the manner of their vanishing was what chilled him. No signs of struggle, no ransacked rooms. They just didn't come home one night. As if the shadows had politely opened their mouths and swallowed them whole. Izuku adjusted the fit of his mask. It was a simple, dark cloth face covering, bought from a discount store. Coupled with a nondescript dark jacket and gloves, it was enough to obscure his features in the low light. He wasn't trying to look intimidating. He was trying to look like nothing at all. He descended the fire escape, his movements cautious, each foot placed with intent to minimize sound. The alley he dropped into was a neon of overflowing plastic bags and the skeletal remains of a bicycle. A cat yowled from atop a dumpster, its eyes reflecting green in the gloom before it vanished. His plan was simple, born from high-s analysis. Become part of the scenery and listen. The disappearances had a source. Someone had to be talking. Fear was a currency here, and it traded in whispers. He moved not like a hunter, but like a stray dog, head down. Shoulders slightly hunched, sticking to the deepest pools of shadow. He avoided the main, dimly lit thoroughfares where figures shuffled along, their eyes darting. Instead, he haunted the connective tissue of the district, the narrow passages between buildings, the sheltered doorways, the gaps in fences. For hours, he heard nothing useful. Grumbles about the price of cheap liquor. A hissed argument between a couple behind a thin wall. The tinny blare of music from a basement bar. Then, near a boarded-up laundromat, he caught a fragment. Won't find him. Not after last week. You think the cleaner got him? A low, nervous laugh. Shut up, man. Don't say that name out here. Izuku froze, pressed against the rough brick. 2 men were sharing a cigarette in a recessed doorway 20 feet away. I'm just saying. Old man Tetsuo was talking too much. About the shipments he'd see down at the old cannery docks. So, he was always talking crazy. Yeah, but he was specific last time. Numbers, times, then poof. The man snapped his fingers. The sound was sharp in the quiet. No more Tetsuo. A long drag on the cigarette, the ember glowing bright. The cannery's a bad place. Even the rats avoid it. That's the point, ain't it? They fell silent, finishing their smoke before trudging off in opposite directions. Izuku's heart thumped a slow, heavy rhythm against his ribs. The cleaner, the cannery, asterisk, 2 new pieces on the board. He pulled a small, battered notepad from an inner pocket and jotted the words down in shorthand, his gloved fingers clumsy. The old cannery was on the very edge of the kettle, where the district bled into the industrial waterfront. It was a perfect location for something that needed to stay hidden, remote, decaying. And owned by a shell corporation according to his preliminary searches. The legal owner was a ghost. Fitting. Izuku knew he shouldn't go. Not yet. It was the most obvious lead, which meant it could be a trap, or at the very least, heavily watched. He needed more information, more observation. But a voice in his head, the one that sounded like the drip of blood in a silent alley, pushed back. People are vanishing. Every night you wait might be someone's last. Asterisk. He wrestled with it as he moved silently back towards the district's border. The analytical part of him, the strategist, screamed caution. The other part, the one that had pressed a towel into a hero's wound, refused to listen. He found a vantage point on the roof of a low warehouse a quarter mile from the cannery complex. He lay on his stomach, the rough tar paper digging into his elbows, and raised his binoculars. The cannery was a monster of rust and broken windows. A long, low main building, with several skeletal silos, and rusted pipes twisting around it like metal ivy. A high, chain-link fence topped with barbed wire surrounded it, but whole sections sagged or were torn open. A single security light flickered errant, a key over a main gate that was chained shut. It looked abandoned, perfectly, completely dead. Izuku watched for an hour. Nothing moved but the wind stirring trash against the fence. No guards, no vehicles, no signs of life at all. Too perfect. He was about to lower the binoculars when he saw it, a flicker of light. Not the sputtering security lamp. A softer, yellower light, deep inside the main building, visible for a second through a broken upper window before it was extinguished. Someone was home. His breath fogged the lenses for a second. This was it, the threshold. Going in there was different from disrupting vandals or giving first aid. This was entering the lair of something that made people disappear. He thought of his mother, probably watching a cooking show right now, glancing at the clock, wondering why her son was so tired all the time. He thought of All Might's smile, a beacon from a life he'd been ejected from. He thought of Echo's blood on his hands. The cold flame in his chest didn't roar. It burned steady, a pilot light of resolve. He wouldn't go in tonight. That would be suicide. But he would get closer. He would map the approaches, find the weak points in the fence, identify the patterns he was sure existed. The light had been a mistake. Whoever was in there felt secure. They wouldn't make the same mistake twice, but they might make others. He spent the next 2 hours crawling through the scrubland and ditches that surrounded the industrial zone, sketching approaches in his notepad. He marked a drainage culvert that ran under the fence. He noted the sightlines from the 2 remaining functional streetlights. He recorded the cycles of the flickering security lamp. 17 seconds on, 4 seconds off. By the time he slipped back into his apartment window, the sky was beginning to lighten to a deep indigo. He was exhausted, covered in grime, his muscles screaming from the prolonged, tense crawling. But as he sat at his desk, transferring his rough sketches into the black notebook with precise, detailed lines, he felt a strange sense of clarity. The fear was still there, a constant companion. But it was now a tool. It sharpened his senses, honed his focus. He wrote at the bottom of the new page dedicated to the cannery. Objective: identify the cleaner. Determine nature of operations. Locate evidence of missing persons. Extreme risk. No direct engagement. Observation and intelligence gathering only. Asterisk. He underlined, only, 3 times. But as he stared at the word, he knew it was a lie he was telling himself. He wasn't building this knowledge for the police. The police, like the heroes, didn't come to the kettle unless they had to. He was building it for himself. For the ghost. He closed the notebook. The first whisper had been heard. The path led to a rusted gate and a flicker of light in the dark. Somewhere in the city, in a sleek apartment, a pro-hero named Tsukauchi Naomasa, a man with a lie detector quirk who worked closely with the police, reviewed a file. It was a thin file, compiled from a few scattered, low-priority reports. A vigilantism incident with vandals. An anonymous, precise emergency call for a wounded underground hero. Small things, but the precision of the call, it nagged at him. It didn't feel like a scared civilian. It felt like someone who assessed a situation and delivered exactly the needed data. He tapped a pen on the desk. It was probably nothing. The city was full of strange echoes. Still, he wrote a note on the file cover. Monitor. Pattern possible. Asterisk. He filed it away. One more ghost in the system. Chapter 5. The price of a whisper. The rain returned. It wasn't the cold, judgmental downpour of his rooftop vigil, but a persistent, misting drizzle that turned the kettle into a watercolor of grays and mud browns. It clung to Izuku's dark jacket as he moved, a second skin of damp and chill. He'd been watching the cannery for 3 nights. His body had set. TL'd into a new rhythm of sleeping in fitful daytime bursts and moving through the nocturnal world. The map in his notebook was now dense with annotations. Guard patrol patterns, there were two, both bored-looking men with emitter-type quirks. One could generate faint heat haze, the other had prehensile hair he nervously twirled, shift changes, at 2 a.m. and 6 a.m., and the single, consistent anomaly. Every night, just past 3:30 a.m., a plain, unmarked van would arrive. It would pause at the broken gate just long enough for someone inside to undo the chain, slip through, and re-secure it from the inside. The van would then drive into the shadow of the main building and vanish, its occupants entering through a side door Izuku had only spotted because of the faint scrape it made on the concrete floor. Something was being delivered, or someone. Tonight, he was closer than he'd ever dared. He was a stone's throw from the fence, hidden in the hollow belly of a rusted-out compressor unit that had been dumped in the scrubland. The drizzle muffled sound, making the world feel close and cottony. He had a cheap digital camera with a long lens, its plastic body cold in his hands. The van was late. His nerves, stretched wire-tight over the past nights, hummed. Something was off. The rhythm had broken. Then, he saw it. Not the van. A figure, moving on foot, slipping through the gap in the fence near the drainage culvert he'd noted. Not a guard. This person moved with a furtive, skittish grace, head constantly swiveling. They wore a long, tattered coat, the hood pulled up against the rain. Izuku's finger hovered over the camera's shutter button. He zoomed in as much as the shaky lens would allow. The figure paused, looking directly towards the cannery, then turned and scanned the surrounding darkness. For a heart-stopping second, Izuku was sure the hidden eyes had found him, locked onto the black circle of his own lens. He stopped breathing. The figure turned away and darted toward the cannery's main building, not heading for the side door, but towards a basement-level window, half sunk in the earth, its glass long gone, replaced by a slab of rotting plywood. With practiced ease, they pried one corner open and slithered inside. A visitor, an unauthorized one. His mind raced. A rival, a thief, or perhaps, one of the vanished, trying to escape. Before he could process it, headlights cut through the drizzle. The van, it rattled up to the gate, the routine playing out. Chain clinked. The gate groaned open. The van passed through. But tonight, it didn't proceed to the main building. It stopped just inside the fence. The driver and a passenger got out. They weren't the usual bored guards. These two moved with a coiled, professional lethality. The passenger had arms that seemed just a little too long, ending in blunt, thick fingers. The driver's head was hairless, his scalp covered in a pattern of fine, interlocking scales. They spoke in low tones, their words lost in the rain. But their body language was clear, agitated. They were looking around, searching for something. The skittish figure, they knew. The scaled man pointed directly at the area where the figure had entered the basement window. Izuku's blood turned to ice water. It was a trap, or an intrusion had been detected. Either way, the figure inside was in imminent, mortal danger. The T-wo men from the van started toward the building, their pace deliberate, unhurried. Predators who knew the prey was cornered. Izuku's hand clenched around the camera. Every instinct, every logical cell in his brain, told him to stay still. To document, to survive. This wasn't his fight. He didn't know who that was in there. It could be a villain themselves. This was the dangerous world he'd chosen to observe, not join. But he saw the van. He imagined what, or who, might be in the back of it. He thought of the list of names in his notes. The vendor, the halfway house residents, the sex worker, the chatterbox, the old man. Vanished without a sound. He couldn't just watch another name get added to the list. Action. It was a flaw in his analysis, a variable he couldn't calculate. But it was the only tool he had. He shoved the camera into his bag. He didn't have a plan. He had a distraction. Moving laterally, keeping the compressor unit between him and the two men, he scurried to a point farther down the fence line. He picked up a fist-sized chunk of broken brick. His arm trembled. This was stupid. This was beyond stupid. He threw the brick not at the men, but at the van. It sailed in a high, clumsy arc through the rain and clanged against the van's rear door with a sound that seemed catastrophically loud in the damp quiet. The two men spun around, their attention ripped from the cannery. What the hell? The long-armed one growled. Izuku didn't wait. He broke cover and ran, not away, but parallel to the fence, making noise, kicking through wet debris. A moving target. A second, more pressing anomaly. There. Intruder. Scalehead barked. They took the bait. They abandoned their approach to the basement and charged after him. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs. A frantic drum counting down the seconds until they caught him. He was fast from his training, but these were grown men, professionals, likely with physical enhancement quirks. He led them on a wild, zigzagging chase through the junk-strewn field, aiming for the maze of pipes and rubble at the far edge of the cannery property. A searing pain lanced across his back as a fist, or something harder, grazed him, tearing his jacket. He stumbled, his foot catching on a hidden cable. He went down hard, the breath knocked out of him, skidding through mud. He rolled onto his back, scrambling backward. The two men loomed over him, blocking out the sickly yellow security light. Little rat, long arms sneered. His arm telescoped out with disgusting speed, a giant hand closing around Izuku's throat. He was lifted, choking, his feet kicking at empty air. The grip was iron. "Who sent you?" Scalehead asked, his voice calm, cold. "What do you know?" Izuku clawed at the hand, his vision spotting. He couldn't speak. He couldn't breathe. This was it. The end of the ghost story. He'd lasted less than a month. Then, a voice, high with panic but laced with a strange, resonant timbre, cut through the rain. "Let him go." The skittish figure stood 20 feet away, hood thrown back. It was a girl, maybe his age. Her hair was a tangled mess of dark blue, and her eyes, wide with fear, seemed to glow faintly in the dark. But it was her hands that drew Izuku's drowning focus. They were raised, and the air around them rippled like heat haze over a road. Long arms grunted, his grip loosening just a fraction as he turned his head. Another one. Busy night. The girl clenched her fists. The ripple in the air shot forward, not as a wave, but as a focused pulse. It hit Long arms in the chest. There was no explosion, no flash of light, but the man's entire body jolted as if he'd been struck by a tuning fork the size of a truck. A choked gasp tore from his lips. His extended arm went limp, dropping Izuku into the mud. The man stumbled back, clutching his sternum, his face a mask of confusion and sudden, debilitating pain. "Sonic quirk," Scalehead hissed, taking a step toward the girl, his scaled skin seeming to tighten. "Annoying." He lunged. The girl yelped, throwing up another pulse. It washed over him, but he shook it off with a grimace, his scaled hide apparently damping the vibration. He backhanded her. The blow sent her sprawling into the mud next to Izuku. They were both on the ground, helpless, as Scalehead stood over them, Long arms still wheezing behind him. "Clean up on aisle 5, Scalehead muttered, raising a foot, his intent clear, to crush. Izuku's hand landed in cold mud beside the girl's trembling one. His mind, even in its terror, clicked. Sonic quirk. Vibrational frequency. Scale density provides damping. But the eyes. The inner ear. His eyes. Izuku croaked, the words raw from his bruised throat. Aim for his head. The girl, dazed, reacted on instinct. She focused, her glowing eyes narrowing. She cupped her hands around her mouth and let out a short, sharp shriek. But it wasn't just sound. The air between her hands and the man's head cracked. It was a visible distortion, a cone of focused, concussive vibration. Scalehead screamed, a raw sound of agony. He reeled back, clawing at his ears and eyes, thick, viscous fluid seeping between his fingers. He collapsed to his knees, blinded and deafened by the precise, targeted frequency. The battlefield had turned in 2 breaths. "Run," Izuku gasped, scrambling up. He grabbed the girl's arm, hauling her to her feet. She was shaking, tears or rain streaking her face. They stumbled, then ran, crashing through the broken fence and into the welcome, concealing darkness of the kettle's outer streets. They didn't stop until they were a mile away, collapsed in the dripping, stinking shelter of an abandoned newspaper kiosk. They sat gasping, staring at each other in the near-total dark. 2 ghosts covered in mud and panic. "You," the girl panted, her resonant voice shaking. "You saw me, at the window." Izuku just nodded, trying to get his breathing under control. His throat burned. His back screamed where he'd been hit. "Why?" she asked, the single word holding a universe of confusion. "Why did you do that? You almost died." He looked at her, at the faint, fading glow in her terrified eyes. He thought of the list of names. Of the van. Of the clean, efficient evil that made people disappear. They were going to kill you, he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. It was the only answer he had. She stared at him for a long moment, then buried her face in her knees, her shoulders shuddering with silent sobs. Izuku leaned his head back against the rotting wood of the kiosk, listening to the steady drip of rain. He'd gone to observe, to gather intelligence. Instead, he'd intervened. He'd gotten a name, the cleaner, and now he had a witness. A scared, powerful, unpredictable witness. The cold flame inside him hadn't been extinguished by the near-death experience. If anything, the brush with the abyss had fed it. He had touched the darkness, and it had tried to swallow him whole. He had survived. They both had. But as he sat there in the dripping dark, he knew one thing with absolute, chilling certainty. They were hunting ghosts now. And ghosts, once acknowledged, are very hard to put back in the ground. Chapter 6. Resonance. Her name was Hikari. She didn't tell him, not at first. For a long time in the leaking kiosk, there was only the sound of rain and her muffled, hiccuping breaths. Izuku sat silently, giving her space, his own mind a whirlwind of after-action analysis. Concussive sonic quirk. User, female, approximately my age. Evident lack of control. Emotional state directly impacts output. Target specificity improved with verbal direction. Allies, unknown. Motive for infiltrating cannery, likely personal. Asterisk. Eventually, the shaking subsided. She raised her head, wiping her face with a muddy sleeve, leaving a smudge across her cheek. In the faint light seeping from a distant street lamp, her eyes were just dark, haunted pools. They have my brother, she said, the words dropping into the space between them like stones. Izuku didn't respond. He just waited, his analyst's mind filing the data away. Motive confirmed. Familial. Asterisk. His name's Ren. He's not well. He has a mental health quirk. Empathic resonance. He feels what others feel, and it drowns him sometimes. Makes him unstable. Her voice hitched. We lived in the kettle. Nobody cares about people like us here. Then, a month ago, men came. They said they could quiet his noise, for a price. A job. They took him. Said it was temporary work. He never came back. She took a shuddering breath. I tried going to the police. They said runaways aren't a priority. I tried telling a hero agency on the edge of the district. The receptionist took a note and never called back. So I started watching. I followed whispers. I saw the van. I saw people go in and not come out. She looked at him, her gaze sharpening with a sudden, fierce intelligence. You've been watching too. For days. I saw you on the roof. You're not with them. No, Izuku said, his voice still rough. I'm not. Then who are you? The question hung in the damp air. He wasn't Deku. He wasn't a hero. He was a concept. A response. Someone who doesn't like people disappearing, he said finally, the answer feeling inadequate. She studied him, her eyes tracing the lines of his masked face. You have a quirk. Some kind of analysis. He shook his head. No quirk. She blinked, disbelief warring with the evidence before her. A quirkless boy who'd led two professional 2Gs on a chase and given her the key to defeating one. That's how are you even alive? I got lucky. He shifted, wincing as the pain in his back flared. Your quirk. You can vibrate air molecules. Create concussive pulses. The scaling on that man acted as a dampener for diffuse waves, but you can focus it. You need to think of it like a laser, not a floodlight. She stared at him. You figured that out while he was choking you. It was obvious. He shrugged, the movement stiff. You need training. Control. Right now, your fear is your trigger. It makes you powerful but imprecise. You could hurt innocent people. Or yourself. A flash of anger crossed her face. I don't need a lecture. I need my brother back. And running in blind will get you killed, Izuku said, the words coming out colder than he intended. He thought of Echo, pinned and bleeding. Or captured. Then you're no help to him at all. The anger deflated, replaced by a weary despair. What else am I supposed to do? No one else will help. Izuku looked out at the rain-slicked street. The system had failed her, just as it had failed him. It was a bond thinner than paper, but it was a bond nonetheless. Two ghosts in the same haunted house. We gather information, he said, turning back to her. Real information, not guesses. We find out what they're doing in there, where they take people, who's in charge. Build a case so concrete that even the heroes who don't care will have to pay attention. She echoed. He met her gaze. You know the ground. You have a personal stake. I have a method. And we've already seen each other's faces. In a manner of speaking, it's safer to coordinate than to trip over each other again. He was proposing an alliance. A partnership in the shadows. The idea was terrifying. He worked alone. He was alone. That was the point of being a ghost. But Hikari had power. She had motive. And she was a variable he could no longer ignore. Controlling the variable was better than leaving it to chaos. She was silent for a long minute, chewing on her lip. What's your name? He hesitated. You can call me Ghost. A faint, humorless smile touched her lips. Fine, Ghost. I'm Hikari. She held out a muddy hand. He looked at it, then reached out and shook it. Her grip was surprisingly strong. We need to move. They'll be looking for us now. Do you have a safe place? Somewhere they wouldn't know to look. She nodded. A friend's squat. It's not much, but it's off the grid. Go there. Lay low for 2 days. Don't go near the cannery. I'll find you. He gave her instructions for leaving a subtle mark near a specific drainage grate. A small, coded signal he could check. She listened, her eyes wide, absorbing the tradecraft. You've done this before. Not really, he admitted. He pushed himself to his feet, every muscle protesting. I'll be in touch. And Hikari, practice. Focus the sound. A small point. Start with breaking a glass from across the room without shattering the window. Control is everything. She stood as well, looking smaller without the glow of her quirk around her. You're a strange guy, Ghost. He didn't answer. He just melted into the alley shadows, leaving her standing in the rain. He had a new asset, a new risk, and a brother named Ren to add to his list of the vanished. The walk home was a marathon of pain and paranoia. Every shadow seemed to hold scaled skin or telescoping arms. He used every evasive route he'd mapped, doubling back, pausing in doorways. By the time he slid his window open and collapsed into his room, the sky was the dull gray of impending dawn. Cleaning up was a silent, meticulous ritual. Muddy clothes were sealed in a plastic bag to be washed secretly later. The tear in his jacket was examined. It was long, but thankfully shallow. A bruise was already purpling across his lower back. His throat was a necklace of dark, finger-shaped marks. He stared at his reflection in the small bathroom mirror. The boy looking back was a stranger, marked by violence, eyes older than they had any right to be. He touched the bruises on his neck. He'd been inches from death. The memory of those iron fingers brought a fresh wave of nausea. But beneath the fear, a new current ran. He hadn't been alone in the dark. He'd had an ally, however temporary. He'd used his analysis in real time, under pressure, and it had worked. He'd identified a quirk's weakness and articulated it under duress. It was a small, hard-won victory in a war he was only just beginning to understand. He opened the black notebook. He skipped the pages on the cannery and started a new profile. Hikari. Quirk. Concussive resonance. Can generate focused vibrational pulses in air. Power. High. Control. Low. Emotional trigger. Motive. Recover brother. Ren. Empathic resonance quirk. Unstable. Status. Temporary ally. Risk. High. Emotional volatility. Personal investment. Asterisk. He then created a new section. A branching map. Of possibilities stemming from the cannery. The cleaner. Likely a service, not an individual. Organization. Professional. Resources. Vehicles. Secure location. Hired muscle. Possible objectives. Quirk exploitation. Unwanted person disposal. Illegal experimentation. Asterisk. The last possibility made his pen stall. Experimentation. On people with unstable or undesirable quirks. People no one would miss. It fit the pattern horribly well. He closed the notebook, the dawn light now too bright for his tired eyes. He needed sleep, but his mind wouldn't quiet. Hikari's desperate face floated behind his eyelids. Her brother, lost in a system of silence. He had stepped from observation to intervention. Now, he had stepped from a solitary ghost to something else. A conductor of lost echoes. The path was no longer just about proving a point. It was about pulling people back from the void. The cost had nearly been his life. He knew the next price would be even higher. As he finally drifted into a fitful sleep, his last thought was a silent promise, to himself and to the girl in the rain. We will find him. Chapter 7. The Unseen Network. The city had a pulse. Izuku had always known it intellectually. The thrum of traffic, the surge of crowds, the blinking rhythm of lights. But now, lying on his stomach on the roof of a mid-tier office building, he felt it in a new, visceral way. He wasn't watching the city. He was listening to its heartbeat through a stolen frequency. The police scanner, a cheap second-hand unit he'd meticulously modified, chatted softly in his ear. It was a river of coded jargon, frustration, and mundane tragedy. Most of it was noise. His job was to find the signal. Hikari was safe, for now. Her mark had appeared by the drainage grate, a small, chalk-drawn tuning fork. Almost invisible unless you were looking for it. He'd watched the spot for a full day before approaching, ensuring it wasn't a trap. Their meeting had been brief, tense. He'd given her exercises, focusing her quirk to pop a single light bulb in a sealed box from increasing distances. She'd accepted them with a grudging nod, her eyes still shadowed with fear for her brother. But she'd also given him something, a name. Before they took Ren, she'd whispered, her voice barely audible in the back room of the musty squat, he was having episodes. He'd scream about the static. He said it was getting louder, that it wasn't just people's feelings anymore. He said it felt like a signal. A signal, asterisk. The word had hooked into Izuku's brain and refused to let go. It didn't fit with simple kidnapping or forced labor. It hinted at something more systematic, something technological. So, he'd shifted his focus. The cannery was a fortress now. Patrols had doubled. The gap in the fence was welded shut. Going back was suicide. But if the cleaner was a service, it had clients. It had logistics. And those things left digital footprints, even in the underworld. His new vantage point overlooked a less savory part of the city's telecom infrastructure, a hub where several unlicensed, encrypted communication networks were rumored to operate. Gangs, black market dealers, and PEOPL. Who needed to talk without heroes listening. It was a digital version of the kettle. He wasn't a hacker. He didn't have the skill to crack encryptions. But he had patience, and he had a theory. If Ren was sensitive to empathic, static, and if that static was a signal asterisk, then maybe the cleaner's operation involved manipulating quirks in a way that created interference. And maybe that required specialized, hard-to-get equipment. He cross-referenced everything. Police reports of strange energy fluctuations in the kettle, dismissed as faulty grid readings. Forum posts about black market medical tech moving through the docks. Shipping manifests he'd painstakingly photographed at the Port Authority's public records room, looking for anomalies, containers that were logged but never seemed to be claimed. For 2 days, it was a fruitless mosaic of disconnected dots. Then, on the scanner, he caught a fragment between 2 patrol officers. Another noise complaint at that old radio tower on the ridge. 3rd time this week. Bunch of kids probably. Asterisk. Who'd be dumb enough to go up there? Place is a death trap. Asterisk. Yeah, well, dispatch says go check it out. Probably raccoons. Asterisk. The old radio tower. It was a pre-Quirk era relic, long since decommissioned, on a wooded ridge overlooking the industrial sector, and the kettle. It was officially offline. But what if it wasn't? A jolt, electric and cold, shot down his spine. A signal, a transmitter. It was a leap, a wild guess built on a fragile chain of inference. But it was more than he had an hour ago. He packed his gear swiftly, his movements efficient. He had a new destination. Asterisk. The ridge at night was a different world. The city's glow was a distant smear, replaced by the deep, swallowing black of trees and the whisper of wind through dead leaves. The old access road was crumbled to gravel and weeds. The radio tower itself was a skeletal giant against the starless sky, its once proud antenna now a twisted claw. Izuku moved through the woods like a breath, using the trees for cover. The noise complaints suggested activity. He needed to see, not be seen. As he neared the tower's base, he saw it, not light, but the absence of it. A modern, windowless shed was built against one of the tower's concrete footings. It was made of pristine, non-reflective composite material. No rust, no decay. A clean, surgical scar on the rotten landscape. And from a vent high on its side, a faint, Rhythmic hum vibrated the air. A subaudible thrum he felt in his teeth more than heard. This was it. Not the cannery. This was the nerve center. He found a vantage point behind a fallen log, damp moss soaking into his pants. He raised his binoculars. The shed had one door, heavy steel, with a keycard reader glowing a soft red. No visible guards. Why would you need them? The location was the security. He was about to settle in for a long observation when the door hissed open. A man stepped out. He was middle-aged, dressed in a crisp, dark technician's jumpsuit, not a thug's gear. He held a tablet, its screen casting a blue wash over his bored, professional face. He wasn't a fighter. He was an engineer. The man lit a cigarette, taking a long drag as he scrolled through his tablet. He stood there for a full minute, a picture of mundane irritation. Then, he spoke, not to anyone, but into a headset. Test cycle 7 is complete. Dampening field is stable at 83% efficacy. The empathic resonance subject is still spiking, but the waveform is cleaner. Isolating the emotional frequency is proving problematic. It's sticky. He listened to a reply Izuku couldn't hear. Understood. We'll run another calibration in 2 hours. The cannery shipment is prepped for transfer at 0400. Tell them the primary is fragile. No more jostling than necessary. Empathic resonance subject. The primary. Ren. Izuku's hands tightened on the binoculars. They weren't just holding him. They were experimenting on him. Using the tower to broadcast something. A dampening field. To quiet his quirk. Or to harvest it. The technician finished his cigarette, crushed it under his heel, and went back inside. The door sealed with a definitive thunk. Izuku remained frozen, the cold of the earth seeping into his bones. This was bigger than he'd imagined. This wasn't a gang. This was a corporation. A cold, clinical operation with technology and clear objectives. They were using Ren, a boy with a painful, unstable quirk, as a test subject for some kind of quirk suppression or manipulation technology. The pieces snapped together with terrible clarity. The disappearances, they weren't just for labor or to silence nuisances. They were gathering test subjects. People with unwanted, unstable, or simply inconvenient quirks. People from the margins. Human lab rats. The cleaner didn't just make problems vanish. It dissected them in the dark. A fury, white-hot and purer than any he'd felt before, ignited in his chest. It burned away the last remnants of his childish hero worship, leaving behind a scorched landscape of grim purpose. This wasn't about being unseen anymore. It was about making this seen. Exposing it, tearing it down. But how? He was one quirkless boy. He had Hikari, a traumatized girl with a dangerous quirk, against a professional, funded operation with guards, technology, and a literal fortress. He needed evidence, irrefutable proof, not just for himself, but to force the hand of the world that refused to look. He spent the next hour mapping the shed's perimeter, noting the single, well-concealed camera over the door, the lack of other obvious sensors. They relied on remoteness and secrecy. It was their strength, and their arrogance. As he finally retreated, a plan began to form in his mind. It was audacious. It was borderline insane. It would require timing, trust in an unstable ally, and a level of risk that made his throat-tightening encounter at the cannery seem like a playground scuffle. He needed to get inside that shed. He needed to see what was on the technician's tablet, what machines were humming inside. He needed to document the truth of what they were doing to Ren. And to all the others. The ghost needed to become a thief. A saboteur. He looked back once at the tower, a dark needle stitching the sky to its terrible purpose. The faint hum was a phantom itch in his skull. Ren was in there, somewhere, a boy drowning in a static knot of his own making. Hikari was waiting in a squalid room, hoping for a miracle. Izuku Midoriya turned and vanished into the woods, a new resolve hardening like ice in his veins. The observation phase was over. The war for the unseen had just begun. Chapter 8. A Fragile Alliance. The squat smelled of stale cigarettes, damp plaster, and the sharp, coppery tang of fear. Hikari sat on a moth-eaten mattress, her knees drawn to her chest, staring at the empty spot on the floor where Izuku had drawn his plan with a piece of charcoal. The diagram was simple, deceptively so. A line for the ridge, a square for the shed, arrows for approaches, and a big X, marking the moment of maximum danger. "You want to break in," she said, her voice flat. not a question, a confirmation of insanity. We need evidence, Izuku replied, his own voice low. He was perched on an upturned crate, the hood of his jacket down for the first time in her presence. In the weak light of a single battery-powered lantern, he looked even younger than she'd imagined. The bruises on his neck were fading to a sickly yellow-green. What we heard proves they're experimenting on your brother. But, we heard, isn't proof. We need files, schematics, video, and you think we can just waltz in? Her hands, resting on her knees, began to tremble. A faint, harmonic hum vibrated the air around her fingertips. They have security. They have quirks. They have guns *, Ghost. They're not just thugs with stretchy arms. I know. He didn't flinch from her rising panic. That's why we don't fight them. We avoid them. The security is designed to keep people out, not to contain a breach from within. They're overconfident. The technician I saw was bored. Complacent. He came outside for a smoke. That's a pattern. A weakness. He pointed to a part of the diagram. Their shift change is at 0400, linked to a shipment from the cannery. That's the moment of maximum distraction. The guard at the shed will be focused on the transfer, not his post. The technician will be inside, monitoring. We go in just before. You use your quirk on the door lock. Not to blow it off, but to vibrate the internal mechanism. I've been studying lock schematics. A precise, high-frequency pulse could mimic the electronic signal of a keycard. She stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. You want me to sonically pick a lock? I can barely pop a light bulb on command. You've had 2 days. Have you practiced? A flush crept up her neck. Yes, but, show me. Her jaw tightened. She looked at a chipped mug sitting on a broken chair across the room. She raised a hand, focusing. Her brow furrowed. The air between her hand and the mug wavered. A low, throbbing tone filled the room, setting Izuku's teeth on edge. The mug rattled, then tipped over, clattering to the floor, spilling cold tea. I said pop the bulb, not shove the mug, Izuku said, his tone analytical. Not critical, but you directed the force. You didn't shatter the window behind it. That's control. Now, imagine that force, focused to a point the size of a pinhead. Vibrating at a specific frequency. I can't just imagine a frequency. I don't even know what it is. Izuku reached into his bag and pulled out a small, handheld device, a digital tuner he salvaged from a broken music player and modified. This will. I've programmed it with the resonant frequency of common lock solenoid mechanisms. You listen. You match the tone. You project it. It's not about power. It's about precision. He handed it to her. She took it like it might bite her, staring at the small screen. You built this. In 2 days. I had spare parts. He shrugged. Can you do it? The question hung in the foul air. This wasn't just about breaking into a shed. It was about trusting him, his plan, his cold, terrifying logic. It was about believing that a quirkless boy and a girl who couldn't control her power could outsmart a corporation. She looked from the tuner to his face, searching for a lie, for hesitation. She saw only a grim, unwavering certainty. It was most as frightening as the men from the cannery. What's in it for you? She asked suddenly. Why are you doing this? Really? Izuku was silent for a long moment. He looked at the charcoal diagram on the floor, at the X, marking the point of no return. Because when I wanted to be a hero, he said, the words slow, deliberate, I thought it was about saving people with a smile. About being strong. I was wrong. It's about seeing the people everyone else chooses not to see. Your brother, the others in the kettle. They're invisible. The system is built to look past them. He met her eyes. I can't be a hero. But I can see them. And I can make others see, even if I have to shove their faces in it. It was the most he'd ever said about himself. Hikari heard the raw truth in it, a pain that mirrored her own. He wasn't doing this for glory. He was doing it because the alternative, looking away, was no longer possible. She looked down at the tuner in her hand, her brother's face swimming in her memory. His smiles, rare and fragile, his screams, echoing with the pain of a world he couldn't shut out. Okay, she whispered. The word was almost lost in the damp quiet of the room. She cleared her throat. Okay, I'll try. Not try, Izuku said, standing up. We have 36 hours. You will learn. We will drill. Every step. Every contingency. We go in silent, we get the data, we get out. No heroics, no confrontation. We are ghosts. We leave no trace but the truth. He spent the next day and a half turning the cramped, dirty squat into a training ground. He drew the keycard reader on a piece of cardboard, and Hikari practiced humming the frequency from the tuner, then projecting it. At first, nothing happened. Then, the cardboard would flutter. Then, a specific spot on the drawing would vibrate. Good. Now, smaller. The point of contact is a millimeter wide. Think of a laser cutter, not a hammer. He drilled her on movement. How to walk without making the floorboards creak. How to breathe to control her panic. He ran her through scenarios. If we're discovered inside, what do you do? Disable the lights with a wide frequency burst. Create confusion, not attack. Never attack unless there's no other path to escape. Your quirk is a tool, not a weapon. A scalpel, not a club. He was relentless, a taskmaster whose own exhaustion seemed irrelevant. I found herself both terrified and mesmerized. He saw the world as a series of interconnected systems, each with a weakness, a pressure point. He was teaching her to see it too. The night of the operation arrived. A moonless blanket smothering the city. They dressed in dark, non-reflective clothing. Izuku had a small backpack with the tuner, a tiny high-resolution camera, and a stack of micro SD cards. Hikari carried nothing but her nerves. The journey to the ridge was made in absolute silence. They used the woods, Izuku leading with a predator's caution. Every snap twig sounded like a gunshot to Hikari. Every rustle in the leaves was a guard. They reached their observation point overlooking the shed. Right on schedule, at 0350, a familiar unmarked van rumbled up the overgrown cervic. Rode and stopped near the cannery side gate of the compound below. Figures moved in the gloom. The shipment transfer. Izuku touched Hikari's arm, a silent signal. Now, asterisk. They moved like shadows down the slope. The single camera over the shed door was a dark eye. Izuku had noted its field of view, a blind spot at the base of the door, if you hugged the wall. They pressed against the cold composite material. Hikari's breathing was shallow, rapid. Izuku held up the tuner, the target frequency displayed. He nodded to her. She closed her eyes, shutting out the terrifying reality of where they were. She listened to the tone, a steady, high-pitched whine. She felt it in her molars. She raised her hand, fingers cupped, pointing at the keycard reader. She didn't push. She didn't force. She sang asterisk the frequency in her mind, letting it resonate in the hollow of her palm, and gently, so gently, pushed it outward. The air directly in front of the reader shimmered, a heat haze mirage. A soft, almost melodic click emanated from within the lock. The red light on the reader turned green. Izuku didn't hesitate. He pushed the door. It swung open silently on well-oiled hinges. They slipped inside. The hum they'd felt outside was a physical force in here, a pressure on the eardrums. The shed was a single, long room, lit by the cool glow of server racks and monitor screens. In the center was a complex machine, a tangle of wires and antennae leading up through the roof, presumably to the tower. One monitor showed a scrolling, chaotic waveform, spikes of jagged, colorful noise. A label, read, Subject R7, Empathic Resonance Raw Feed. Asterisk. Ren. Hikari made a small, choked sound. The files, Izuku whispered, urgency cutting through the hum. He went to the main terminal. The technician's chair was still warm. The system wasn't locked, another testament to arrogance. He began plugging in the micro SD cards, initiating a rapid data dump. Directory after directory of files copied over. Project, white noise. Objective, quirk frequency dampening and harvesting. Test subjects, logs and biometrics. Asterisk. Hikari stood frozen, staring at the screen with her brother's pain made into a visual chart. Hikari, Izuku hissed. Watch the door. She tore her eyes away, moving to stand by the entrance, her body thrumming with tension. The transfer outside seemed to be taking longer than expected. Shouted orders echoed faintly from the compound below. The progress bar on the screen crawled. 70%, 80%. A heavy footstep sounded on the gravel path outside, approaching the shed. Hikari's eyes widened. She looked back at Izuku, panic flooding her face. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. The handle began to turn. Chapter 9. The Sound of Static. The door handle turned with a soft, metallic scrape. Time didn't slow. It fractured. Izuku's eyes were locked on the progress bar. 92%. His fingers hovered over the keys, a reckless plan to rip the drive out mid-transfer, warring with the need for the complete data. Hikari stood paralyzed by the door, a statue of terror. The door began to swing inward. Izuku moved without conscious thought. His hand shot out, not for the computer, but for a heavy, insulated mug sitting by the keyboard. He flung it with all his strength at the bank of server racks against the far wall. The mug struck a glowing, humming transformer casing with a loud crack thud. For a split second, nothing. Then, a shower of blue-white sparks erupted from the point of impact. A sharp ozone smell filled the air. The monitor displaying Ren's chaotic waveform flickered wildly, the colors strobing. The deep, subaudible hum stuttered, dipped, and rose into a sudden, painful screech of feedback that tore through the small space. The door slammed open. The technician from before stood there, his face a mask of shock and rage, a hand flying to his ear as the sonic assault hit him. What the? Hikari, jolted from her paralysis by the screech, so much louder and more terrible than anything she'd ever made, reacted. It wasn't a controlled pulse. It was a pure, reflexive blast of panic. She screamed. The air in front of her detonated. It wasn't focused. It was a concussive wall, a visible shockwave that hurled the technician back through the open doorway like a ragdoll. It blew monitors off desks, sent papers flying in a blizzard, and shattered the glass face of the main instrument panel. The feedback screech cut off abruptly, replaced by the blaring wail of multiple alarms. The progress bar hit 100%. Izuku yanked the micro SD card from the port, shoving it deep into an inner pocket. Go. He grabbed Hikari's arm. She was staring at her hands, at the destruction, her face white. He pulled her, stumbling, out the door. The technician was groaning on the ground, clutching his ribs. The alarms were a physical thing, clawing at the night sky. Down in the compound, shouts of confusion turned to shouts of alarm. Lights began to blaze on. They ran, not with stealth, but with the raw, desperate speed of prey. They crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at their faces, their breaths coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. The cool, analytical ghost was gone. In his place was a terrified boy, dragging a terrified girl, with the hounds of hell awakening behind them. They didn't follow the planned escape route. Instinct took them deeper into the woods, away from the service road, away from everything. The sounds of pursuit, crashing footsteps, yelling, grew closer. They had a head start, but their pursuers knew the terrain. Izuku's mind, even in its panic, clawed for a solution. They were leaving a trail a blind man could follow. They couldn't outrun them. They couldn't hide. He skidded to a halt behind a thick stand of pine trees, pulling Hikari down beside him. She was hyperventilating, tears streaking through the dirt on her face. They're coming, she whimpered. I know. Izuku's voice was a rough scrape. He looked around, his eyes wild. The ridge fell away sharply here into a rocky gully choked with deadfall. A dangerous, unpredictable descent. But it was the only option. Down there, now, we'll break our necks. Would you rather they catch us? The image of Ren's waveform, of the subject R7 * label, flashed in his mind. That would be them, subjects G1 and H1. He went first, half sliding, half falling down the steep incline, grabbing at roots and rocks to slow his descent. Dirt and stones clattered down ahead of him. Hikari followed, a silent scream on her lips as she lost her footing and tumbled the last 10 feet, landing in a heap at the bottom. Izuku scrambled to her. Are you hurt? She shook her head, clutching her ankle, her face contorted in pain. Twisted it. I can't run. Above them, flashlight beams cut through the trees. Voices, closer now. They went this way. Check the gully. They were trapped. The gully was a dead end, winding into a narrow, rocky choke point. Hikari looked up at him, her eyes wide with a final, resigned horror. Go. Leave me. No. The answer was absolute. He hadn't dragged her into this to abandon her. He looked around desperately. The gully walls were sheer. The deadfall was thick, a tangled mass of old branches and rotting leaves. An idea, desperate and insane, sparked. Your quirk, he hissed. Can you collapse the gully entrance? Bring down the slope above it. She stared at the overhang of earth and rock where the gully met the ridge. I don't know. I could bring the whole ridge down on us. They're going to kill us or worse. Do it. Focus everything you have on that lip of rock. Don't think about power. Think about vibrating it apart. Make the earth itself shake. The beams of light were dancing at the top of the gully now. I see movement. Down there. Hikari closed her eyes. She didn't have the tuner. She didn't have a frequency. She had only the memory of her brother's static, the terror of the shed. The sound of the alarms. She drew in a breath, deep and shuddering, and placed both palms flat against the cold earth. She didn't scream this time. She poured every ounce of her fear, her love for her brother, her rage at the world that had done this to them, into a single, silent, internal command. Break. Asterisk. The ground beneath their feet gave a violent lurch. It wasn't a sound so much as a feeling, the deep, groaning protest of bedrock. The air filled with a low, grinding roar. At the gully's entrance, the overhang of earth and stone visibly shuddered. Cracks spiderwebbed through the soil. Rocks began to bounce and tumble. Then, with a final, thunderous crump, a whole section of the hillside gave way. Dirt, rock, and uprooted trees cascaded down in a roaring avalanche, completely sealing the entrance in a cloud of dust and debris. The flashlight beams vanished behind a wall of rubble. Muffled shouts of surprise and alarm were quickly drowned out by the settling of tons of earth. Silence rushed in, sudden and profound, broken only by their own harsh breathing and the patter of dislodged pebbles. They were buried alive, but they were safe, for now. In the pitch dark of the sealed gully, Hikari began to cry, great heaving sobs of relief and shock. Izuku slumped against the cold rock wall, his whole body trembling. The micro SD card in his pocket felt like a piece of the sun, burning with the proof they'd almost died for. They had the data. They had blown the operation wide open, literally. They were trapped in a hole in the ground, hunted, and Hikari was injured. But they were alive. As the dust settled around them, both literally and figuratively, a new, grim reality took shape in the darkness. They were no longer just observers or even saboteurs. They were declared enemies of a powerful, hidden foe. The ghost had made a very loud, very messy noise. And the world, or at least the dark underbelly of it, was now listening. Chapter 10. Buried Truths. The dark in the gully was absolute. It was a living thing, thick and cold, pressing against Izuku's eyes until he saw phantom swirls of color. Hikari's sobs had subsided into shuddering, hiccuping breaths. The sound unnaturally loud in the tomb-like quiet. Izuku forced himself to move, his muscles screaming in protest from the fall and the adrenaline crash. He fumbled in his bag, his fingers closing around the smooth plastic of a penlight. He clicked it on. The beam was weak, a tiny, pathetic sun in the immense dark, but it was something. It illuminated Hikari's tear-streaked face, the dirt caked in her hair, the way she cradled her swollen ankle. "Let me see," he said, his voice a dry rasp. She didn't protest as he gently probed the joint. It was puffy, warm to the touch, but not grotesquely misshapen. A bad sprain, not a break. You need to keep weight off it. For days. A hollow, hopeless laugh escaped her. Days. We're buried, ghost. We have no food, no water. They're going to dig us out. Or we're going to starve in the dark. They won't dig, Izuku said, the analytical part of his mind clawing its way back to the surface through the fatigue and fear. Not right away. The collapse is too fresh, too unstable, and they'll assume we're dead under it. It's what they'd hope for. No loose ends. He shone the light up at the wall of rubble sealing him in. It was a chaotic jumble of earth and rock, but he could see gaps, tiny pockets of air. They weren't sealed airtight. That was good. They could breathe. For now. He turned the light to the other end of the gully. It narrowed into a crack in the bedrock, disappearing into darkness. We need to see if this goes anywhere. I can't walk. Then I'll carry you. He said it with a flat finality that brooked no argument. He was not leaving her. And they were not staying here to wait for death or discovery. He helped her up, ignoring her gasp of pain, and maneuvered her onto his back in a clumsy piggyback. She was light, lighter than his training bag. He adjusted his grip on her legs, her arms looped loosely around his neck, and started forward, the penlight clenched in his teeth. The crack was tight, forcing him to turn sideways and shuffle. The rock scraped against his shoulders. The air grew cooler, damper. The only sounds were their ragged breathing, the scuff of his shoes on stone, and the distant, eternal drip of water. They moved for what felt like hours, though the penlight's fading beam told him it was probably only 20 minutes. The crack widened slightly, then opened into a larger, natural cavern. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like stone fangs. A tiny, silent stream trickled along one wall, disappearing into a fissure. Izuku carefully lowered Hikari onto a relatively flat rock near the water. He scooped some into his cupped hands, sniffed it smelled of minerals and earth, but not foul, and took a cautious sip. It was cold and clean. He brought some to Hikari, who drank greedily. With their immediate thirst slaked, a deeper exhaustion set in. They were trapped in a cave, hunted, with one injured. The triumph of securing the data felt distant, abstract. Izuku sat against the cavern wall, the penlight off to conserve its battery. In the renewed darkness, Hikari's voice was small. What was on the screen? With Ren, he didn't pretend to misunderstand. It was a graph, a visualization of his quirk's output. His empathic resonance. It was spiking, chaotic. They were monitoring it. They called him Subject R7. A choked sound in the dark. A subject, like a lab rat. Yes, there was no point in softening it. The project was called White Noise. They're trying to dampen or harvest quirk frequencies. Your brother, his quirk is powerful, unstable. He's a perfect test case for them. We have to get him out. We will. The promise felt heavy, an anchor in the dark. But first, we have to get this out. He patted his pocket, where the micro SD card rested. This is the proof. Schematics, logs, biometrics, names. If we can get it to the right people. What right people? Her voice was sharp with bitterness. The police who didn't care. The heroes who never came. Izuku was silent. She was right. Handing this to a local precinct would get it buried. Handing it to a top hero agency might get it looked at. But would they act on the word of two vigilante kids who broke into a facility? They'd be arrested on the spot, the data confiscated as evidence in their crime. They needed someone who operated in the gray. Someone who would see the data for the atrocity it was, not the breach of law that uncovered it. A name surfaced in his memory, from his deep dives into the less sanitized corners of hero lore. An underground hero. So far in the shadows he was almost a myth. A man who worked with the police but answered to a darker, more pragmatic justice. A man known for his relentless pursuit of villains who hid in plain sight. And his willingness to use unconventional assets. A razorhead. The pro-hero who could erase quirks with a look. A man who hated the spotlight, who dealt in the gritty, unglamorous truth of hero work. If anyone would listen, it would be him. But finding him, getting an audience, as a pair of wanted vigilantes, it was another impossible task on a mountain of them. We need to rest, Izuku sighed. Instead of voicing the half-formed plan. A few hours, then we see if this stream leads out. There has to be a way water gets in. He didn't hear her agreement, but he felt her shift into a more comfortable position. The darkness and the gentle trickle of the stream was soporific. His own eyelids grew heavy, the aches in his body a dull, insistent chorus. Just before sleep claimed him, Hikari spoke again, her voice barely a whisper. Ghost. My real name. It's Hikari Shinobu. He understood the weight of the offering. In the world they were in, names were vulnerabilities. She was giving him hers. He hesitated. The name, Izuku Midoriya, felt like it belonged to another person, a ghost from a past life. But she had trusted him. Izuku, he whispered back into the dark. Midoriya, a soft sigh. Izuku, she tested the name. It suits you better than Ghost. He didn't ask why. He was too tired. The names hung between them in the cavern, a fragile thread of trust spun in the absolute dark. Two real people, with real names, buried under a mountain of secrets and stone. As he drifted off, his last conscious thought was of the data, a digital ghost of suffering trapped in a piece of plastic in his pocket. They had to get it to the surface. They had to give voice to the static. The world above was moving on, unaware of the two ghosts trapped below, or the truth they carried like a live wire. In a quiet police precinct, Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa received an automated alert. Seismic activity registered on the ridge near the old radio tower, originally flagged due to the previous noise complaints. The report indicated a minor landslide, likely due to erosion, natural causes, but his eyes drifted to the thin file on his desk, the one marked with his handwritten note, Monitor. pattern possible. Asterisk the ridge was on the border of the Kettle district. The Kettle was where the odd, precise vigilante reports had originated. Coincidence? He closed the file, but didn't put it away. He placed it squarely in the center of his desk, a silent question mark in an otherwise orderly world. The ghosts were making waves. Small ones, for now. But even small waves could erode the shore, given enough time. Chapter 11. The Underground. The stream was the guide and their tormentor. For hours that bled into a timeless, damp eternity, Izuku followed its whispering path, Hikari a silent, painful weight on his back. The cavern system was a labyrinth. Sometimes the ceiling soared high enough for him to stand straight, other times he had to crawl, dragging her beside him through icy, shallow water. The penlight beam grew dimmer, a failing star in the subterranean night. They drank from the stream when they had to, the cold water doing little to settle the gnawing hunger in their bellies. Hope was a fragile flame, guttering low. Then, Izuku saw it, a change in the air. A faint, almost imperceptible current, carrying a scent that wasn't whetstone and minerals. It was the stale, metallic tang of the city. "Do you feel that?" he whispered, his voice raw from disuse. Hikari, half conscious from pain and exhaustion, stirred. "Feel what?" "Air, moving." He pushed forward with renewed, desperate energy. The stream plunged into a narrow, submerged tunnel. A dead end. But the draft was stronger here, coming from a fissure in the wall above the waterline, a crack just wide enough to squeeze through. "We have to go up." Helping Hikari through was an agonizing process of pushing and pulling, her bitten-off cries of pain echoing in the tight space. Izuku emerged after her, scraping his shoulders raw, into a different kind of darkness. They were in a utility tunnel. Rusted pipes ran along grime-caked walls. Flickering fluorescent tubes, spaced far apart, cast pools of sickly light on the concrete floor. The air was warm, thick with the smell of ozone, damp concrete, and distant sewage. The distant, rhythmic rumble of a subway train vibrated through the floor. They were in the underbelly of Musutafu, the city's circulatory system, hidden from the sun. Izuku helped Hikari to a dry spot against a pipe, her ankle now a swollen, angry purplish mass. She was shivering, shock setting in. He shrugged off his damp jacket and draped it over her. "Where are we?" she mumbled. "Somewhere under the city. Maintenance tunnels. Maybe near a subway line." He looked both ways down the endless, identical corridor. It was a maze with no map. But it was a maze with exits. They were out of the earth. Now they just had to navigate the man-made rock. He needed to get his bearings. He needed to find a way to the surface that wasn't swarming with cleaner agents or police. And he needed to do it before Hikari's condition worsened or they both collapsed from hunger. He chose a direction at random, the one he thought led toward the faint sound of traffic. He half carried, half dragged Hikari, their progress a pathetic, limping shuffle. Every distant footfall, every clang of metal, sent his heart into his throat. They passed a junction, and Izuku saw a stenciled sign on the wall, barely legible under decades of grime. "Access shaft G7 to surface, maintenance only." An exit. He almost sobbed with relief. He changed course, following the occasional faded sign like breadcrumbs. The sounds of the city grew clearer. The muffled roar of engines, the faint blare of a horn. The access shaft was a vertical tunnel with a steel ladder bolted to the wall, disappearing up into darkness. At the top, a heavy circular manhole cover was outlined by thin rings of daylight. "Can you climb?" Izuku asked, looking at Hikari's hands, which were trembling. She stared up the long ladder, a look of pure despair on her face. "I don't think I can grip." He looked from her to the ladder, his mind racing. He could go up, open the cover, scout the area, then come back for her. But leaving her alone, injured, in this tunnel. A new sound cut through his deliberation. Not city noise. Footsteps. Purposeful, echoing footsteps, coming from the tunnel they'd just left. More than one person. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through him. They'd been followed. Or found. He acted. There was a recessed service nook beside the ladder, filled with old, dusty valve wheels. He pushed Hikari into the narrow space, crowding in after her, pulling a tarp of stiff, ancient canvas over them both. It smelled of mildew and oil. They held their breath, pressed together in the dark. The footsteps grew closer, stopped near the base of the ladder. Checking all the surface accesses, a gruff voice said, Boss thinks if they survived the collapse, they might try to come up for air. Kid and a girl. In these tunnels. They'd be lost in 10 minutes, a second, younger voice replied. The kid's clever. The girl's got a nasty quirk. Don't underestimate them. Check the ladder. See if the dust's been disturbed. Izuku's blood ran cold. Through a gap in the canvas, he saw a beam of a powerful flashlight sweep over the ladder's lower rungs. They'd left scuff marks, wet footprints. Looks clean, the younger one said after a moment. Dusty as hell. Nobody's been up this in years. A grunt. All right, next junction. Move out. The footsteps receded. Izuku didn't move, didn't breathe, until the sound had vanished completely. He waited a full minute in the stifling, mildewed dark before slowly pushing the tarp aside. Hikari was crying silently, tears cutting clean tracks through the dirt on her cheeks. The fear had been too much. They're gone, Izuku whispered. But they're checking all the exits. We can't go up this one. It's compromised. Her breath hitched. So we're trapped down here. No. He looked back the way they'd come, then down the other branch of the tunnel. We go deeper. We find another way. A way they won't expect. Deeper. The word was a plea. The subway. Public access. Crowds. We can lose ourselves there. It was a risk. Cameras. People. But it was a different kind of risk than armed men hunting them in the silent dark. He helped her up again. They moved away from the shaft of promised daylight, back into the bowels of the city. The tunnels began to change, the pipes giving way to electrical conduits, the sound of trains growing louder, a constant, grinding thunder. They found a service door marked asterisk, authorized personnel only. The lock was old, simple. Izuku, with the last dregs of his strength, used a piece of scrap metal to jimmy it open. On the other side was a narrow maintenance catwalk, overlooking a bustling subway platform. The smell of sweat, perfume, and stale air washed over them. People hurried to and fro, eyes glued to phones, oblivious to the two filthy, desperate figures clinging to the shadows high above them. It was a glimpse of the normal world, bright and loud and indifferent. It felt like looking into a dream from a nightmare. They couldn't go down there. Not like this. They were too conspicuous. But they could follow the catwalk. It ran the length of the platform and disappeared into another tunnel ahead, presumably following the track to the next station. We walked the line, Izuku said. It was the most dangerous thing they'd done yet. The catwalk was barely a foot wide in places, with a sheer drop to the track bed below. The third rail hummed with lethal voltage. And every few minutes, a train would blast past in a roar of wind and noise, shaking the very girders they clung to. Izuku went first, testing each step, holding Hikari's hand tightly, guiding her along behind him. When a train came, they pressed themselves flat against the grimy wall, the suction trying to pull them into the void. Step by terrifying step, they traversed the length of the station, unseen by the world below. At the far end, the catwalk continued into the dark tunnel. They followed it, the sounds of the station fading behind them, replaced by the eerie, echoing silence of the empty track. After what felt like miles, a dim light appeared ahead, the next station. And beneath the catwalk, Izuku saw another service door, this one with a faded sticker for a ventilation contractor. An alternative exit. He helped Hikari down a wobbly ladder to track level. The door was unlocked. It led into a dusty, closet-sized room filled with cleaning supplies and, mercifully, a sink with running water. They drank until they were sick, then washed the worst of the grime from their faces and hands. In a corner, they found a discarded janitor's jacket, large and nondescript. Izuku put it on over his filthy clothes, the bulk helping to hide Hikari as he supported her. They emerged from a different service entrance onto a side street in a commercial district he didn't recognize. It was late afternoon, the sun a pale, watery gold. They looked like two homeless kids, which wasn't far from the truth. They needed shelter, medical attention for Hikari, and a way to view the data on the micro SD card. Izuku spotted a dingy, pay-by-the-hour internet cafe down the block. It was the kind of place that didn't ask questions, where you could rent a private booth with a computer. It was a risk, but they needed to know what they were carrying. They needed to see the face of the enemy, clear and defined. With the last of his money, Izuku rented a booth for an hour. He sat Hikari in the chair, her ankle propped up. While he inserted the micro SD card into the reader, the directory opened. File after file. white_noise_project_overview.pdf. Subject_log_R7. Biometric_data_compilation. Financial_transactions_shell_companies. Asterisk. He opened the overview. The first page was a corporate logo he didn't recognize. A stylized sound wave being erased. The company name, Audiologics Research and Development. A subsidiary of Detnerat Corporation. Asterisk. Detnerat. A massive, reputable support gear company. The maker of hero costumes, communicators, civilian quirk assistance devices. His stomach turned to lead. This wasn't some back alley operation. This was a branch of a corporate giant. A giant with deep pockets, legal teams, and influence that reached into the very hero agencies he might have thought to go to. The file detailed the project's goal: to develop wide area, quirk nullification, technology for civilian crowd control and villain suppression. But the test logs told the real story. Subjects experiencing neurological damage, quirk burnout, psychological collapse. Ren's logs showed his empathic spikes were being artificially induced, then suppressed, over and over, mapping the limits of his breaking point. It was torture. Sanitized, commercialized torture. Hikari read over his shoulder, her hand clamped over her mouth to stifle a cry. Izuku quickly copied the most damning files onto a public, anonymous cloud storage server, creating a dead man's switch. If anything happened to them, the data would be released to a list of pre-selected news outlets. Then, he erased their local activity and pulled the card. They sat in the grimy booth, the hum of computers around them feeling like the hum of the shed on the ridge. The enemy had a name now. And it was everywhere. What do we do? Hikari whispered, her voice hollow. Izuku looked at the Detnerat logo on the screen before he closed the window. A respectable face on a monstrous act. He knew what they had to do. They had to find the one kind of hero who wouldn't be afraid to take on a corporation. The kind who lived in the dark, who knew that evil often wore a suit and a smile. They had to find Eraserhead. And they had to pray he believed in ghosts. Chapter 12. The Erasure of Hope. The internet cafe was a bubble of false safety, a digital coffin humming with fluorescent light. Outside, the city was an open hunting ground. Hikari's ankle was a ticking clock of pain and vulnerability. They had a name for the enemy, but it was a name that made the walls feel thinner, the shadows deeper. Detnerat, a company that supplied heroes. Their reach was unknowable. Izuku's mind, fueled by desperation and the last dregs of adrenaline, spun through options. Going to the police was a trap. A top hero-like endeavor or best genist. They were brands as much as protectors, tangled in corporate sponsorships. Detnerat might even make the gear. Eraserhead was the only vector. An underground hero with no public image to protect. A reputation for brutal efficiency and a known, singular focus, erasing quirks to level the playing field. A man who would understand the horror of a project called White Noise. But finding him was legendarily difficult. He operated on no public schedule, gave no interviews. His agency, if he even had one, was unlisted. There was, however, a pattern. Izuku pulled out his phone, a cheap, prepaid burner, and navigated to an obscure hero-watching forum he'd bookmarked during his earlier, more innocent research. He searched for Eraserhead sighting. Most were fan theories or obvious fakes. But a few, buried in threads months old, had a common thread. A user with the handle, Underground Lurker, posted sporadic, unverified but oddly specific logs, saw a Eraserhead pursuing a teleporter through the warehouse district off 4th South. 3:17 a.m. Heard a fight near the old overpass. Definitely his binding cloth. Suspect had a hardening quirk. 4:45 a.m. Asterisk. The details were precise. Times, locations, quirk descriptions. It wasn't fan gushing. It was observation. This, Underground Lurker, was a spotter, maybe a fellow underground hero, maybe just a very dedicated insomniac. The most recent post was from 5 nights ago. Active patrol zone shifted. Multiple low-level villain disruptions reported in the Gato Ward Industrial Park. Eraserhead's kind of mess. Likely staking it out. Asterisk. Gato Ward. It was across the city, a maze of small factories and shipping depots. A good place for ghosts and erasure. We're going to Gato Ward, Izuku said, closing the phone. Hikari, pale and sweating, looked at him as if he'd suggested they fly. How? I can't walk. We have no money. They'll be looking for us. We take the tunnels, as far as we can. Then we improvise. The word tasted like ash. Improvisation got people killed, but planning required resources they didn't have. He helped her up, supporting her weight. They left the cafe, two more hunched, anonymous figures in the dying afternoon. He found a subway entrance, not to ride, but to descend back into the utility tunnels. The underworld was their only safe passage. The journey was a slow-motion nightmare. Hikari's pain was a constant, sharp presence. Izuku's own body was a collection of screaming protests. They navigated by the distant rumble of trains and Izuku's internal, fractured map of the city. They stole protein bars from a maintenance locker. They slept fitfully in a disused pump room, taking turns keeping watch, starting at every drip of water. 2 days passed in the dank, eternal twilight. Hikari's ankle, while not broken, was a balloon of purple and green. Infection was a real threat. The need for a real doctor, for safety, was a physical ache. But the data in Izuku's pocket was a heavier weight, a responsibility that crushed all other needs. On the third night, they emerged near Gato Ward. The air here smelled of machine oil and burned metal. The streets were wider, emptier, lined with chain-link fences and corrugated steel buildings. It felt like the bones of the city, stripped of its flesh. They found a vantage point on the roof of a low warehouse overlooking a crossroads where several of the underground lurkers sightings had clustered. It was a perfect patrol choke point, multiple alley exits, good sightlines. Now, they had to wait and hope the lurker's information wasn't 5 days out of date. The cold of the rooftop seeped into their bones. Hikari shivered violently under the janitor's jacket. Izuku watched, his eyes straining in the dark, his ears filtering the night sounds. Distant trucks, a barking dog, the whine of a faulty transformer. Hours bled away. Nothing. Just the empty, sleeping industrial park. Doubt, a cold and familiar companion, whispered in Izuku's ear. This is a fool's errand. You're going to watch Hikari die of exposure on a roof while waiting for a phantom. You should have taken the data and run, sent it to the news, burned it all down from a distance. Asterisk. He pushed the voice down. Burning it down wasn't enough. They needed someone who could act asterisk on it. Someone who could dismantle audiologics, raid the cannery, save Ren and the others. A vigilante's evidence was just data. A pro-hero's evidence was a warrant. Just before dawn, when the sky was at its darkest and the cold its most penetrating, he saw it. A flicker of movement, too fast to be human, snapping between two rooftops across the way. A length of some dark, fibrous material, like a giant's bandage, lashed around a ventilation unit, and a figure in black used it to swing in a wide, silent arc, landing without a sound. A razorhead. Even from this distance, Izuku recognized the slouched, tired posture, the wild, dark hair, the goggles pushed up on his forehead. He moved with an economy of motion that spoke of endless, grinding nights. He was here, the ghost of the heroes. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs. This was the moment. He had to get his attention. But how? Yelling would attract everyone. Approaching him directly, a razorhead was notorious for being abrupt, dangerous. He might just capture them on principle. He needed a demonstration, a reason to be listened to. His eyes scanned the street below. And he saw it, a real, unfolding crime. 3 figures were breaking the lock on a warehouse door across from a razorhead's position. A simple burglary, low level, exactly the kind of thing he was here to stop. It was a risk. It would put them in the open. But it was a controlled burn. Stay here, Izuku whispered to Hikari. No matter what happens. Izuku, don't. He was already moving, sliding down a drainpipe to the alley below. He didn't head for the burglars. He positioned himself between them and the most obvious escape route down a side alley. He was an obstacle, a deliberate, visible one. He picked up a loose piece of pipe from the ground. He wasn't going to fight. He just needed to be seen. One of the burglars, a man with elongated fingers that were currently picking the lock, noticed him. Hey, beat it, kid. This isn't a show. Izuku stood his ground, raising the pipe. The police are on their way. A blatant lie. The burglar laughed, a harsh sound in the quiet. You called them with what? Your mind. He took a step forward, his fingers lengthening further into sharp, bony probes. Last chance. Scram. Izuku's eyes flicked up to the rooftop where Eraserhead had been. He was gone. Had he left? Had he misjudged this completely? The burglar lunged. Izuku brought the pipe up in a clumsy block. The burglar's probe fingers scraped against the metal with a screech. The impact vibrated up Izuku's arms, numbing them. He was thrown back, stumbling, the pipe clattering away. Stupid brat, the burglar growled, advancing. Then, from above, a whisper of cloth. A length of grey binding cloth shot down like a striking serpent, wrapping around the burglar's torso and arms, pinning his grotesque fingers to his sides. He yelped, struggling. Eraserhead dropped from the rooftop, landing in a crouch between Izuku and the other two burglars, who froze in shock. He stood slowly, his hair lifting slightly, though there was no wind. His eyes, glowing a faint, dangerous red in the shadows, fixed on the two remaining criminals. "Don't move," he said, his voice flat, exhausted, and utterly commanding. "Or I'll erase your quirks and let the kid with the pipe have a go." The burglars, their bravado evaporated, raised their hands. It was over in seconds. Efficient, brutal, unspectacular. Hero work in the raw. Eraserhead didn't look at Izuku. He secured the three men with his cloth and pulled out a communicator. Eraserhead to local PD. "I have 3 for pickup at the corner of Gato 7th and Mill. Burglary in progress. Send a wagon." He put the communicator away and finally turned. His red gaze swept over Izuku, taking in the dirty clothes, the bruising still visible on his neck, the empty hands. The gaze lingered for a second, and Izuku felt a strange, hollow sensation, not pain, but an absence, as if a fundamental part of his being had been muted. Eraserhead's quirk, testing him. Finding nothing to erase. "You're either very brave or very stupid," Eraserhead said, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Which is it?" Izuku swallowed, his mouth dry. This was it, the audience with the phantom. "Neither," he said, forcing his voice steady. "I'm informed. I have evidence of a quirk experimentation ring being run by a Detnerat subsidiary. They're torturing people, making them disappear. I need to give it to someone who will act on it, not bury it." Eraserhead's expression didn't change. The tired eyes narrowed just a fraction. "And you picked me. Why?" "Because you operate where the light doesn't reach. And because the project is called White Noise." Izuku met his gaze, the cold flame in his own chest flaring. "They're trying to erase quirks, too. But not like you do." For the first time, a flicker of something, interest, or perhaps just a deeper layer of weariness, crossed Eraserhead's face. He looked from Izuku to the rooftop where Hikari was hidden, as if he'd known she was there all along. "Evidence," he stated. Izuku pulled the micro SD card from his inner pocket, holding it out. It looked pitifully small in his grimy hand. Eraserhead stared at it, then back at Izuku. The distant wail of police sirens began to grow. "You have 5 minutes, he said, his voice a low grumble. "To convince me this isn't a waste of my time. Start talking." Izuku took a deep breath. The ghost had the hero's ear. Now he had to make him listen. Chapter 13. The Unblinking Eye. The sirens were a noose tightening around the block. Eraserhead didn't wait for Izuku to speak. He moved, a blur of black in the predawn gloom. One hand shot out, not at Izuku, but to snag a fire escape ladder, yanking it down with a metallic shriek. "Up, now." It wasn't an invitation. It was an order. Izuku scrambled up the ladder, his body groaning in protest. He glanced back, but Eraserhead was already herding Hikari, who had limped to the roof's edge, down onto the fire escape with surprising, if impersonal, efficiency. He didn't ask about her ankle. He just assessed it with a glance and adjusted his pace. They reached the rooftop as 2 police cruisers skidded to a halt below. Lights painting the warehouse walls in frantic red and blue. Eraserhead didn't look down. He led him across the rooftops with the sure-footed grace of a creature born to the high dark, his binding cloth occasionally lashing out to bridge a gap or steady Hikari's stumbling steps. They descended into a different alley, this one reeking of spoiled produce from a nearby market. A plain, unmarked black sedan was parked there, its engine already running. The driver's door opened, and a woman with severe features and hair tied in a tight bun nodded at Eraserhead. "Took you long enough. The local PD is cranky about you leaving the scene. They have the perps. My job's done." Eraserhead opened the back door. Get in. Izuku helped Hikari into the backseat, then slid in beside her. The interior smelled of stale coffee and gun oil. Eraserhead took the passenger seat. The woman behind the wheel gave the two bedraggled kids in her backseat a long, evaluating look in the rearview mirror, then put the car in gear. Pulling smoothly into the early morning traffic. No one spoke. The tension in the car was a physical weight. Izuku's mind raced. This woman was clearly a colleague. Another underground hero or a police liaison. Trust was a luxury they couldn't afford, but they were in the belly of the beast now. There was no going back. After 15 minutes of silent driving, Hay pulled into the underground garage of a nondescript office building. They took a private elevator up to a sparse, utilitarian floor. The sign on the door read asterisk, Musutafu Municipal Energy, Sub-Level Maintenance. A perfect cover. The room inside was a command center for the unseen. Maps covered one wall, dotted with pins and scrawled notes. Several high-end computers hummed on desks. A coffee machine gurgled in the corner, next to a pile of empty instant noodle cups. It was the opposite of a glittering hero agency. It was a bunker. Eraserhead slumped into a rolling chair, rubbing his eyes. Tsukauchi. These are the informed civilians. They have a story and evidence. He nodded at Izuku. Talk. The woman, Tsukauchi, leaned against a desk, her arms crossed. Her gaze was sharp, penetrating. Start from the beginning. Leave nothing out. So, Izuku talked. He started with the kettle, the disappearances, the pattern. He described the cannery, the van, the professional thugs. He told them about Hikari and Ren. About the ridge, the shed, the technician's conversation. He explained the data on the micro SD card, the audiologics project, the Detnerat connection, the human test subjects labeled by numbers. He was clinical, precise, delivering facts like a debriefing. He didn't mention his vigilante activities at the flower shop or with Echo. He presented himself and Hikari as victims who had stumbled into this and fought to survive. Hikari remained silent, huddled in her chair, clutching her injured ankle, her eyes fixed on the floor. Her presence was its own testament. When he finished, the room was silent except for the hum of the servers. Eraserhead's expression was unreadable behind his capture weapon. Tsukauchi's face was grim. Let's see the evidence, Tsukauchi said. Izuku handed over the micro SD card. Tsukauchi plugged it into a secure, air-gapped computer. Files populated the screen. She opened the project overview, the subject logs, the financials. Her eyes scanned the text. Her lips pressed into a thinner and thinner line. Eraserhead stood and looked over her shoulder. Izuku saw the hero's jaw tighten as he read the description of the Dampenny NG field, and saw the biometric charts of subject R7's suffering. This is, Tsukauchi trailed off, a rare loss for words for what was clearly a woman who dealt in them professionally. An atrocity, Eraserhead finished, his voice low and dangerous. And a massive conspiracy. Detnerat has contracts with half the hero agencies in the country, which is why going through normal channels is impossible, Izuku said quietly. They'd bury it, or we would disappear before we could testify. Tsukauchi turned her chair to face them fully. You took a significant risk coming to us. Why should we believe you're not fabricating this? That you're not pawns in some rival corporation's game? Izuku met her gaze. He had expected this. Check the seismic activity logs for the ridge 2 nights ago. A landslide. That was us escaping. Check the unsolved missing persons reports from the Kettle district for the last 2 months. The vendor, the residents, the others. Cross-reference them with the subject codes in those logs. The police have them filed as runaways or unrelated incidents. They're not. He paused, then delivered the final piece. And there's a wounded underground hero. Codename, Echo. He was attacked by a crystalline quirk user near the Blue Moon Club in Kiashi Ward about 3 weeks ago. I found him. I called it in. The attacker was likely cleaner muscle, removing a hero who got too close to their cannery operation. Check the medical records. See if his injuries match a crystalline projectile. See if he remembers a kid giving his location to dispatch. The room went utterly still. Tsukauchi and Eraserhead exchanged a long look. Echo's injury was not public knowledge. The details were classified. Tsukauchi picked up a phone, dialed a number, and turned away, speaking in low tones. After a minute, she hung up and looked at Eraserhead, giving a single, grave nod. Echo confirms it, she said. A civilian teenager administered first aid and gave a precise location. He's been wondering who it was. Her eyes settled on Izuku, the suspicion now mixed with a dawning, incredulous respect. That was you. Izuku said nothing. The confirmation was enough. Eraserhead let out a long, tired breath. He walked to the map wall, staring at the pins marking known villain activity. His shoulders seemed to carry the weight of the entire, rotten city. Audiologics. The cannery. The ridge transmitter. He spoke to the map. 3 locations. A research wing, a holding facility, and a broadcast station. A full pipeline. He turned back, his red eyes glowing faintly in the dim room. We have to hit all 3. Simultaneously. If we tip our hand at one, the others will scrub the evidence. Tsukauchi was already typing furiously. I'll need warrants. A full tactical team. This goes far above my pay grade. Aizawa, we'll need the HPSC's blessing, and they move slow. We don't have time for slow. Eraserhead, Aizawa snapped. Every hour we wait, they're torturing that boy and who knows how many others. They know they've been breached. They'll be accelerating their timeline or destroying evidence. If we move without authorization, it's our careers. Maybe our freedom. Some things are more important than careers. Aizawa's voice was final. He looked at Izuku and Hikari. You two, you're material witnesses. You'll be placed in protective custody. You'll give full statements. Protective custody. A cell by another name. Izuku saw the flicker of panic in Hikari's eyes. They would be locked away, out of the fight, while Ren's fate was decided by bureaucracies and red tape. No, Izuku said. The word hung in the air. Both adults turned to look at him. Excuse me, Tsukauchi said, her voice frosty. We're not going into a box. Izuku stood, his legs shaky but his voice firm. You need guides. You need people who've been inside. The cannery's layout has changed since the breach. The ridge shed has a blind spot at the door. The patrol schedules, the shift changes, I have them mapped. Hikari knows the sound of the machines, the feeling of the frequency they're using. We're assets. Your children, Aizawa stated flatly. We're the only ones who have seen the monster's face. Izuku shot back, a heat entering his voice for the first time. You have the data, but we have the instinct. Lock us away, and you lose that. You'll be going in blind. Against an enemy that specializes in making people vanish. He looked directly at Aizawa. You erase quirks to make fights fair. This is no different. Use us. Erase your disadvantage. The silence that followed was charged. Tsukauchi looked like she wanted to argue, but she was watching Aizawa. The underground hero stared at Izuku, his gaze boring into him, seeing past the dirt and bruises to the core of steel desperation beneath. He saw a ghost who refused to be ignored. Finally, Aizawa's lips twisted into something that wasn't a smile. It was the grimace of a man accepting a necessary evil. Tsukauchi, he said, not breaking eye contact with Izuku. Draw up the raid plans. We move at 0300 tomorrow. Maximum stealth, maximum force. Coordinate with any underground assets you trust absolutely. He paused. And add 2 civilian consultants to the operational roster. Designations. Ghost and Resonance. They have field knowledge. They stay in the command vehicle. They do not, under any circumstances, enter the hot zones. Is that clear? It was a monumental concession. A risk that could end him. Izuku nodded, a sharp jerk of his head. Clear. Hikari looked from Izuku to the hero. A fragile hope blooming in her eyes for the first time since the gully. You'll get my brother out. Aizawa's gaze softened, just a fraction. That's the mission. He turned back to the maps, his posture shifting from weary to lethally focused. The teacher was gone. The erasure hero was in command. Let's get to work, he said, and the room snapped into motion. The ghost had been seen. Now, he had to help lead the hunt. Chapter 14. The calm before. The safe house was a small, anonymous apartment 2 floors above the command center. It smelled of lemon cleaning product and old carpet. To Hikari, it felt like a palace. A real bathroom with hot water. A kitchenette with actual food. A couch that wasn't damp stone. A medic, a quiet woman with a gentle touch and a cellular regeneration quirk, had been summoned. She'd laid hands on Hikari's ankle, her fingers glowing a soft green. The swelling had receded like a tide, the bruising fading to a faint yellow memory. The relief was so Profound, it brought fresh tears to Hikari's eyes. She'd been carried by pain for so long, its sudden absence left her unsteady. Izuku had submitted to a checkup with far more reluctance. The medic looked over the fading bruises on his neck, the scrapes and strains. She offered to heal them. He refused, pointing to a shallow cut on his arm. Just this. The rest, I need to feel them. The bruises were a ledger, a physical record of the cost. Erasing them felt like cheating. The medic had looked at Tsukauchi, who gave a curt nod. She healed the cut, leaving only a faint pink line, and left them with clean clothes, antiseptic, and bandages for the rest. Now, clean and dressed in grey sweatpants and t-shirts that were too big for them, they sat at a small table in the main room. Spread before them were blueprints, satellite photographs, and Izuku's own hand-drawn maps, annotated in his tight, precise script. Across from them sat Eraserhead and Tsukauchi. The atmosphere was no longer that of interrogators and witnesses, but of a grim war council. The raid is set for 0300, Tsukauchi began, tapping a map of the industrial waterfront. 3 simultaneous strikes. Team Alpha, led by Eraserhead, hits the cannery. Team Bravo, led by underground hero Muz Joke, hits the Ridge transmitter. Team Charlie, a mixed tactical unit, hits the Audiologics corporate lab downtown. Muz Joke, Hikari whispered, confused. The name sounded absurd in the context of their nightmare. Her public persona is comedic, Izuku said, his voice a dry monotone. Her methodology is not. She's effective, and she understands the need for discretion. He pointed a long finger at the cannery blueprint. Midoriya, walk us through the current layout. Your notes indicate changes. Izuku leaned forward, his finger tracing the outer fence. After our breach, they welded the gaps here and here. They added 2 more guards on the perimeter, here and here, both with emitter-type quirks. One projects concussive sound blasts. The other can create temporary zones of slippery ground. The main entrance is still the side door, but they've added a secondary biometric scan, retinal. The 0400 shift change and shipment arrival is your best window. The guards are bored, focused on the van. He moved his finger inside. The main floor is a holding area. Cells, I think, reinforced. Below is where they process new acquisitions. Medical bays. The van goes into a loading bay on the south side. That's where you'll find the current subjects. Estimated hostiles, Tsukauchi asked, taking notes. At the cannery, at least 12 guards, 2 shifts. Possibly more inside. The cleaner operatives themselves, like the ones we encountered, are more dangerous. Professional, at least 4 of that caliber. Izuku grunted. We'll bring enough force to overwhelm. Non-lethal takedowns are priority, but authorized for escalation if met with lethal resistance. He looked at Hikari. The Ridge facility. You were inside. Describe the interior. Hikari flinched, the memory of the humming shed and her brother's waveform flashing behind her eyes. Izuku placed a hand on the table near hers, not touching, but a steady presence. She took a shaky breath. It's one big room, machines along the walls, humming. A big thing in the middle, with wires going up. Computers. One screen had RENs, his brain waves, or something. Jagged. The technician said they were calibrating, and that the primary was fragile. Her voice hitched on the last word. The machine is the broadcast emitter, Izuku added. It's using the old radio tower to project the dampening field. Destroying it might be necessary, but it could also harm the subjects if they're linked to it. Understood, Tsukauchi said. Team Bravo's objective is to secure the facility, capture all personnel, and download the central server before any destruct protocols are initiated. Muz Joke will have an electronics specialist. They drilled for hours. Contingencies, escape routes, communication protocols. Izuku and Hikari were to be in the mobile command vehicle with Tsukauchi, a fortified van parked at a midpoint between the 3 targets. They LD have live feeds from bodycams and drones, and would act as real-time consultants. You see or hear anything we miss, you speak up immediately, Izuku ordered. No hesitation. Your knowledge ends the second the first door is breached. After that, you are observers. Is that clear? They both nodded. As the meeting wound down, the sky outside the apartment's small window deepening to twilight, Tsukauchi stood. Get some sleep. Both of you. You'll need it. She and Izuku left, the door locking with a solid click behind them. Silence settled in the safe house. The reality of what was coming, a full-scale, coordinated raid on a powerful enemy, landed on them with the weight of a mountain. Hikari hugged her knees to her chest on the couch. They're really going to do it. They're really going in. Yes, Izuku said, staring at the maps still spread on the table. The lines and symbols felt alien now, divorced from the fear and the smell of mud and blood they represented. What if we're wrong? What if the data isn't enough? What if they move them before the raid? Then we follow the next lead. We don't stop. He said it with a conviction he felt bone deep. This was no longer just about Ren, or the kettle, or proving a point. It was about a line that had been crossed. A line that demanded a response. He looked at Hikari. You should rest. Your quirk, you might need it tomorrow. It was a thin possibility. They were supposed to stay in the van, but he saw the need for purpose in her eyes. She nodded, uncurling herself. You should too. He didn't answer. Rima in at the table long after she'd retreated to the small bedroom, the door left slightly ajar. He studied the maps until the streetlights outside came on, painting the room in long, geometric shadows. Sleep felt like a surrender to the unknown. His mind kept running scenarios, each more catastrophic than the last. A trap at the cannery. A self-destruct at the ridge. Detnerat. Lawyers waiting at the audiologic's lab with a sheaf of injunctions. He thought of his mother. She would be worried sick. He hadn't contacted her in days. He was a ghost to her, too. The guilt was a sharp, familiar ache, but it was overshadowed by the larger guilt of walking away now. Sometime near midnight, the apartment door opened silently. Izuku slipped in, 2 paper cups of vending machine coffee in hand. He placed one in front of Izuku and slumped into the chair opposite. Can't sleep either, the hero stated, not a question. He took a sip of his coffee, his face illuminated by the cool blue light of the laptop screen on the table. There's too many variables, Izuku said quietly. There always are. Izuku's red eyes studied him over the rim of the cup. You plan for the 80%. The other 20, you adapt. That's what separates a living hero from a dead one. I'm not a hero. No, you're something else. Izuku set his cup down. A problem. For them, the system isn't built for people like you. People who see the cracks and decide to fill them themselves. It's inconvenient. Dangerous. Is that why you're helping? Because we're inconvenient. Izuku almost smiled. It was a tired, worn-out thing. I'm helping because what they're doing is evil. And because you were right. You erased my disadvantage. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. But understand this, Midoriya. After tonight, win or lose, your life as you knew it is over. You've stepped onto a board with very powerful players. They won't forget your face. The words were not a threat. They were a fact, delivered with the gravity of a tombstone. I know, Izuku said. The ghost had known that from the moment he threw the brick at the van. What will you do after? Izuku asked, a note of genuine curiosity in his exhaustion. Izuku looked at the maps, at the 3 targets circled in red. He thought of the cold flame that had kept him moving through the rain, the dark, the gully. There will be another crack, he said simply. Another ghost that needs to be seen. Izuku held his gaze for a long moment, then gave a slow, approving nod. He finished his coffee and stood. Try to sleep, problem child. Dawn comes early for hunters. He left as silently as he came. Izuku finally moved to the couch, lying down in the dark. He didn't sleep. He watched the patterns of light from passing cars slide across the ceiling. A silent countdown to 0. In the other room, Hikari dreamed of her brother's smile, not his screams. Outside, the city slept, unaware that in its darkest corners, a reckoning was being sharpened, ready to strike. Chapter 15. 0 Hour. The mobile command vehicle was a tomb on wheels. It was a repurposed armored cash transport, its interior stripped and filled with banks of monitors, communication arrays, and a powerful server that hummed like a beehive. The air was cold, recycled, smelling of ozone and stale coffee. Tsukauchi sat in the commander's chair, a headset over her ear. Her fingers flying across a keyboard. 2 tactical officers manned other stations, their faces bathed in the eerie green glow of night vision feeds. Izuku and Hikari were strapped into jump seats bolted to the wall, facing a wall of screens. One cluster showed the silent, moonlit street outside the audiologic's lab. a sleek, modern building in the financial district. Another showed the dense woods around the ridge, the skeletal radio tower a black cutout against the starry sky. The third, and largest cluster, was trained on the cannery. It looked exactly as Izuku remembered, the sagging fence, the flickering light. The silent, ominous bulk of the main building. A digital countdown glowed in the corner of each screen. 0 hours 3 minutes and 17 seconds. All teams, sound off. Tsukauchi's voice was calm. A steady rock in the tense silence. Alpha, Alpha, in position. No movement on perimeter. Ready. Eraserhead's voice crackled through the speakers, stripped of all inflection. Bravo, Bravo, locked and loaded. Let's go knock on a creepy door. Muzz. Joke's voice was a jarring burst of manic energy that made Hikari jump. Charlie, Charlie, ready. Building is dark. Security is minimal at this hour. Standing by. A cool, professional female voice. The tactical team leader. On my mark. Synchronize watches. Mark. T-120 seconds. The final countdown began. Izuku's palms were slick with sweat. He wiped them on his borrowed tactical pants. He'd been given a comms earpiece, a simple receiver-only channel. Hikari had one too. They were listeners in the dark. On the cannery feed, Izuku saw shadows detach from the surrounding buildings. Alpha team, clad in black, moving with a fluid, lethal grace. Eraserhead led, his capture cloth coiled around his shoulders like a living thing. He paused at the welded section of fence Izuku had indicated. Another figure, a hero with metal manipulation quirk, stepped forward. He placed his hands on the weld seams. The metal glowed cherry red, then white, and flowed apart like butter, opening a silent, gaping hole. 0 hours 0 minutes and 30 seconds. They're in, Izuku whispered, his eyes glued to the screen. The team slipped through the fence, vanishing into the deeper shadows near the buildings. The external cameras Izuku had mapped were being looped by a tech hero on Alpha team. The guards at their posts saw only empty, static footage. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. All teams, execute, execute, execute. Tsukauchi's command was sharp. Chaos erupted in perfect, coordinated silence. On the audiologic's screen, the front doors blew inward with a muffled whomp of shaped charges. Black-clad figures flooded the lobby. Police, raid, on the ground, on the ridge feed, Muzz. Joke's team simply appeared from the woods, having scaled the cliff face. A hero with a vibration quirk touched the shed's door. The heavy steel didn't blow. It disintegrated into a cloud of fine metallic dust. They poured inside, but Izuku's world was the cannery feed. Alpha team split into two. One group, led by a hero with a camouflage quirk, ghosted toward the loading bay. The other, Eraserhead at its head, approached the side door. A guard stepped out for a smoke break, right on schedule. He never saw the capture cloth that snaked out, wrapped around his mouth, and yanked him into the darkness. Eraserhead moved to the door. The retinal scanner glowed. A small device was slapped over it. A few seconds later, a green light. The door hissed open. They were in. The interior cameras were a problem. The team moved fast, a blur through grainy, green-tinted footage. Izuku leaned forward, his heart in his throat. Left corridor, 20 feet, then right, he muttered into his mic, knowing Eraserhead could hear him on a private channel. The holding cells are down that right passage. Heavy door, keypad lock. On screen, Eraserhead acknowledged with a sharp hand signal. The team flowed left, then right. They encountered the first interior guard at the junction. The man turned, his mouth opening to shout. Eraserhead's hair lifted, his eyes flashed red. The guard's quirk, some form of energy gathering in his palms, fizzled out. A fist to the temple dropped him silently. They reached the heavy door. The metal manipulator again. The keypad sparked and died. The door's locking mechanism groaned, then clicked open. The feed from Eraserhead's bodycam showed the inside. Rows of cells. Not cages, but clear, reinforced polymer tubes, like vertical sarcophagi. Inside each, a person floated in a faintly glowing, viscous fluid, tubes connected to their mouths and limbs. Their faces were peaceful, horrifically so, like they were sleeping. Subject R7, Subject K2, Subject T5. Hikari let out a choked gasp, her hand flying to her mouth. Ren, he's there, Izuku said, his voice tight. Third from the left. The number matched the log. Medical team to Alpha's position, now, Tsukauchi barked into her mic. Extract and stabilize all subjects. But the calm was shattering. An alarm, deep and blaring, suddenly erupted through the command vehicle's speakers. Not from the cannery, from the ridge feed. Bravo, report, Tsukauchi snapped. Muz, Joke's voice, strained, came through. We've got a problem. The central machine, it's booby-trapped. Some kind of neural feedback loop. If we shut it down incorrectly, it fries the subject's brains. We need the shutdown sequence. On the ridge feed, the interior was chaos. Technicians in jumpsuits were being subdued, but the central machine was pulsating with a dangerous, angry red light. Warning glyphs flashed across its main console. The technician, Izuku said suddenly, his mind racing. The one I saw outside. He said, test cycle 7 is complete. He mentioned calibrations. The sequence might be log D on his personal tablet or keyed to his biometrics. Find that technician. Tsukauchi ordered Bravo team. On the cannery feed, the loading bay team had engaged. The van was there, being unloaded. A new subject, a young woman, was being wheeled out on a gurney. The cleaner operatives, men with the professional bearing Izuku remembered, fought back. Quirks flashed. A concussive blast rocked the camera. A hero went down. Eraserhead's team, having secured the holding area, moved to support. His capture cloth flashed out, disarming a man with blade-like fingers. His red gaze swept the room, erasing Quirks left and right, turning a chaotic superpowered brawl into a brutal, hand-to-hand melee where his team's superior training dominated. It was working. It was all working. But the ridge got him. Muz, Joke's voice. We have the technician. Get the sequence. Tsukauchi demanded. A pause. Then, the technician's terrified, whimpering voice over the comms. It's a 6-digit code, changed daily. Today's is, it's 780431. You have to enter it on the central console within 10 seconds of initiating shutdown, or the feedback surge triggers. Do it, Tsukauchi ordered. On the screen, Muz. Joke lunged for the console. Her fingers flew over the keypad. 780431. The angry red pulsing of the machine stuttered. The deep, subaudible hum winding down like a dying engine. The red light faded to a neutral blue. Machine is safe. Repeat, machine is safe. A collective, held breath released in the command vehicle. On the cannery feed, the last cleaner operative was being pinned by 3 heroes. The loading bay was secure. The medical teams were swarming the holding area, carefully extracting the floating subjects from their tubes. All targets secured. Eraserhead's voice came through. Calm amidst the aftermath. Cannery is ours. Multiple subjects recovered, alive. Processing for evidence. Audiologic's lab secure, the cool female voice reported. Servers are being imaged. Multiple arrests. Significant physical evidence recovered. Ridge facility secure, Muz. Joke said, her usual humor gone, replaced by grim satisfaction. Broadcast emitter disabled. All personnel in custody. Tsukauchi leaned back in her chair, letting out a long, slow breath. She looked at Izuku and Hikari, a faint, hard-won smile touching her lips. It's done. Hikari was crying, lent tears of relief streaming down her face. Ren, is he? Tsukauchi listened to her earpiece. Medical reports subject R7 is stable. Vital signs are strong. He's being transported to a secure hospital now. He's going to be okay, Hikari. Quote, the girl broke down completely, sobbing into her hands. Izuku put a hand on her shoulder, his own eyes burning. They had done it. They had actually done it. He looked at the screens. The cannery, now swarming with police and heroes. The ridge, its terrible hum silenced. The sleek lab, its secrets laid bare. The ghost had led the heroes to the monster's lair. And the monster was in chains. But as the adrenaline faded, Aizawa's warning from the night before echoed in his mind. Your life as you knew it is over. Asterisk. He watched as Eraserhead, on screen, stood amidst the rescued subjects. His face unreadable in the poor light. The hero looked up, as if he could see through the camera, through the miles, right into the command vehicle. Right at Izuku. It wasn't a look of thanks. It was a look of acknowledgement. Of a debt paid, and a new, more dangerous game begun. The raid was over. The war, Izuku knew, was just entering a new phase. Chapter 16. Aftermath and Awakening. The secure hospital wasn't like any hospital Izuku had ever seen. It was quiet, the halls wide and softly lit, the air smelling of antiseptic and silence. The windows were reinforced, one-way glass. The staff moved with a quiet, efficient purpose, their ID badges bearing not hospital logos, but the discreet emblem of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Hikari was a silent comet burning down the corridor, her healed ankle carrying her with a desperate speed. A nurse tried to gently slow her, but Tsukauchi, walking behind them, gave a small shake of her head. The nurse stepped aside. Room 407. The door was open. Inside, under the gentle glow of a monitoring lamp, lay Ren Shinobu. He looked small in the white bed, swallowed by wires and tubes that tracked his vitals and fed him fluids. His skin was pale, almost translucent, his dark blue hair, the same shade as Hikari's, fanned out on the pillow. But he was breathing on his own. His chest rose and fell in a steady, calm rhythm. Hikari stopped at the foot of the bed, her hand flying to her mouth. All the frantic energy drained out of her, replaced by a trembling, profound stillness. She took a slow, shuddering step forward, then another, until she could reach out and touch his hand, her fingers wrapping gently around his. Ren, her voice was a feather, a prayer. For a long moment, nothing. Then, his eyelids fluttered. Slowly, they opened. His eyes were a cloudy, unfocused blue, moving without seeing. They wandered the ceiling before settling, by some miracle, on his sister's face. A faint, confused frown touched his lips. Hikari. The word was slurred, weak, the voice of someone waking from a century of sleep. The static, it's quiet. A sob tore from Hikari's throat. She bent over, assessing her forehead to their joined hands, her shoulders shaking. It's gone, Ren. It's gone. You're safe. Izuku stood in the doorway, a spectator to a private universe being rebuilt. He felt like an intruder. This joy, this reunion, was theirs. It was the reason he'd thrown the brick, followed the stream, broken into the shed. Seeing it now, real and fragile and breathing, was a reward so immense it felt unearned. Tsukauchi placed a hand on his shoulder. Come, let them have this. We have debriefing. He led Izuku to a small, sterile conference room down the hall. A Razorhead was already there, slouched in a chair, a steaming cup of coffee in front of him. He looked even more exhausted than usual, the lines on his face etched deeper by the greenish light of a data tablet he was scrolling through. Sit, he said without looking up. Izuku sat. Tsukauchi took the seat at the head of the table. The operation was a success by any metric, Tsukauchi began, folding her hands on the table. 23 subjects recovered alive from the cannery and the audiologics lab. All are in various states of physical and psychological distress, but they're alive. The Ridge broadcast data is a treasure trove. It details the exact frequencies they were using to suppress and map quirks. The financial trails from the servers are already leading us to shell companies and high-level Detnerat executives. Arrests are being made as we speak. The media blackout is holding, for now, but this will blow the lid off the support gear industry. She looked at Izuku. You and Hikari are the heroes of this story. Unofficially, of course. What happens now? Izuku asked, his voice quiet. To us. To Detnerat. To Detnerat. Aizawa finally looked up, his red eyes weary but sharp. A scandal. Fines. Maybe some executives go to prison if the evidence is strong enough. The company will rebrand, restructure, survive. The world runs on support gear. It won't let a supplier that big fall completely. It was a cynical, pragmatic answer. Izuku felt a flicker of the old anger. So they get to walk away. After what they did? No, Tsukauchi said firmly. They don't walk away. The white noise project is dead. The people responsible will be punished. The public trust in Detnerat is shattered. That's a victory. In our world, it's often the only kind we get. She paused. As for you two, the HPSC is very interested. Witness protection is the standard offer. New names, new lives, far from here. You'd be safe. A gilded cage. A different kind of disappearance. And if we refuse? Izuku asked. Aizawa and Tsukauchi exchanged a glance. Refusal is complicated, Tsukauchi said carefully. You're minors. You've been involved in multiple vigilante actions, however justified. The HPSC could press charges to ensure your silence. or place you under protective custody indefinitely for your own safety. Or, Aizawa interjected, his voice a low rumble, there's a third option. He slid the data tablet across the table to Izuku. On the screen was a document, a transfer of guardianship application, and beneath it, a provisional license exam waiver, stamped with UA High School's emblem. Izuku's breath caught. He stared at the documents, the words swimming. What is this? The principal of UA, Nezu, has been apprised of the situation, Aizawa said, taking a sip of his coffee. He's intrigued by the operation, and by the two civilian consultants who made it possible. Hikari Shinobu's quirk, once she gains control, has legitimate heroic potential. And you, he fixed Izuku with that unblinking stare. You have a mind, a dangerous, tactical, problem-solving mind that operated without a quirk and brought down a corporate conspiracy. Nezu sees potential in that. A unique kind of potential. UA, Izuku repeated, the word feeling alien on his tongue. The dream he'd mourned, the letter he never received, now offered on a tablet stained with coffee rings. It's not a gift, Aizawa warned, his tone hardening. It's a proposal, a probationary one. You would enter the hero course under my direct supervision. Your past activities would be sealed. You would learn control, law, ethics. You would use that mind of yours within the system. It would be hard. You'd be behind in physical training. You'd be an outlier, and you'd be watched every second. Izuku's mind reeled. UA, the ultimate symbol of the system that had rejected him. Now it was offering a backdoor, not because he had a quirk, but because he'd become a ghost. The irony was so thick he could taste it. And Hikari, she would be offered the same. Her brother will need long-term, specialized care. UA can provide that, and a stable environment for her to train her quirk. It's the safest place for both of them. It was a lifeline, a chance at the dream, not as he'd imagined it, but forged in the fires of the world's worst truths. It was also a leash, a way for the system to co-opt him, to turn the ghost into a well-trained hound. He looked from Aizawa's tired, honest face to Tsukauchi's expectant one. These were not corrupt men. They were pragmatists trying to do good in a broken world. They were offering him a path to do more good, from the inside. But the ghost whispered, the cracks will always be there. Who will watch them if you're wearing a uniform? Asterisk. I need to think, Izuku said, pushing the tablet back. And I need to talk to Hikari. Aizawa nodded, as if he'd expected nothing less. You have 24 hours. Then the HPSC's offer becomes the only one on the table. Izuku left the conference room. His thoughts a hurricane. He walked back toward Ren's room, but didn't enter. He stood in the quiet hall, watching through the open door. Hikari was sitting by the bed now, holding her brother's hand. Talking to him in a soft, steady stream. Ren's eyes were closed again, but a small, peaceful smile touched his lips. This was what he'd fought for. This moment. Could he protect more moments like this from within UA? Or would the uniform blind him to the shadows where such horrors were born? He didn't know. The path ahead forked in ways he'd never conceived. The ghost had been offered a name, a face, a place in the sun. He had to decide if sunlight was what he needed, or if his work was destined, forever, for the dark. Chapter 17. The Fork in the Road. The hospital's rooftop garden was a curated illusion of peace. Neat rows of trimmed hedges, geometric flower beds, benches of smooth, grey stone. The high, transparent barrier keeping Patien. TS from the edge also distorted the city below, making it look like a shimmering, abstract painting. Izuku stood at the railing, the wind tugging at his borrowed clothes, trying to reconcile the story. Le calm up here with the visceral memory of mud, blood, and humming machinery. The door to the roof hissed open. Hikari stepped out, her movements still carrying a hint of the limping caution from her injury. She joined him at the rail, staring out at the distorted cityscape. Ren's asleep again, she said after a long silence. The doctors say his brain activity is normalizing. The empathic noise is gone. He just feels tired, empty, but in a good way. She wrapped her arms around herself. They want to put me in witness protection. Or send me to UA. I know, Izuku said. They gave me the same choice. What are you going to do? The question he'd been wrestling with for hours. He turned to look at her. Her face was pale but clear, the shadows of terror replaced by the sharper More manageable lines of anxiety and hope. She had her brother back. Her world had a center again. I don't know, he admitted. UA, it was everything I ever wanted. Before. Now, it feels like a trade. My freedom for their stamp of approval. But you could do so much good there, she said, her voice gaining strength. You could learn. You could be a hero, a real one, with backup and resources. You wouldn't have to almost die in a hole in the ground. And you? He asked. What do you want? She was quiet for a moment, watching a bird land on the railing, preen its feathers, and fly away. I want Ren to be safe. I want to learn to control this thing inside me so I never hurt anyone by accident again. I want to make sure nothing like this ever happens to anyone else. She looked at him, her eyes fierce. You can give me that. The training, the safety for Ren. It's a path, a clear one. It was. For her, it was a lifeline to a normal life, or as normal as a life with a powerful quirk could be. For Izuku, it was more complicated. The ghost wasn't just a means to an end. It had become his identity. Surrendering it felt like a betrayal of the boy on the rainy rooftop. Of the cold flame that had kept him moving. If you go, Hikari said softly, I'll go too. I owe you that. We're a team. She gave a small, shaky smile. Ghost and Resonance. The names sounded childish up here, in the clean sunlight. But they held the weight of everything they'd survived. And if I don't go? He asked, testing the idea aloud. Her smile faded. Then, I think I still go. For Ren, but I'd understand. This fight, it started for me when they took my brother. It's over for me now, in a way. But for you, she searched his face. I don't think yours is over. I don't think it ever started with just one thing. She was right. His fight had started long before the kettle, before the rain. It had started with a doctor's diagnosis, with a lifetime of being told he was nothing. Ghost was his answer to that nothingness. Could he put that answer down just because he'd been offered a different title? The door opened again. This time, it was Izuku. He leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed, looking like he hadn't slept in a week. Time's up. The HPSC representative is here. They want an answer. Izuku took a last look at the city, then at Hikari's hopeful, anxious face. He thought of the map in his room, the black notebook, the silent pathways over the rooftops. He thought of the weight of the micro SD card in his pocket, now empty, its truth unleashed. He had fought the darkness from outside the system and won a battle. But the war was bigger than one corporation. The cracks were everywhere. Could he fight them better from within, with authority and knowledge? Or would the system slowly sand down his edges until he could no longer see the cracks at all? A memory surfaced, not of pain or fear, but of quiet observation. Sitting in the command vehicle, watching a Razorhead move. The hero hadn't fought with flashy power. He'd used analysis, timing, and an erasure quirk that leveled the field. He worked within the system, but on its darkest edges, bending rules without breaking them. He was a ghost in a hero's license. Maybe there was a third path. Not the ghost, not the shiny hero student. Something in between. A problem solver. A hunter in the gray. He turned to Izuku. If I come to UA, he said, his voice firming with each word, I'm not starting in the regular hero course. I need foundational training. Combat, fitness, law. But I also need to keep my eyes open. I won't be a poster boy. I want to learn how you do it. How to operate in the places the light doesn't reach, but with the law at my back. Izuku's eyebrows lifted a fraction. It was the closest Izuku had ever seen him come to looking surprised. That's not how UA works. The curriculum is set. Then make an exception, Izuku said, the ghost's defiance flickering in his eyes. You said Nezu was intrigued. Let him be intrigued by this. A special studies track, supervised by you. I catch up on the basics, but I also assist on underground cases. Analysis, tactics. I learn the reality, not just the theory. It was an audacious demand. Probably impossible. Izuku studied him for a long, silent minute. The wind whistled over the rooftop barrier. Finally, a slow, weary smirk touched the hero's lips. You don't ask for much, do you, problem child? He pushed off the doorframe. I'll talk to Nezu. No promises. But if by some miracle he agrees, your life becomes a living hell. My training won't be gentle. You'll wish you were back in that gully. A spark of the cold flame ignited in Izuku's chest. A challenge. A purpose. I understand. Aizawa gave a curt nod. Then pack your metaphorical bags. You and Shinobu are coming with me. The HPSC can wait. He looked at Hikari. That is, if you're still in. Hikari looked from Aizawa to Izuku, a new resolve settling on her features. She nodded. I'm in. Good. Aizawa turned to leave, then paused. One more thing, Midoriya. At UA, you'll need a hero name for training exercises. Ghost is taken by me in certain circles. You'll have to pick another. He disappeared inside, leaving them on the roof. Izuku looked at Hikari. A new path, narrow and steep, but their own. They were trading the Fr. Edom of the shadows for the tools to protect them. What will you call yourself? Hikari asked. At UA, Izuku gazed out at the city, no longer a painting but a living, breathing entity full of light and shadow, heroes and ghosts. He thought of the boy who analyzed everything, who saw the weaknesses, the patterns, the unseen. I don't know yet, he said. But it won't be Deku. The sun was high overhead, casting short, stark shadows. The ghost was stepping into the light, not to disappear, but to see more clearly. The hunt was changing shape, but it was far from over. Chapter 18. The Gates of Another World. UA. High school looked less like a school and more like a fortress dreaming of being a cathedral. Its towering H-shaped main building gleamed in the late afternoon sun, a monument to order, power, and a future Izuku had once believed was permanently closed to him. Standing before its massive main gate, flanked by Aizawa and with Hikari a nervous presence at his side, he felt a surreal disconnect. The last time he'd approached these gates, his heart had been a frantic bird trapped in his ribs, full of desperate hope. Now, it was a steady, wary drum. They weren't entering through the front. Aizawa led him around the perimeter wall to a smaller, heavily reinforced service entrance. A retinal scanner buzzed, the door slid open with a hydraulic hiss, and they were inside the beast's belly. The corridors here were utilitarian, concrete and steel, a stark contrast to the glossy images of the main campus. The air hummed with distant, powerful machinery, the support department's labs. Aizawa explained without looking back. They passed a few students in gym uniforms, who gave Aizawa wide-eyed, respectful nods and curious, fleeting glances at the two bedraggled newcomers. They arrived at an office door marked simply, Principal. Aizawa didn't knock. He pushed it open. The office was spacious, elegant in a cold, intellectual way. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, a large, polished wood desk, and behind it, perched on a custom-made chair, was Principal Nezu. A white-furred creature. A stoat, a bear, a mouse. He was all of them and none of them, sipping tea from a delicate china cup with paws that should not have been so dexterous. His black eyes sparkled with an intelligence that felt less like wisdom and more like a predator assessing a fascinating new puzzle. Ah, Shota, you've returned, and you've brought our new, potential students. Nezu's voice was cheerful, high-pitched, and carried an undercurrent that made the hair on the back of Izuku's neck stand up. This was the being Aizawa had called the most dangerous creature in Japan. Principal, Aizawa grunted, slouching against the doorframe. Midoriya Izuku, Shinobu Hikari, a pleasure to meet you both. Nezu set his cup down and steepled his paws. I have reviewed the reports from Detective Tsukauchi and Aizawa. Most impressive. To navigate the underworld, expose a criminal conspiracy, and assist in its dismantling. All without licensed quirks, or in Miss Shinobu's case, with a quirk of remarkable but volatile power. Truly, you are outliers. His smile was benign. His eyes were lasers. Shota has informed me of your proposition, Midoriya-kun. A special studies track, an apprenticeship in the darker arts of heroics, concurrent with a crash course in the fundamentals you lack. It is unorthodox. It sets a concerning precedent. Izuku stood straight, meeting that unnerving gaze. The precedent already exists, sir. The world has dark places the standard curriculum doesn't reach. You train heroes to fight villains in the light. Someone needs to understand the ones who operate in the gray. And you wish to be that someone. Nezu's tail gave a slow, thoughtful twitch. You have proven you can survive there. But surviving and thriving within a structured institution are different beasts. You have no quirk. Your physical abilities are, frankly, subpar for even our general education students. You carry the psychological scars of extreme trauma, and you have a documented propensity for unilateral action. Each point was a precise, surgical cut. Izuku didn't flinch. I know what I lack. That's why I'm asking for the training. My mind is my tool. It found the crack in Detnerat's armor. With proper guidance, it could find others. I'm not asking for a free pass. I'm asking for a chance to be useful in the way I can be useful. Nezu was silent for a long moment, his nose twitching. He looked at Hikari. And you, Miss Shinobu? Your motivations seem clearer. Safety for your brother. Control for your quirk. Why tie your fate to his risky proposal? Hikari glanced at Izuku, then back at Nezu, her chin lifting. Because he saw me when no one else did. He helped me when the heroes and police wouldn't. And I think he's right. The world needs people who look in the cracks. I want to be strong enough to protect what's in them, not just pass by. A noble, if nebulous, sentiment. Nezu mused. He took another sip of tea. Very well. Both Izuku and Hikari blinked. Sir, Izuku ventured. I accept your proposal. In principle. Nezu's smile widened. You will both be enrolled in UA. Effective immediately. Miss Shinobu will join Class 1B of the Hero course under Vlad King's supervision. Her quirk requires the structure and peer support of a standard class. And her control is a priority. Hikari's eyes widened, a mix of terror and exhilaration. Midoriya, Nezu continued, his eyes locking onto Izuku. You will be placed in Class 1C, General Studies, for your academic foundation. However, your physical and tactical training will be overseen exclusively by Izuku. You will have a customized, accelerated regimen. Additionally, you will serve as a special analyst for the Underground Heroics Department, reviewing cold cases, analyzing villain patterns, and assisting Izuku on low-risk surveillance operations once he deems you ready. His arrangement will be reviewed monthly. Fail to meet academic, physical, or behavioral standards, and you will be expelled. Step one toe out of line in the field, and you will be handed over to the HPSC. Is that understood? It was more than Izuku had dared hope for. A foot in two worlds, the structured light of UA and the shadowed realm of underground work. It was a tightrope over a canyon. Yes, sir, Izuku said, his voice thick. Excellent. Nezu clapped his paws together. Your dormitory arrangements have been made. Miss Shinobu, you will room in the Heights Alliance with the other first-year girls. Midoriya, given your unique circumstances and nocturnal training schedule, you will have a private room in the teacher's auxiliary housing. Izuku will be your de facto guardian on campus. It was isolation, a constant reminder that he was not like the others. He nodded, accepting it. One final thing, Nezu said, his cheerfulness dimming into something more serious. Your Iden, titties and involvement in the Detnerat case are a state secret. You will not speak of it to anyone. To your peers, you are two students who transferred in under special circumstances due to familial hardship. A cover story has been prepared. Adhere to it. The enemies you have made are powerful and silent. Do not give them a whisper to follow. The warning was clear. The safety of UA's walls was an illusion if they broke the silence. Izuku pushed off the doorframe. Come on, let's get you settled. Your hell starts at 0500 tomorrow. They were dismissed. As they walked the sterile service corridors again, heading for the dormitories, the reality settled in. They were students of the most prestigious hero school in the world. They had rooms, schedules, a future. Hikari looked shell-shocked. Class 1B, I'm going to be in a hero class. You deserve to be, Izuku said. She looked at him, worry in her eyes. But you, General Studies, and living with the teachers, you'll be alone. I'm used to it, he said. And it was mostly true. The ghost had always been alone. Now, he just had a library, a gym, and a perpetually tired mentor. They reached a fork in the corridor. One way led to the bright, modern student dorms. The other, a narrower hall, led to the teachers' quarters. This is where we split, Izuku said. Shinobu, that way. A third year will show you to your dorm. Midoriya, with me. Hikari hesitated, then suddenly threw her arms around Izuku in a quick, tight hug. Thank you, she whispered fiercely. For everything. She pulled back before he could react, gave him a wobbly smile, and turned to follow the indicated path, a small figure stepping into a world of unimaginable light and sound. Izuku watched her go, his ally, his friend, stepping onto her path. Your room, Izuku said, his voice pulling Izuku back. He led him down the quieter hall to a door marked Auxiliary 3. It was a small, single room, a bed, a desk, a closet, a private bathroom. It was sparse, clean, and felt more like a cell than a dorm room. Perfect. Get cleaned up. There are uniforms in the closet. Be at Gym Gamma at 0500. Don't be late. Izuku turned to leave. Izuku-sensei, Izuku called out. The hero paused. Thank you for the chance. Izuku looked back over his shoulder, his face unreadable. Don't thank me yet, problem child. You haven't survived the first day. He left, closing the door behind him. Alone, Izuku sat on the edge of the stiff bed. The silence of the room was profound. No city sounds, no dripping water, no distant alarms. Just the hum of central air conditioning. He walked to the window. It overlooked a training field, empty now. Beyond the UA wall, the city of Musutafu sprawled, its lights beginning to wink on as dusk approached. He was inside the castle. He had a name, a room, a purpose given to him by the system. He opened his closet. Inside, alongside the standard UA uniforms, was something else. A set of dark, flexible, durable combat gear. Unmarked. And beside it, on the shelf, a new notebook. This one was gray. He took it out, opening to the first page. It was blank. He picked up a pen from the desk. After a moment's thought, he wrote a single sentence, a promise to the ghost he had been and the student he was becoming. The cracks are still there. I just have better tools to see them now. Asterisk. He closed the book. The sun had set. In the darkening glass of the window, his reflection looked back at him, a boy in a UAT shirt, with eyes that had seen too much, standing at the gates of a new world. The ghost was in the machine. Now, he had to learn how to make the machine work for him. Chapter 19. Dawn of the Problem Child. 0500 at Gym Gamma was a special kind of hell painted in pre-dawn gray. Izuku arrived 2 minutes early, dressed in the dark training gear, his lungs already burning from the 3-mile warm-up run Izuku had texted him as a route at 0430. The gym was massive, cavernous, and smelled of old sweat and disinfectant. Izuku stood in the center of a padded mat, looking like he'd been there for hours, sipping from a jelly pouch. You're late, Izuku said, his voice echoing in the empty space. The text said 0500. It's 0458. Your warm-up was supposed to be finished by 0450, giving you 10 minutes for hydration and mental preparation. You misjudged the distance and your own pace. That's a tactical error. Late. He tossed the empty pouch into a distant trash can with perfect accuracy. We'll add navigation and time calculation to your curriculum. Now, stance. Izuku shifted into the basic fighting stance he'd seen in videos, the one he'd clumsily tried in the basement with the heavy bag. Izuku was in front of him in a blur. A foot hooked behind Izuku's ankle, a hand shoved his chest. He hit the mat flat on his back, the air whooshing out of him. Pathetic, Izuku said, not unkindly, but with the flat tone of stating a fact. Your center of gravity is in your nose. Your feet are too close. You're a stiff board waiting to be knocked over. Get up. This was how it went for an hour. Not training. Deconstruction. Izuku broke down every instinct Izuku had, every flinch, every poorly balanced step. He didn't teach him to punch. He taught him how to stand, how to fall, how to breathe. It was humiliating, painful, and profoundly educational. Your body is your primary tool. Izuku droned as Izuku pushed himself up from the mat for the 20th time, his arms trembling. Your mind is your weapon. Right now, your tool is a rusted spoon and your weapon is firing blindly. We will fix both. Again, after the physical dismantling came analysis. Izuku handed him a tablet. On it was a case file, a simple burglary with witness statements, security footage, and evidence reports. You have 10 minutes. Tell me who did it, how, and where the stolen property is. Izuku's mind, weary from the physical beating, latched onto the puzzle with relief. He scanned the files, mismatched timestamps on 2 witness statements. A shadow in the security feed that didn't match the building's architecture. A delivery van logged at a nearby depot that had no record of a delivery. The security guard, Izuku said at the 9-minute mark, his voice raspy. He falsified his statement to cover a 30-minute window. The shadow in the feed is from the rooftop water tower, meaning the entry was from the roof, not the forced front door, which was a misdirection. The delivery van was used for the getaway. The stolen goods are likely still in the van, parked at the depot. Under a different plate, the guard and the van driver are working together. Aizawa took the tablet, scanned Izuku's notes which he typed in a frantic shorthand. He gave a grunt that might have been approval. Adequate. You saw the inconsistencies. You didn't get lost in the obvious clues. Tomorrow, the case will be harder. Now, go shower. You have homeroom in general studies in 1 hour. Don't be late. Izuku stumbled out of the gym, his body a symphony of new aches layered over the old bruises. The sun was just peeking over the UA wall, painting the manicured lawns in gold. Students in crisp uniforms were beginning to stream across campus, laughing, chatting. A world of normalcy he was now an alien part of. He made it to the general studies classroom with seconds to spare. Class 1C was quieter than the hero course homerooms he'd imagined. The students here were a mix, those who hadn't made the hero cut but excelled academically, those with weak or non-combat quirks, and a few who seemed simply lost. The teacher, a kind-faced man named Mr. Saito, introduced him as a transfer student, and Izuku took the empty seat at the back, attracting a few curious glances that quickly faded. The lessons were a strange comfort. Mathematics, literature, modern hero lore history. It was knowledge without immediate life or death stakes. He could lose himself in the logic of an equation, the structure of a sentence. For a few hours, he wasn't the ghost or the problem child. He was just a student. Lunch was a different beast. The cafeteria was a roaring ocean of noise and color. Hero course students, already bonding, wore their uniforms like badges of honor. Izuku got his tray and looked for a quiet corner. He saw Hikari. She was sitting with a group of girls from 1B, a pink-skinned girl who was talking animatedly, a girl with vines for hair listening politely, a tall girl with a stern expression. Hikari looked overwhelmed but was smiling tentatively at something the pink girl said. She was fitting in, building a new life. He was happy for her. Truly. But the sight drove home his own isolation. He wasn't part of that world. He found an empty table near a window overlooking the training fields and ate alone, watching students test their quirks under the sun. A boy with engines in his legs shot across the grounds. A girl created a shimmering barrier. It was a dazzling display of power, the very thing he'd once ached for. Now, he felt nothing but a cool, analytical distance. He noted the engine boy's maneuverability limits, the barrier girl's reaction time. His notebook was in his bag, but he didn't need it. The analyses wrote themselves in his mind. Is this seat taken? Izuku looked up. A boy with lilac hair and tired, baggy eyes stood there, holding a tray. He had an aura of serene detachment. No, Izuku said. The boy sat. Shinsu Hitoshi. 1C. You're the transfer. Midoriya. Right. Yes. You picked the quiet table. I appreciate that. Shinsu began to eat with a methodical slowness. They say you transferred in under special circumstances. Family stuff. That's right, Izuku said, sticking to the cover story. Must be hard, coming in late. Everyone's already formed their cliques. Especially the hero course brats. Shinsu's gaze drifted to the noisy tables where 1A and 1B sat. There was no malice in his voice, just a flat observation. And a hint of something else, a deep, simmering resentment. You wanted to be in the hero course? Izuku asked, recognizing the tone. He'd heard it in his own voice for years. Shinsu's eyes flicked back to him. Doesn't everyone? But my quirk isn't suited for the practical exam. He didn't elaborate. What about you? Any heroic aspirations? Or are you here for the general ed prestige? Izuku considered the lie, then decided on a half-truth. I'm here to learn. Where that leads, I'm not sure yet. Shinsu gave a faint, understanding smirk. A man of mystery. Well, welcome to the backup plan. Midoriya. It's not so bad. The view of the golden children from here is pretty clear. They ate in companionable silence. It wasn't friendship, but it was a connection. Two outliers at the quiet table. The afternoon was more classes, then a final period of foundational hero studies, for general studies, a theory class about quirk lore and ethics. The teacher discussed the use of lethal force by heroes. The oversight committees, the gray areas. Izuku listened with an intensity that made Shinsu glance at him curiously. After school, instead of going to clubs or socializing, Izuku's phone buzzed. A single word from Izuku. Roof. Now. Asterisk. He went to the designated building, climbed the access stairs, and emerged onto the roof. Izuku was there, along with A.W. Oman. Izuku recognized from the news, the underground hero, Muz. Joke. She was shorter than he'd imagined, with green hair and a wide, manic grin that didn't reach her sharp, assessing eyes. Midoriya, this is Muz. Joke. She's taking point on a surveillance op tonight. Low risk. A suspected trigger dealer using a pop-up market in the Sakaimaki district. You'll be observing from the command van with her sidekick. You'll log vehicle descriptions, headcounts, patterns of movement. No interaction. You're a pair of eyes. Understood. Yes, sensei. Muz. Joke's grin widened. So you're the little analyst who helped crack Detnerat. Cute. Let's see if those eyes are as good in real time. Ha. That night, squeezed into a surveillance van with a serious-faced man who could blend into shadows, Izuku watched a monitor showing a feed from a camera disguised as a streetlight. He saw the mundane evil of the world, a nervous-looking man in a hoodie making quick exchanges with shuffling figures in a dimly lit alley. He logged plates, described clothing, noted the dealer's habitual glance at his watch every 3 minutes. It was small, it was boring, it was vital. He was learning the rhythm of the hunt from the inside. The patience, the precision. He returned to his sterile room at 0200, his mind buzzing with data, his body humming with a new kind of exhaustion, one born of use, not just survival. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The first day was over. He'd been broken down in the gym, anonymized in class, connected with another outlier, and thrust into the edges of real hero work. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't a ghost. He was a student of the shadows, with a foot in 2 worlds and a mind slowly being sharpened into a scalpel. The problem child had found his classroom. And tomorrow, the lessons would begin again. Harder, deeper, leading him further into the gray. Chapter 20. Echoes in the halls. The rhythm of UA became a new kind of heartbeat. 0430 run, 0500 deconstruction with Izuku in the gym. 0700 classes, math, science, literature, where Izuku's mind, honed on survival, devoured abstract concepts with a voracious hunger. Lunch at the quiet table with Shinsu. Their conversations a sparse exchange of observations about teachers and the increasingly dramatic exploits of the hero courses. In the afternoons, his path diverged. While 1C had art or music, Izuku reported to Nezu's office or a secure briefing room for his special studies. These were not classes. They were Socratic nightmares. Nezu would present him with a scenario. A villain with a weight. Our manipulation quirk has taken hostages in a submerged bank vault. The local heroes have fire and lightning quirks. Civilian casualties are inevitable. What do you do? Asterisk. Izuku would analyze. The water source. The vault's ventilation. The psychological profile of a villain who chooses such a location. He'd propose using a hero with a vibration quirk to destabilize the water from outside, or a nego shiator to play on the villain's likely desire for spectacle. Nezu would then introduce new variables. A child with a fever among the hostages, the bank's structural instability, a rival villain gang converging on the scene. The puzzles were endless, designed to break linear thinking. Your strength is your adaptability. Midoriya-kun, Nezu chirped one afternoon, sipping tea as Izuku massaged his tea. Emples after a 3-hour session on coordinated multi-quirk containment strategies. But you think like a scalpel. Sometimes, a situation requires a hammer, or a key, or simply a well-placed piece of tape. Do not become married to your first, clever solution. The world is chaos. Welcome it. It was infuriating. It was exhilarating. His physical training with Izuku was a more brutal philosophy. There were no flashy moves. No secret techniques. It was about efficiency, economy of motion. Izuku taught him how to use an opponent's momentum against them, how to break holds with leverage instead of strength, how to fall in a way that let you rise faster. It was the martial art of the underdog. Your quirk is your brain and your body, Izuku would say, his capture cloth snaking out to trip Izuku for the 100th time. Your brain sees the opening. Your body must be able to move through it. Right now, there's a disconnect. We're wiring them together. It's going to hurt. It did, but Izuku could feel the change. His reflexes were quicker. His stance was steadier. The mat felt less like an impact and more like a transition. He was building a foundation, not of power, but of competence. Hikari, in her own world, was blooming under structure. They met sometimes in the evenings at a secluded bench near the teacher's housing. She talked about her classes, about the struggle to focus her quirk into a precise, sonic needle, instead of a concussive hammer, about her new friends. Momo Yaoyorozu from 1B was helping her understand the physics of sound. Itsuka Kendo was drilling her on discipline. They're amazing, Hikari said one night, her eyes shining under the courtyard lights. They just accept that I'm behind and help me catch up. No questions. It's so different from the kettle. You belong here, Izuku said, and he meant it. She looked at him, the light dimming. Do you belong here? He followed her gaze across the campus to the towering Heights Alliance dorms, glowing with life and noise. I belong where I am, he said finally. It's just a different place. The first major test of his new place came not from Nezu or Aizawa, but from the school itself. The UA Sports Festival was approaching. The announcement sent the entire school into a frenzy. For hero course students, it was the chance to shine for pro scouts. For general studies, it was a lifetime shot to transfer into the hero course, to seize the dream they'd been denied. The air in Class 1C crackled with a desperate, hopeful energy. Students who had been resigned now trained in the gyms after school, testing their quirks with a frantic intensity. Shinsu, during lunch, was quieter than usual, his knuckles white around his chopsticks. You're going to try for the transfer, aren't you? Izuku asked. Shinsu gave a sharp, humorless laugh. Try. I'm going to win. My quirk is perfect for this. One conversation, one answer, and any opponent in the first 2 rounds is mine. It's the final round. The one-on-ones, that's the problem. Once they know what I can do, they'll just shut up. He looked at Izuku. What about you? Going to show the hero kids what a quirkless analyst can do? The question was a landmine. The cover story was that Izuku had a minor, non-combat quirk, enhanced pattern recognition. Boring. Useless in a fight. To everyone but Nezu and Aizawa, he was just a smart kid who got a pity admission. I haven't decided, Izuku said, which was true. His instinct was to avoid the spotlight. The festival would be televised nationally. It was the last place a ghost should be. But Aizawa had other ideas. He cornered Izuku after a particularly grueling sparring session. The festival, Aizawa said, unwrapping a jelly pouch. You're competing. Izuku, wiping sweat from his eyes, stared. Why? My role is analysis, underground work. The spotlight is the perfect test, Aizawa interrupted. You will be on display in front of thousands, including every villain with a grudge and a TV. You will be forced to operate under extreme pressure, against opponents with overwhelming power, with your primary weapon, he tapped his own temple, being the only thing you can rely on. It is the most realistic simulation of a worst-case scenario I can give you without actually throwing you to a Nomu. The logic was cold and irrefutable. The festival wasn't a game. It was a crucible. What's my objective? Izuku asked, his mind already shifting from protest to strategy. Survive the first round. By any means necessary. I don't care if you come in first or last. I care that you don't get eliminated by a stray energy blast in the opening minutes. Show me you can assess a chaotic battlefield, identify threats and opportunities, and navigate it with that body we're rebuilding. That's your win condition. Survive. It was the ghost's oldest objective. Preparations took on a new focus. His analysis sessions with Nezu began to incorporate Festiva. L data from previous years, maps of the first round obstacle courses, common strategies, the quirks of notable upperclassmen. His physical training shifted towards endurance and evasion. He watched the hero course students train with a new, tactical eye. He saw Bakugo Katsuki's explosive power and his predictable, aggressive angles. He saw Todoroki Shoto's overwhelming ice and the slight hesitation before he used his left side. He saw Uraraka Okiko's incredible mobility and her tendency to overextend. He filed it all away. 2 nights before the festival, he was on another surveillance op with Muz Joke's team, watching a suspected safe house. The van was quiet, the night slow. Muz Joke, monitoring a different frequency, suddenly stiffened. Her ever-present grin vanished. She listened, her face turning grim. She turned to Izuku and her sidekick. Ops scrubbed. Police are rolling on a related bus downtown. We're done here. But her eyes held a warning. Something's off. The chatter's wrong. Too quiet after the bust call. Quote, they packed up. As the van pulled away from the curb, Izuku glanced back at the safe house. A figure stood in a darkened upper window, silhouetted against a faint light. Not hiding, watching. The silhouette was tall, wearing some kind of long coat or cloak. And where its head should have been, there was only a smooth, featureless curve. No face. A chill, deeper than any he'd felt in the kettle or the gully, traced its fingers down Izuku's spine. It wasn't fear of violence. It was the unease of something wrong asterisk, something that didn't fit the pattern. Did you see that? He asked softly. Muz. Joke followed his gaze. The window was empty. See what? Nothing, Izuku murmured, turning back around. But the image was burned into his mind. A faceless watcher in the night. The ghost had felt the gaze of something else that moved in the shadows. Something different. The sports festival was tomorrow. An arena of light and noise. But as he returned to UA, the safe, fortified campus felt a little less secure. The cracks in the world weren't just in the kettle. They were everywhere. And things were starting to look back out of them. Chapter 21. The Crucible. The roar of the crowd was a physical force, a tidal wave of sound that crashed against the walls of UA's colossal stadium. Sunlight glared off the pristine white concrete of the arena floor, a stage designed for gods and monsters. Izuku stood with the rest of the first-year entrants in the competitors' tunnel, a sea of colorful uniforms and buzzing anticipation. He was a gray smudge in the vibrant flood, his dark training gear marking him as an outlier even among the general studies grays. Beside him, Shinsu vibrated with a tense, focused energy. Remember, Shinsu muttered, his eyes fixed on the glaring light at the end of the tunnel, they're all looking down on us. The backup plan. Don't give them the satisfaction of an easy win. Izuku nodded, but his focus was inward. Survive the first round. Aizawa's objective. The ghost's mandate. He ran through the variables. The first event was always a surprise, but it would be large-scale, chaotic, designed to cull the herd. His eyes scanned the other students. The powerhouse quirks from 1A and 1B were easy to spot. The boy with the engines, Ida Tenya, the girl with the creation quirk, Yayorozu Momo, the H. Hulking student with multiple arms, Shoji Mezzo. He noted their stances, their clusters. Alliances would form instantly. Then there were the wild cards. The 1A student with the electricity quirk who crackled with nervous energy, Kaminari Denki. The girl from 1B with the dragon features, Toguro. And Todoroki Shoto, a glacier of calm amidst the storm, his heterochromatic eyes fixed ahead with an unsettling intensity. Present Mike's voice exploded through the stadium, distorted by echo and sheer volume. Are you ready? Let's meet our first-year competitors. They marched out into the blinding light and the wall of noise. Izuku kept his head down, letting the spectacle wash over him. He was a ghost in a parade. Up in the commentator's booth, he knew Aizawa would be watching, expressionless. Somewhere in the secure faculty box, Nezu would be observing with detached curiosity. And Hikari would be in the 1B section, cheering for her friends, her eyes maybe searching for a glimpse of him. On the raised podium, Midnight cracked her whip. For our first event, we have something to really get your blood pumping. It's a classic. A giant screen behind her lit up, spinning through pose. Abilities before landing with a dramatic clang. Obstacle course. A groan from some, excited shouts from others. A straight shot from the starting line, through the stadium mouth, and into a constructed cityscape beyond. Simple. Brutal. The rules are simple. Midnight purred. Only the first 42 contestants will move on to the next round. Use your quirks, use your wits, but get to the finish line. And remember, anything goes. Izuku's mind clicked into gear. Obstacle course. Crowd funnel. Initial bottleneck at the stadium gate. Quirks will fly immediately. Primary objective. Avoid entanglement and major damage. Secondary. Conserve energy. Asterisk. He positioned himself near the back of the pack, off to the side. Not in the thick of the sprinters, not on the edges where show-offs would try to break away. On your marks. He dropped into a runner's crouch, muscles coiled. The ghost didn't need to be first out of the gate. It needed to be the one who slipped through unnoticed. Get set. Tense silence. A collective inhale. Go. The world erupted. A blast of ice, glacier blue and vast, shot from Todoroki's right side, freezing the ground and the first 50 students in place in an instant. A simultaneous explosion from Bakugo propelled him over the frozen mass. Ida's engines roared as he zigzagged through the chaos. Quirks of all kinds flared. Telekinesis, duplication, size shifting. Izuku moved, not with superhuman speed, but with purpose. He'd anticipated the ice. He was far enough back that it didn't reach him, but the sudden wall of frozen students and terrain created instant chaos. He darted not for the main path, but for the piled-up ice itself. It was treacherous, slippery, but it was also cover. He scrambled up the frozen slope, using the panicked, struggling students as a shield against the quirk blasts and projectiles now flying as those behind the ice tried to catch up. He reached the top of the ice ridge. The path ahead was a war zone. Bakugo was blasting apart robots that had emerged from pits. Todoroki was freezing them solid. Others were fighting or fleeing. Izuku jumped down, landing in a roll that absorbed the impact and carried him behind a stalled robot. He didn't fight. He flowed. He used the robots as moving cover, timing his sprints between their lumbering steps. He watched the patterns of the stronger students, where they cleared paths, where they clashed and created openings. A student with a hardening quirk barreled down a narrow alley between two foe buildings. Izuku saw the shadow a second before a net launched from a hidden turret. He dropped flat. The hardening student ran right into it, getting tangled. Izuku crawled under the net's edge and kept moving. He was a ghost in the machine of the festival. While others expended energy on flashy moves or direct combat, he was calculating angles, predicting collisions, exploiting blind spots. He used a piece of shattered robot plating as a makeshift shield against a volley of paint pellets from another obstacle. He saw a girl with a teleportation quirk blink ahead, but she left a momentary vacuum of attention behind her. He sprinted through that gap before it closed. He was not fast. He was not strong, but he was unexpected. He didn't behave like a competitor. He behaved like prey that had learned every inch of the predator's territory. The final stretch was a minefield of pit traps and swinging pendulums. The front runners were already through. A cluster of students bottlenecked here, trying to time their runs. Izuku paused, catching his breath, his heart hammering. He counted the pendulums. 3, swinging in a complex, overlapping rhythm. The pits were pressure activated. He saw a student from 1B, a boy with extendable arms, use his quirk to swing across, bypassing the floor entirely. Smart, but it drew everyone's eyes. Izuku looked at the pendulum arms. They were anchored to the ceiling, but their bases were on the ground, within the hazard zone. He watched the swing, memorizing the pattern. There was a half-second window where the central pendulum's base was exposed as it reached the apex of its swing away from him. He didn't run on the ground. He ran to asterisk the base. As the pendulum swung away, he jumped, planting a foot on the heavy metal base, and pushed off, using the momentum to leap over the first pit. He landed, rolled, and immediately calculated the next move. He used the chaotic movements of other students to mask his own, darting between them, letting their failures trigger pits ahead of him that he then avoided. He crossed the minefield not as the fastest, but as the one who touched the least amount of dangerous ground. He burst out of the stadium mouth and back into the sunlight, the finish line a shimmering ribbon ahead. The crowd's roar was a distant thing. He saw the digital counter above the gate, *38, 39. He poured every ounce of his remaining strength into a final, desperate sprint. He wasn't racing the students around him. He was racing the counter. 40, 41. He threw himself across the line. 42, asterisk. He collapsed to his knees on the other side, gulping air, his body screaming. He'd done it. He'd survived. A hand clapped his shoulder. He looked up, expecting a medic. It was Shinsu, breathing hard, a fierce, triumphant glint in his tired eyes. Told you, Shinsu panted. Backup plan, my ass. We made it. They had. Shinsu had finished 31st, using his quirk to calmly walk several battling students out of his way. Izuku was 42nd, the last one in. As he stood, shakily, he looked back at the stadium mouth. Dozens of students, some injured, most just defeated, were being helped or consoled. He'd navigated through them all. He felt no pride, only a cold, analytical satisfaction. The objective was met. His eyes lifted to the commentator's booth. He couldn't see Izuku, but he could feel his gaze. A test passed, but as he turned to follow the qualifiers to the next waiting area, his senses, heightened by adrenaline, caught something else. A prickling on the back of his neck. The feeling of being watched not by a mentor, but by a predator. His eyes swept the vast audience. A tapestry of thousands of faces. And there, high up in a shadowed section of the stands, partially obscured by a pillar, he saw it again. A tall, lean silhouette. And the smooth, featureless curve where a face should be. The faceless watcher. Here, in the heart of UA's greatest spectacle. The cold satisfaction in his gut froze solid. The festival wasn't just a test. It was a hunting ground. And something had just seen him cross the finish line. Chapter 22. The Cavalry Battle. The qualifiers were herded into a massive preparation chamber beneath the stadium. The air was thick with sweat, adrenaline, and the sharp scent of ozone from overused quirks. The 42 survivors were a study in contrasts. The elite of 1A and 1B, confident and barely winded, stood apart from the panting, bruised general studies and support students who had scraped through. Izuku stood near a wall, rehydrating slowly, his body humming with fatigue. Shinsu leaned beside him, her erg playing on his lips as he watched the hero students stratify themselves. "Look at 'em," Shinsu murmured. "Already picking teams. The strong clustering together. Predictable." Midnight's image flickered to life on a giant screen. "Congratulations, my little survivors. But don't get too comfortable. Your next challenge requires cooperation." She gave a theatrical wink. "It's a cavalry battle." A collective groan and excited chatter mingled. Rules scrolled across the screen. Teams of 4, 1 rider, 3 horses. Each participant given a point value based on their placement in the obstacle course. First place, 10 million points. The screen flashed. First place, Todoroki Shoto 10 million P. A dead silence fell over the chamber. Then, chaos. Every eye locked onto Todoroki, who stood impassively. A glacier in the center of a suddenly boiling sea. He wasn't just a target. He was the only target. "The objective is simple," Midnight crooned. "Snatch the headbands from other teams. Your team's total is the sum of your headbands. The top 4 teams advance. You have 15 minutes to form your teams. Go." The room exploded into a frenzy of recruitment and calculation. Powerful students were mobbed. Todoroki was immediately surrounded by his 1A classmates, forming an instant fortress of power around the 10 million point prize. Izuku's mind, still calibrated for survival, shifted gears. Cavalry battle. Teams of 4. Mobility, defense, offense. Todoroki's team is the sun. Everything else orbits it, trying to steal its light or avoid its gravity. My point value, 42nd place, 5 points. I am functionally worthless. No one will want me. Asterisk. He was right. The flurry of team forming swept around him and Shinsu like a river parting around stones. They were ghosts in the chaos. Shinsu's smirk had vanished, replaced by a grim calculation. "We need a team. 2 low-point outcasts. We need horses with mobility, or a rider with a defensive quirk. And we need a street strategy that doesn't involve getting vaporized by Todoroki's ice." Izuku's eyes scanned the room, analyzing the leftovers. His gaze landed on a trio of students huddled together, looking anxious. A girl with large, gloved hands, Kanoko Komori, 1B, mushroom quirk. A boy with a bulky, metallic body, Tetsu, 1B, steel quirk. And a small, bird-headed boy nervously preening his feathers, Tokiyami Fumikage, 1A. Dark shadow quirk. They were capable, but not part of the inner circles of power. Tokiyami, in particular, had finished high, 6th place, 175 points, but seemed isolated. "Them," Izuku said, nodding towards the trio. "Tokiyami is high value and has a powerful, autonomous quirk for defense and reach. Tetsu is pure durability, a perfect horse. Komori's quirk is area control. Mushrooms can impede vision and movement. Together, they have the components we lack. And they look like they need a rider." Shinsu followed his gaze. "Tokiyami's worth a fortune. He'll be targeted. And he's from 1A. Why would he team with us? Because everyone else is trying to build a team to attack Todoroki. We'll propose a team to survive. Izuku pushed off the wall. Come on. They approached. The three students looked at them warily. Tokiyami's dark eyes regarded them with solemn intelligence. We're proposing a team, Izuku said, his voice flat, efficient. You need a rider who won't waste your strengths. I have no combat quirk. I won't get in Dark Shadow's way. My role is navigation and strategy. Shinsu's quirk can instantly neutralize any opponent who speaks to him. Our point total is low. So we're not a primary target. Our objective isn't to win the 10 million. It's to place in the top 4 by stealing from the teams who are targeting Todoroki while they're distracted. It was a cold, pragmatic pitch, not about glory, about calculus. Tokiyami exchanged a glance with Tetsutetsu, who shrugged his metallic shoulders. I like a good scrap, but that ice guy is nuts. Playing defense sounds smart. Komori fiddled with her gloves. My mushrooms can create cover and slippery surfaces, if that helps. Tokiyami looked at Izuku. You finished last among the qualifiers. Why should I trust your strategy? Because finishing last was the strategy, Izuku said, meeting his gaze. Conserve energy, avoid notice. The cavalry battle is different. It's about target priority and terrain. With Dark Shadow's reach and Tetsutetsu's stability, we can be a mobile fortress. We let the predators fight over the giant kill, and we pick off the wounded. A faint, approving shadow seemed to pass over Tokiyami's features. Revelry in the dark, he intoned. A strategy of shadows. Very well, I accept. The team was formed. Team Shadow. Rider, Izuku. Front horse, Tetsutetsu. Right horse, Komori. Left horse, Shinsu. Tokiyami would be directly behind Izuku, his Dark Shadow acting as a rear guard and secondary grabbing tool. They had 15 minutes to plan. Izuku became a conductor. He had Tetsutetsu and Komori practice coordinated turns. He positioned Shinsu to be the primary communicator, using his dry, provoking wit to try and trigger responses from opponents. He studied Tokiyami's control over Dark Shadow, its range, its speed, its reaction to light. Our first move, Izuku dictated, is to get to the edge of the arena. We let the initial bloodbath for Todoroki's headband happen in the center. We target isolated teams on the periphery. Komori, when we engage, blanket the area around their feet with slippery fungi. Tetsutetsu, you charge on my mark, no matter what. Your job is to be an unstoppable, straight-line battering ram. Dark Shadow, you are our defense and our snatching tool. Grab headbands from the confusion. Shinsu, you look for openings to use your quirk. I will call targets and maneuvers. It was a plan built on synergy and timing, not raw power. The 15 minutes ended. They were herded out into the stadium again, now divided into their teams. The sight was bizarre, a field of human pyramids, a kaleidoscope of quirks and determined faces. In the very center, Todoroki's team stood like a citadel, himself as rider, backed by Yaoyorozu, Ida. And a boy with a sugar rush quirk. An impregnable combination of power, speed, and support. Midnight raised her whip. The crowd held its breath. Start. The arena erupted. As predicted, a tidal wave of teams surged towards the center, a roaring, quirk-fueled melee converging on Todoroki. Ice met explosions, tape, electricity, and brute force in a spectacular, chaotic vortex. Team Shadow moved like a shark along the reef's edge. Izuku, perched on Tetsutetsu's broad steel shoulders, his hands gripping the sturdy boy's head for balance, scanned the periphery. He saw a team of support students relying on gadgets, struggling to coordinate. Left, 40 degrees, support team, Komori, now. Komori slapped her hands together. A patch of the ground beneath the support team's feet sprouted a thick, slippery carpet of glossy mushrooms. Their formation wobbled. Tetsutetsu, charge. Straight line. Dark Shadow, be ready. Yeah. Tetsutetsu bellowed, and he powered forward, a steel bullet. The disoriented support team scattered. As they passed, Dark Shadow, a claw of living darkness, lashed out from behind Izuku, snatching 2 headbands from the rider's forehead in a fluid motion before retreating. They broke off, circling away before the team could recover. A quick, surgical strike. They repeated the tactic, avoiding the monumental clashes in the center. EY preyed on teams that were off balance, overextended, or squabbling amongst themselves. Izuku's directives were short, precise. Right, the team arguing. Shinsu, provoke the rider. Shinsu would shout a taunt about their coordination. The rider would snap back an insult, and go silent, eyes glazing over as Shinsu's quirk took hold. Dark Shadow, take it. Another headband. They were accumulating points steadily, quietly. They weren't in the top tier, but they were climbing. Then, the center's chaos spilled outwards. A team led by Bakugo, frustrated by Todoroki's defenses, broke off and went hunting for easier prey. His eyes, burning with fury, landed on Team Shadow. Deku, Bakugo roared, recognizing him even with the headband covering his hairline. What the hell are you doing here? He didn't wait for an answer. Fodder team, let's crush. Bakugo's team, an agile formation with the grape-haired kid as rider, shot towards them, explosions propelling them with terrifying speed. Incoming high-speed assault. Izuku barked, his calm fracturing for a second. Tetsu, evasive zigzag. Komori, spores in our wake. Dark Shadow, defensive posture. Do not let the rider get close. They swerved. Bakugo adjusted, blasting after them. Komori released a cloud of puffball spores. Bakugo blew them apart with a contemptuous explosion, but it slowed him for a crucial second. He's too fast for a straight chase. Izuku yelled, turn into him. On my mark, now. Tetsu pivoted sharply, charging not away, but directly at Bakugo's approaching team. The unexpected move caused Bakugo's horses to falter. For a split second, the two teams were on a collision course. Dark Shadow, now. Aim for their formation, not the headband. Dark Shadow shot out, not at the rider, but at the legs of Bakugo's front two horses. The shadowy limbs wrapped around their ankles and yanked upending them. The whole pyramid stumbled, Bakugo swearing as he fought for balance. Team Shadow blew past them, leaving the explosive boy snarling in their wake, his team in disarray. The buzzer sounded. Time. The field froze. Teams panted, assessed damages. Midnight announced the results. Todoroki's team, bloodied but unbowed, in first. A team led by a blonde girl with a whip quirk in second. Bakugo's team, having recovered and raided others, in third. And in fourth place, having limbed steadily through opportunistic strikes and disciplined defense, Team Shadow. They had done it. They were through to the final round. As they disbanded, Tokiyami gave Izuku a solemn nod. Your strategy was sound. The darkness favors the prepared. Tetsu clapped him on the back, almost knocking him over. That was awesome. We were like a steel fist. Shinsu just looked at Izuku, the usual cynicism in his eyes replaced by something like respect. You don't fight like a hero. You fight like you're trying to win a war. Izuku just nodded, his body aching, his mind already dissecting their performance, identifying flaws. They had survived another round. They were in the finals. But as he walked off the field, the roar of the crowd celebrating the victors, he felt the familiar, cold prickling on his neck again. His eyes lifted, scanning the sea of faces. There, in the same shadowed section, the faceless silhouette was gone. In its place, sitting calmly as if he'd been there all along, was a man. He had neatly combed gray hair and wore a simple, expensive-looking suit. He wasn't watching the celebrations. He was looking directly down at Izuku, a small, polite smile on his lips. He raised a hand and gave a faint, almost imperceptible wave. Then he stood, turned, and vanished into the exiting crowd. The message was clear. The Watcher wasn't a phantom. He was a man, and he had just introduced himself. The ghost had been seen, not just by heroes, but by something else. Something that smiled. The real battle, Izuku realized with a chill, was only just beginning. Chapter 23. The Man Who Smiles. The faculty observation deck was a bubble of quiet intensity amidst the stadium's festive roar. Nezu sat perched on a custom console, paws dancing over multiple screens displaying biometrics, camera feeds, and betting odds. Aizawa stood like a sentinel at the window, his eyes not on the celebratory chaos below, but on the retreating form of his problem child. His performance was adequate. Aizawa grumbled, unwrapping a jelly pouch. He used his team's strengths, avoided direct conflict with apex predators, and achieved the objective. No flair, no errors. No errors is a remarkable feat in that chaos, Shota, Nezu chirped, his black eyes gleaming as he replayed the moment Team Shadow upended Bakugo's charge. He turned their weakness, low point value, into a tactical advantage. They were beneath notice until it was too late, and his identification of Tokiyami as a keystone was masterful. The boy understands leverage. Izuku grunted, not in disagreement. He'd seen it. The cold, clinical efficiency. Midoriya didn't see classmates. He saw assets and obstacles. It was a necessary mindset for the underground, but it sat uneasily in the bright, communal world of UA. A soft chime emanated from Nezu's main console. A security alert, priority Gamma, unauthorized access to a peripheral camera archive. Not an attack, a viewing. Nezu's pause flew. He pulled up the log. The access point was a public terminal in the stadium's VIP lounge. Guest credentials. The files accessed were not sensitive. They were the public feed archives of the first two events, specifically timestamped to focus on the obstacle course finish and the cavalry battle formations of one particular team. Team Shadow. Curious, Nezu murmured. He cross-referenced the guest credentials. They belonged to a corporate sponsorship package owned by the Detnerat Corporation. Izuku was at his side in an instant, the jelly pouch forgotten. Detnerat. They're under 3 separate investigations. Their executives are being perp-walked on the evening news. Who from Detnerat is here? Nezu accessed the guest list. The name was generic, Mr. Smith, corporate liaison. The attached photo was a stock image. A ghost in the system. They're watching him, Izuku stated, his voice dangerously low. Or they're making sure he sees them asterisk. Nezu corrected, his cheerfulness gone, replaced by a razor-sharp focus. A message. We are not gone. We are watching. It is a psychological play. Intimidation. On the screen, Nezu isolated the footage from the VIP lounge's own security camera. It showed a well-dressed man with gray hair and a polite smile sitting at the terminal, watching the feeds. The same man Izuku had described seeing in the stands. The man finished his viewing, stood, and walked out of frame. He never looked at the security camera. He didn't need to. Facial recognition, Izuku demanded. Running. No match in any public or hero database. Nezu's tail twitched. A clean operative. Or something new. Izuku's phone buzzed. A text from Tsukauchi. A Razorhead. Perp from Audiologic's lab singing. Says project, White Noise, was Phase 1. Phase 2 was called Symphony. No details. Says it was outsourced. Be careful. Asterisk. Phase 2. Outsourced. Izuku looked from the text to the smiling man on Nezu's screen, then down to the arena floor where Izuku W. As disappearing into the competitor's tunnel. The pieces clicked with a sickening finality. Detnerat's illegal human experimentation was dismantled. But the research, the data, the goal of Quirk Ma. Manipulation and nullification. That hadn't died. It had been sold, or transferred, to a party with cleaner hands, sharper suits, and operatives who smiled. They're not trying to recapture him, Izuku said. The full weight of it settling on his shoulders. They're assessing him. He's not a loose end to tie up. He's a potential asset, or a benchmark. Nezu swiveled his chair, his expression grave. His unique value is now quantifiable to them. A quirkless individual who disrupted a major operation through intellect and force of will. In their field of research, he is an anomaly. An outlier who succeeded where quirks failed. They will want to know why. They will want to understand his composition. The thought made Izuku's skin crawl. Midoriya had escaped being a test subject once. He'd just landed on a different, more sophisticated menu. We pull him from the tournament. Now, Izuku said, turning for the door. And tell him what? Nezu's voice stopped him. That his successful survival has made him a target for a new, unknown enemy. That the moment he stepped out of the shadows, he attracted a deeper darkness. He will not accept being benched, Shota. It is not in his nature. It would only drive him to investigate alone, which is precisely what they might want. Izuku knew he was right. The problem child didn't respond to protectiveness. He responded to challenges, to truth. Then we use the tournament. Izuku said, the plan forming in his mind, ruthless and necessary. The final round is one-on-one combat. It's public, televised, controlled. It's the perfect place for them to gather more data on him. So we control the data they receive. We shape his performance. We make him look strong in specific, predictable ways, and weak in others. We feed him a narrative. A gambit, Nezu said, his eyes glittering with calculated risk. We turn their observation into our misinformation campaign. But it requires him to knowingly play a part under extreme duress. It requires us to know what narrative to sell. Izuku looked at the frozen image of the smiling man. We sell them the story of a lucky, scrappy underdog with a good tactical mind but severe physical limitations. A survivor, not a threat. We make him interesting, but not valuable enough to warrant extreme measures. We make him seem fragile. It was a dangerous game. Undersell him, and he could get hurt in the tournament. Oversell the fragility, and they might decide he's not worth the trouble of watching anymore, and simply remove him. He must be told, Nezu said softly. He must be brought into the conspiracy. It is the only way the performance will be convincing. Izuku nodded, a grim set to his jaw. He had to go and break the good news to his student. He'd made it to the final round. And because he now had to pretend to be weaker than he was, in front of the entire world and a hidden enemy, all while fighting for his life. The problem child's education in the arcane arts of heroics was about to take a very practical, very personal turn. Chapter 24. The Scripted Bout. The infirmary was a cathedral of quiet exhaustion. The scent of antiseptic and the low of medical equipment were a stark contrast to the stadium's roaring beast. Izuku sat on the edge of a cot, recovery girl having just chastised him for a collection of new bruises and given him a gummy for his trouble. The sugar rush was a poor substitute for real rest, but it cleared the fog of fatigue. The door hissed open. Izuku stepped in, his face carved from the same weary stone as always. But his eyes held a different weight. He pulled a rolling stool over and sat facing Izuku, close enough for low conversation. You made the finals, Izuku stated. Yes, sensei. Your next opponent is Shinsu Hitoshi. Izuku absorbed that. It made sense. The bracket had been randomized, but fate had a sense of irony. The two outliers from the quiet table, pitted against each other for a chance at glory. A battle of minds, not just quirks. I have a strategy, Izuku began, his mind already pulling up Shinsu's quirk parameters, his fighting style from the cavalry battle, his psychological triggers. Forget it, Izuku cut him off. His voice was low, devoid of its usual flat boredom. It was the voice he used in the command van before a raid. Your strategy for this match is no longer about winning. It's about controlled exposure. Izuku froze. The words landed like ice chips in his gut. Exposure. Izuku didn't blink. During the cavalry battle, you were observed. Not just by scouts, by a specific individual. A man with gray hair and a smile, accessing the feeds under a Detnerat alias. The cold in Izuku's gut spread. The faceless watcher had a face. And a connection. Detnerat. Asterisk. They're not gone. Izuku continued, watching the understanding dawn in Izuku's eyes. They've evolved. Tsukauchi's informant mentioned a Phase 2, called Symphony. Outsourced. We believe the research, the data, has been acquired by a new party. One with better operational security. They're assessing you, Midoriya. To them, you're an anomaly. A quirkless variable that disrupted their predecessors' work. They want to quantify you. The pieces clicked with a terrifying, logical clarity. He wasn't a vigilante to be punished or a witness to be silenced. He was a data point. A fascinating bug under a microscope. The finals are a perfect data-gathering opportunity, Izuku said. Public, high-stress, combative. They'll be watching every move, every reaction, every sign of your capabilities. So we're going to give them a show. A specific one. He laid it out. The narrative. Izuku was to fight Shinsu, but he was to lose. Not easily, but convincingly. He was to display his analytical mind. That was unavoidable, but also highlight his physical fragility, his reliance on luck and terrain in the earlier rounds, his fundamental limitation as a quirkless fighter pushed to his absolute brink. He was to be the plucky, clever underdog who finally met a hard counter. We make you seem tactically interesting, but ultimately non-threatening, Izuku concluded. A survivor, not a predator. The kind of asset that might be worth monitoring, but not worth the significant risk of acquiring from the heart of UA. It was a masterstroke of misdirection. It was also a soul-crushing demand. Izuku stared at his hands, still scuffed from the obstacle course. He'd fought tooth and nail to survive, to prove he belonged in this arena. Now he was being told to throw the fight, to deliberately show weakness, to lie with his entire body and spirit. And if I don't? He asked, his voice quiet. Then they see you as a greater threat or a greater prize. They may accelerate their timeline, attempt extraction, or elimination. Aizawa's gaze was unflinching. This isn't about pride, Midoriya. This is about operational security. Your survival, and the security of this school, hangs on you selling the performance of your life by pretending to fail. The ghost understood. Survival had always been the priority. But survival had always meant fighting, scraping, winning against the odds. This was different. This was a strategic retreat woven into the fabric of a very public defeat. It felt like a betrayal of the cold flame that had kept him moving. Shinsu, Izuku said. He'll know something's off. He's too smart. Shinsu will be told a version of the truth, Aizawa said. That there are external threats, and that his victory needs to be decisive for your mutual protection. He'll play his part. He wants into the hero course. This is his chance to look dominant against a tricky opponent. Of course, everyone had their role. Shinsu got to be the rising star. Izuku got to be the cautionary tale. He thought of Hikari, safe in the dorms, building her new life. He thought of the smiling man in the stands. Of Ren, floating in a tube. Of the endless, hungry dark. That seemed to lap at the edges of every light. He had sworn to see the cracks. To fight from within. This was what that looked like. Not a glorious charge, but a carefully orchestrated surrender. How do I do it? Izuku asked. The fight gone from his voice, replaced by the cool, analytical tone of a soldier accepting a mission. Aizawa leaned forward. You fight hard for the first minute. You analyze his quirk. You dodge. You show your smarts. Then, you let him provoke you. You answer a question. He activates his quirk. You go under. For exactly 8 seconds. His known average control time for a resisting subject. You then break free, showing strong will but visible disorientation. You mount a desperate, clumsy counterattack. He subdues you cleanly. You lose. You look determined, but outclassed. The story is, strong mind, weak body, easily neutralized by mental quirks. It was a script, a humiliating, precise script. Do you understand your role, Midoriya? Izuku looked up, meeting his teacher's eyes. In them, he saw no pity, only the grim necessity of a commander sending a scout into no man's land. Yes, sensei. Good. Aizawa stood. The match is in 90 minutes. Sell it. Your life may depend on it. He left Izuku alone in the sterile quiet. Izuku sat there, the gummies sugar turning to ash in his mouth. He felt the ghost inside him howl in silent protest. It had been born in defiance, in the refusal to be invisible. Now it was being ordered to play the fool. But the ghost was also a survivor, and the ghost understood that sometimes, to hunt another day, you had to play dead. He closed his eyes, running through the script in his mind. The moves, the timing, the expression of frustrated determination giving way to dazed defeat. He would give them their show. He would be the clever, fragile boy who almost made it. And he would remember the face of the man who smiled. Because one day, the script would end. And when it did, the ghost would be waiting. Chapter 25. The Sound of Silence. The walk from the infirmary to the waiting chamber beneath the arena felt like a march to the gallows. The corridors, usually bustling with staff and robots, were eerily quiet. A pressurized silence before the storm. Izuku's footsteps echoed, a lonely metronome counting down to his orchestrated defeat. He found Shinsu in the designated prep room, stretching against a wall. The lilac-haired boy looked up as Izuku entered. There was no smirk, no lazy cynicism. His eyes were sharp, focused, and held a glint of something new. A competitive fire, yes, but also a flicker of shared understanding. They talk to you, Shinsu stated, not a question. Izuku nodded, taking a place against the opposite wall. Yeah, they gave me the broad strokes. External interest, your safety, my opportunity. Shinsu's voice was low, stripped of its usual dry affect. They said you'd put up a fight, then give me an opening. A clean win. That's the plan, Izuku confirmed, his own voice flat. Shinsu studied him for a long moment. You're okay with this? Taking a dive. The question was more complex than it seemed. Was he okay with lying to the world? With pretending to be less than he was? No, but survival wasn't about being okay. It was about being alive. It's not about being okay, Izuku said, meeting his gaze. It's about what's necessary. You get your shot at the hero course. I get to stay off a specific radar. It's a transaction. A faint, humorless smile touched Shinsu's lips. Always the analyst. Even when you're the variable being adjusted. He pushed off the wall. Just so we're clear, when the opening comes, I'm taking it. For real. I'm not holding back. If this is the performance, it has to look authentic. I'd expect nothing less, Izuku said. It was true. A half-hearted victory would raise more questions than a brutal one. The door to the arena tunnel slid open with a hydraulic sigh. Present Mike's voice, muffled but still deafening, boomed through the opening. And now, for our first semi-final match. In this corner, the mysterious mind bender from General Studies, SHINSOUHITOSHI. Shinsu took a deep breath, the competitor's mask sliding into place, aloof, unimpressed, dangerous. He gave Izuku a final, unreadable look, then turned and walked into the roaring light. And his opponent, the Dark Horse WHO, slipped through the cracks. Also from General Studies, MIDORIYAIZUKU. Izuku followed. The transition from silence to sound was physical, a wall of noise that hit him in the chest. The sun was high, baking the sandy arena floor. The crowd was a multicolored, screaming entity. He saw the smiling man's empty seat in the VIP section. He was watching. They all were. He walked to his starting mark, opposite Shinsu. Midnight stood between them on a raised platform, her whip coiled. "Remember, boys," she called out, her voice cutting through the din. "Victory by ring out, submission, or immobilization. Try to keep it pretty for the cameras. Begin." The script started. Izuku moved first, darting to the side, circling. He made a show of studying Shinsu, his eyes scanning, calculating. Play the analyst. Asterisk. Shinsu stood still, a picture of relaxed menace. "What's the matter, Midoriya?" he called, his voice carrying easily. "All that planning in the cavalry battle, and now you've got nothing. Just gonna run circles." Izuku didn't answer. He feinted a charge, then pulled back. He needed to show he was wary of the quirk, that he was thinking. "Cat got your tongue," Shinsu taunted, beginning to pace, mirroring him. "Or are you just realizing that without a team to hide behind, you're just a quirkless kid in over his head?" The barb was sharper than the script called for. It bit into the old, familiar wound. Izuku let a flash of genuine irritation show on his face. Good. Authenticity. He rushed in, a testing jab. Shinsu blocked it easily, shoving him back. "Slow, predictable, is but all you've got from all your special training." Shinsu's voice dripped with contempt. "All that sneaking around with the teachers, and you can't even throw a proper punch." Izuku's breath hitched. Shinsu was improvising, digging deeper, making it real. He was a better actor than Izuku had given him credit for. Izuku feigned a moment of reckless anger. He charged again, a sloppy haymaker. Shinsu sidestepped, grabbing his arm and using his momentum to swing him around. "They pity you, you know," Shinsu hissed, close to his ear. "The quirkless wonder, the charity case. That's why you're here. Not because you're special, because they feel sorry for you." The words were a lance of ice, perfectly aimed. A year ago, they would have destroyed him. Now, they fed the cold fire. He wrenched his arm free, stumbling back, his expression a mask of furious hurt. "Shut up," Izuku growled, the first words he'd spoken in the match. It was time. Shinsu's eyes narrowed. "Make me." The opening. The question disguised as a challenge. The script demanded he take the bait. Izuku opened his mouth, a retort on his lips, and stopped. A fraction of a second. A hiccup in the plan. He saw it in Shinsu's eyes, not just the competitive fire, but a hunger. A desperate, aching hunger for validation that Izuku knew all too well. Shinsu wasn't just playing a part. He was seizing his moment, and he was using every weapon. Every cruelty. To make it real. To prove he belonged. In that suspended heartbeat, Izuku didn't see a rival following a script. He saw a ghost from another life, a boy told he couldn't be a hero. Fighting with everything he had to prove the world wrong. He couldn't give him a cheap victory. Not like this. The script shattered. Izuku closed his mouth. He didn't speak. Shinsu's eyes widened a fraction in surprise. The taunt had failed. Izuku didn't wait. He exploded forward, not with a scripted clumsy charge, but with the best form Izuku had drilled into him, low, balanced, using his legs. He tackled Shinsu around the waist, driving him back. The crowd roared, confused by the sudden shift. Shinsu grunted, taken off guard. They hit the sand in a tangle. Shinsu tried to get a hand up, to clamp it over Izuku's mouth, to force a response. Izuku twisted, driving an elbow into Shinsu's side, not enough to seriously hurt, but enough to break his grip. He scrambled up, putting distance between them. He was panting, his heart hammering. He'd broken the plan. He'd made himself a threat again. The smiling man would be leaning forward now, interested. Shinsu rose, a new, grim respect in his eyes. The transaction was off. This was real. Fine. Shinsu spat, wiping sand from his lip. Have it the hard way. He stopped talking. He stopped taunting. He just attacked. What followed was 2 minutes of brutal, quirkless combat. It was ugly and desperate. Shinsu was stronger, with a longer reach. Izuku was faster, with better footwork from his hellish training. They traded blows, grappled in the sand, broke apart. Izuku took a hard punch to the ribs that made his vision blur. He repaid it with a kick to Shinsu's knee that made him stagger. It was a fight between two outsiders with everything to prove, and nothing left to lose. But Izuku was tired. The cumulative exhaustion of the day, of weeks, was a lead weight in his limbs. Shinsu, held by a lifetime of pent-up frustration, was a relentless engine. Izuku saw an opening, a slight overextension after a missed jab. The ghost's instinct said strike. The soldier's memory said the script. He hesitated. It was all Shinsu needed. His hand shot out, not to punch, but to grab the front of Izuku's gym shirt. He yanked him close, their faces inches apart. You're not the only one who's had to fight, Shinsu whispered, his voice raw. But I'm winning this one. And then, he headbutted him. It wasn't a quirk. It was just pain. White light exploded behind Izuku's eyes. He stumbled back, disoriented. The world tilting. Shinsu didn't let up. A sweep of the leg. Izuku went down hard on his back, the wind knocked out of him. Before he could roll, Shinsu was on him, a knee on his chest, pinning his arms with his own. Izuku struggled, but his strength was gone. The world was a dizzying swirl of blue sky and screaming faces. Shinsu leaned down, his face grim. Give up. It wasn't a question. It was a command. Izuku looked up at him, at the fierce, earned determination in his eyes. This wasn't the clean, mental quirk victory the script had called for. This was a messy, physical triumph. One with grit and a cheap headbutt. It was real. It was Shinsu's. The ghost could accept that. Izuku went limp. He stopped fighting. After a moment, Midnight's voice cut through the roaring in his ears. Midoriya is immobilized. Shinsu Hitoshi wins and advances. The pressure lifted. Shinsu stood up, breathing heavily, looking down at him. He didn't offer a hand. He just gave a single, sharp nod, an acknowledgement between warriors. Izuku lay in the sand, defeated. But as he stared at the sun-drenched sky, a strange, hollow peace settled over him. He had failed the mission. He had shown more fight, more resilience, than Izuku had wanted. The smiling man had gotten unexpected data. But as the medbots rolled onto the field and the crowd's applause washed over him, Izuku knew, with absolute certainty, that he had made the right choice. Some scripts deserved to be burned. He had lost the match. But for the first time since becoming the ghost, he felt Ike'd won a small piece of his soul back. Chapter 26. Consequences and Calculations. The sterile light of the infirmary was familiar ground. This time, the ache was different. Not the deep, cold pain of the gully or the sharp terror of the cannery, but a hot, throbbing symphony of new bruises, the crown jewel a blossoming, egg-sized lump on his forehead where Shinsu's skull had met his. Recovery girl clucked her tongue, planted a kiss on his brow that sent a wave of soothing coolness through the injury, and left him with another gummy and a stern order to sleep. Sleep was a distant country. His body was drained, but his mind was a storm. He'd broken protocol, defied a direct, strategic order from Izuku. In any real operation, that got people killed. He'd allowed emotion, a twisted sense of solidarity with another outcast, to override logic. He'd potentially jeopardized everything, His place at UA, his safety, the careful narrative they were weaving. The door opened. Izuku didn't enter so much as seep into the room, a shadow given form by exhaustion and palpable displeasure. He closed the door, leaned against it, and fixed Izuku with a look that could have frozen lava. For a full minute, he said nothing. The silence was heavier than any reprimand. Explain, Izuku finally said, the single word dropping into the quiet like a stone down a well. Izuku sat up, wincing. He didn't offer excuses. He gave a report. The script relied on Shinsu's quirk activation. He escalated verbally beyond parameters, attempting to provoke a genuine emotional response to make the activation believable. It worked. I felt the provocation, but in that moment, I assessed that a victory via mental quirk, following such personal taunts, would ring false to a sophisticated observer. It would look staged. A physical defeat, earned through grit and a moment of opportunistic brutality, is a more common, more believable outcome for someone with my profile. It shows I can be neutralized by conventional means, not just exotic quirks. It was a justification built in the seconds after the match, polished now into a defense. It had the shape of logic, but they both knew its core was rotten with sentiment. Izuku's eyes narrowed. You're telling me your last second, field-altering decision was a calculated improvement to the op? Yes. Bullshit. The word hung in the antiseptic air. There was no anger in it. Just cold, factual dismissal. You empathized with him, Izuku stated. You saw another kid who'd been told no, his whole life, and you didn't want to cheapen his victory. You wanted him to earn it. You wanted it to be real. He pushed off the door and took a step closer. Sentiment, Midoriya. In our line of work, it's a luxury. Sometimes it's a poison. You traded operational security for a boy's pride. Izuku looked down at his bandaged knuckles. He couldn't deny it. The ghost had seen a kindred spirit and had, for a moment, stopped being a weapon. He'd been human. It was a catastrophic error in the shadow war they were in. What's the damage? Izuku asked, his voice quiet. Izuku sighed, the sound weary beyond measure. The damage is unknown. Our observers saw a tougher, more resilient fighter than we intended to show. They saw you take a beating and keep coming until a blunt force solution was required. That paints a picture of durability, of stubbornness. It makes you more interesting, not less. He ran a hand through his messy hair. Nezu is recalculating. The man in the stands left immediately after your match. He looked thoughtful. Thoughtful was worse than smiling. My position? Izuku asked, dreading the answer. That depends, Izuku said, on whether that was a one-time lapse in judgment, or a fundamental flaw in the asset. He locked eyes with Izuku. The ghost worked because it was a creature of pure purpose. It saw the goal and moved toward it, unimpeded by empathy for vandals, fear of thugs, or pity for test subjects. It used them, helped them, but it didn't feel asterisk for them. It was a tool. Are you still that tool? Or has having a friend, has being seen asterisk, made you something else? Something softer. The question was a scalpel, probing the very heart of what he had become. Was the cold flame dying, warmed by the sunlight of a normal life he'd never had? Izuku thought of Hikari's smile when she talked about her friends, of Shinsu's grim nod in the sand, of the simple, profound piece of lunch at a quiet table. He thought of his mother, who he still hadn't called. Then he thought of the faceless silhouette in the window, the smiling man in the stands, the word symphony, the endless, hungry dark. The cold flame hadn't died. It had been banked, hidden under the kindling of a life he was pretending to live. But it was still there. It would always be there. I am still the tool, Izuku said, and this time, there was no lie in it. The empathy had been a flaw, a moment of weakness, one he would learn from. The tool understands now that sentiment is a variable that must be calculated, not indulged. It won't happen again. Izuku studied him for a long, silent moment, searching for the truth. Finally, he gave a curt nod. See that it doesn't. Your punishment is this. You are benched from all external operations indefinitely. No surveillance, no analysis for active cases. You are a student. You will focus on your academics and your physical training. You will be invisible. We need to let the heat from your performance die down. Understood. It was a leash, yanked short. Keel from the very work that gave his presence here meaning. Understood, Izuku said, the word tasting of ashes. Good. Aizawa turned to leave. At the door, he paused. For what it's worth, Shinsu came to see me after his next match. He lost, by the way. Soundly. He asked if you were okay. Said the headbutt was a cheap shot. Aizawa didn't look back. He won't get a transfer offer based on his festival performance. But Nezu is considering him for a supplemental training program. Your little moment of sentiment might have given him a path after all. Doesn't change the operational risk. But there it is. He left. Izuku lay back on the cot, staring at the acoustic tiled ceiling. He had been given a second chance, at the cost of his purpose. He had helped Shinsu, in a way he'd never intended. The consequences of his choice were a tangled web of good and bad, safety and risk. He was learning that the gray areas weren't just where he operated. They were what he was becoming. He closed his eyes. The ghost was in a cage of its own making, forced to be a normal student while the world of shadows moved on without him. But the ghost was patient. And it was always watching. Even from a cage, you could see the cracks. Chapter 27. The monotony of daylight. The cage was made of routine. Izuku's world contracted to a strict, sterile orbit. 0500 run, 0600 foundational training with Aizawa. Which was now purely physical. No tactics, no analysis, just the relentless forging of his body into a less breakable tool. 0800 classes. Lunch with Shinsu, whose dry cynicism had softened into something resembling guarded camaraderie. Afternoons spent in the library or his solitary room, catching up on the mountain of academic work he'd neglected, the history of hero lore a poor subst. A tude for the live feed of a surveillance op. He was a model student. Quiet, attentive, unremarkable. He filed away observations about his classmates out of habit, not purpose. The explosive dynamics of Class 1A. The disciplined synergy of 1B. The simmering ambitions of general studies. Data points in a notebook he no longer had a reason to fill. Hikari tried to bridge the gap. She'd find him in the library, updating him on her progress. Her control was improving. She could now shatter a specific pane of glass in a window without cracking the frame. She talked about her friends, about Ren's slow, steady recovery in a private HPSC facility. She invited him to sit with her and her new friends at lunch. He declined, always with a plausible excuse. He was a ghost, and ghosts didn't sit in the sunlight with laughing teenagers. His distance hurt her. He could see it in the slight falter of her smile. But it was necessary. Attachment was the flaw Aizawa had identified. He was pruning it back. The only break in the monotony was the secret, weekly meeting in Nezu's office. Not for assignments, but for assessments. Nezu would quiz him on geopolitics, on the structural weaknesses of various villain organizations, on ethical paradoxes in hero history. It was a mental workout, a way to keep the blade of his mind sharp while it was sheathed. Nezu never mentioned the smiling man or symphony, but his questions often seemed to orbit the themes of corporate influence, psychological warfare, and the privatization of security. If a villain motivation is not chaos or greed, but a philoso, fickle belief that quirks are a societal disease, Nezu asked one afternoon, stirring his tea, and he funds his activities through legitimate bio-research corporations, how does a hero force respond? Do they attack the villain, or the corporation that is, on paper, creating life-saving medicines? Izuku, seated across the vast desk, didn't hesitate. You dismantle the research, publicly. You make the legitimate face of the operation unsustainable. The villain is forced to either abandon his funding source, exposing his illicit operations, or defend it, revealing the connection. You fight him in the boardroom and the stock market before you fight him in the streets. Nezu's black eyes gleamed. An economic siege. Brutal. Effective. And what of the life-saving medicines that are lost? A calculated casualty, Izuku said. The words clinical. The villain's endgame likely involves greater loss of life. You trade a certain good for the prevention of a greater evil. The public relations are a separate battle to be managed. Cold, Nezu remarked, sipping his tea. You would make a formidable villain, Midoriya-kun. I have no interest in being a villain, Izuku replied, his gaze steady. I have an interest in winning. The method is secondary. Is it? Nezu's tail gave a thoughtful twitch. I wonder. But thank you. That will be all. As the weeks bled into a month, the confinement began to itch under his skin. The ghost was restless. He found himself staring at the UA barrier wall not as a boundary, but as a perimeter to be assessed. He traced the patrol patterns of the security robots, noted the blind spots in the camera coverage around the support department trash heaps. Old habits, dying hard. Then, the first ripple in his placid pond arrived via Shinsu. It was a Tuesday, raining hard. The world beyond the classroom windows a watercolor smear. During a lull in their study period, Shinsu swiveled in his chair. "Hey, you hear about the thing in Kiashi Ward?" Izuku kept his eyes on his textbook. "What thing?" "Some weird break-in. Not a robbery. An architectural firm's office. Nothing taken, but all their blueprints for a new Detnerat-sponsored community center were downloaded. The weird part, the security system was top tier. No alarms tripped. No forced entry. The police are calling it a ghost job." Shinsu said the last words with a pointed look. Izuku's pen stilled for a half second. A ghost job. The word was a hook in his chest. He kept his voice neutral. Probably a rival firm. Industrial espionage. Maybe. Shinsu leaned back. The news snippet said the method was precise. Surgical. Didn't sound like corporate thugs. He paused. Sounds like the kind of thing someone with a lot of analysis and no quirk might be able to plan. The unspoken question hung in the air. "Was it you?" Izuku met his gaze. "I've been here. In classes. In the gym. In my room. All true." His cage had perfect alibi. Shinsu held his look for a moment, then shrugged. "Just making conversation. Forget it." But Izuku couldn't forget it. A surgical, quirkless break-in targeting Detnerat-linked plans. It was a signature. Not his, but one frighteningly similar. The second ripple came from Izuku himself. During a brutal conditioning circuit, Izuku spoke between Izuku's heaving breaths. "Your situational awareness is slipping. You've PPED looking at the exits in every room you enter." Izuku, straining to hold a plank, gritted his teeth. "I'm in UA. The exits are marked." "Complacency," Izuku stated, nudging his elbow with a foot, making him collapse. "Get up. The moment you assume you're safe is the moment you're not. Something's got you distracted. Is it the Kiashi break-in?" So Izuku had heard too. Izuku pushed himself up. "It's a data point. An anomaly. It's a pattern," Izuku corrected, his voice low. "There have been 3 others. Over the last month, a Detnerat logistics hub had its shipment manifests copied. A charity ball hosted by a Detnerat board member had its guest list and private donor records accessed. And now the architectural firm. No damage. No theft of goods. Only information. Specific information. 3 more. A pattern. A ghost, moving through the city, harvesting Detnerat's secrets. A ghost that wasn't him." "Symphony." Izuku breathed the word. Izuku gave a single, grim nod. "It fits. Phase 2. They're not experimenting on people. They're gathering intelligence. Building a profile. On Detnerat's operations, its weaknesses, its connections. They're doing what you did, but on a corporate scale, with more resources. They're learning how to take the whole company apart," Izuku realized. "Or take it over, possibly. And their methods, they're clean. Professional. They're showing off. Letting us know that they're better at the ghost game than we are." Izuku's eyes were hard. "This is the world you wanted to operate in, Midoriya. This is the competition. They've seen your work, and they've raised the stakes." The revelation was a shock of cold water. He wasn't the only ghost in the machine. There was another, a rival phantom with a corporate target and a smile. The cage he was in wasn't just punishment. It was a testament to his own obsolescence. While he did push-ups and wrote essays, a new, more dangerous ghost was rewriting the rules of the game. That night, in his sterile room, Izuku didn't sleep. He sat at his desk and opened the gray notebook. For the first time in weeks, he began to write. Not observations of classmates, but a new analysis. Subject: unidentified opposition, symphony. Methods: surgical intelligence gathering. No collateral damage. Quirk usage unknown, likely minimal or non-existent to maintain stealth. Target: Detnerat corporate and peripheral data. Hypothesis: not a villain organization in traditional sense. Objective is corporate assimilation or dismantling via information warfare. Public exposure unlikely. They operate in the legal and digital shadows. Threat assessment: high. Sophisticated. Patient. My direct counterpart. Asterisk. He stared at the last line. My direct counterpart. Asterisk. The ghost had a reflection. And it was smiling. The monotony was over. The game had changed. And from within his cage, Izuku Midoriya began, quietly, obsessively, to study his new rival. Chapter 28. The reflection in the glass. The ghost's reflection had a name, or at least, a whisper of one. Izuku learned it not from Izuku or Nezu, but from the labyrinthine depths of the internet he wasn't supposed to be navigating. His benching from active duty meant his access to the secure UA servers and police databases was revoked. But the public net, the forums, the chatter of the digitally paranoid, that was still open sea. In the dead of night, from the anonymity of his room, he began to hunt. He used the techniques he'd learned from Nezu's puzzles and his own innate talent for pattern recognition, not to solve hero cases, but to trace the digital footsteps of Symphony. He started with the architectural firm break-in. He found the local news article Shinsu had mentioned. The comments section was a graveyard of speculation and spam. But one username, Echo_chamber, posted a single, technical sentence that stood out like a clean scalpel in a pile of rusty tools. Bypass method suggests familiarity with Kurosawa security firmware. Version 7.4, which was only deployed in 6 buildings in the prefecture. An inside job or a very dedicated shopper. Asterisk. Echo_chamber. The name was a deliberate provocation. An echo of the hero he'd helped. A coincidence felt like a luxury he couldn't afford. Izuku created a shadow profile and messaged the user through the forum's archaic system. The message was simple, encoded in a basic cipher used in pre-Quirk spy novels. The shopper prefers silent aisles. Where do they browse next? Asterisk. He didn't expect a reply. He was testing the waters, casting a line into a bottomless trench. 2 nights later, a reply appeared in his dummy inbox. No text, just an image file. A grainy, black and white photograph of an old, ornate building Izuku recognized after a minute of cross-referencing. The Musutafu Museum of Industrial Design. A museum that, according to a footnote in a Detnerat annual report he'd painstakingly dug up, housed the private collection of the company's founder, including early prototypes and proprietary schematics. A target, and a date, scrawled in white ink at the bottom of the photo, 4/18. Moonless, asterisk, 4 days from now. It was a leak, a deliberate one. Echo_chamber, was either a whistleblower within Symphony, a rival hacker, or, more likely, Symphony itself, teasing him. Showing him the next move in the game, confident he could do nothing about it. The arrogance was breathtaking. It was also a trap. Engaging was a risk. Ignoring it was a surrender. He brought the information to Izuku the next morning after training, presenting the printed photo and the date on his phone. He expected skepticism, another lecture on operational security. Izuku studied the photo, his face unreadable. He then pulled out his own phone, showed Izuku a secure alert from the police. A tip had come in an hour earlier, from an anonymous source, warning of a planned heist at the Museum of Industrial Design on the night of the 18th. The tip included details about the museum's alarm system that weren't public. Symphony wasn't just teasing Izuku. They were involving the authorities, making it a public event. They're showing off, Izuku muttered, echoing Izuku's own thought. They want an audience. They want to perform the perfect crime in front of the heroes and the police, knowing we can't stop it because we don't know their methods or their manpower. Or, Izuku said, a cold thread of understanding weaving through him, they want to see what we do. How the heroes, respond to a threat that operates like this. They're data mining our protocols. This is a live test. For them, the heist is secondary. Our reaction is the primary objective. Izuku's eyes narrowed. That possibility was worse. It turned a police operation into a laboratory. You're still benched, Izuku said finally, his voice leaving no room for debate. This is a job for the police and proper underground heroes. Not a student. I'm the one they're communicating with, Izuku argued, the ghost straining against the leash. Echo_chamber, reached out to me. They want me involved, even if just as a spectator. If I'm completely absent, it might change their behavior, make them more cautious, harder to predict for the actual ops team. It was a logical, tactical argument. He saw Izuku turning it over, weighing the risk. F. His involvement against the risk of an unpredictable variable. Fine, Izuku conceded, the word dragged out of him. You can observe. From the official command post. With Tsukauchi, you are a consultant. You do not leave the vehicle. You do not communicate with anyone outside the op. You are a pair of eyes and a brain. Nothing more. Is that crystal? Yes, Sensei. The night of the 18th was moonless, as predicted. A vault of black velvet pinned with indifferent stars. The command post was set up 3 blocks from the museum, in a nondescript utility van. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of stale coffee and tension. Tsukauchi was at the main console, coordinating with police snipers on rooftops and plainclothes officers in the street. Izuku was out there somewhere, a shadow among shadows. Izuku sat on a fold-down seat, eyes fixed on a bank of monitors showing feeds from hidden cameras around the museum, a neoclassical monument of stone and glass, now dark and silent. All units, stand by. Tsukauchi murmured into his headset. No movement. Stay sharp. The minutes ticked by. 0100, 0115. Nothing. The silence was a taut wire. Then, at 0117, the exterior lights on the museum's west wing flickered and died. Not a blackout. A localized, precise cut. Power disturbance. West wing. A voice crackled over the comms. No alarm triggers. Backup systems are inactive. They've been disabled remotely. He's inside, Tsukauchi said, his voice grim. How? The feeds showed nothing. The doors were sealed. The windows intact. Izuku's mind raced. Remote disable. No physical entry. The target is the founder's private collection, which is in the East Wing. He pulled up the museum's public floor plan on a secondary screen. The West Wing housed administrative offices. The power cut was a distraction. A feint. They're not in the West Wing, Izuku said, his voice cutting through the static. The power cut is a misdirection. They're already in the East Wing. They had to have gotten in earlier. During the day. They're hiding in the museum. Tsukauchi's head snapped toward him, then back to the screens. He switched feeds to the East Wing's interior cameras. They showed empty, shadowed galleries. Glass cases gleaming dully. Scan for thermal, Tsukauchi ordered. A new feed popped up, a ghostly green and black thermal image of the East Wing. It was cold, lifeless. Except, in the very center of the main gallery, a single, human-shaped heat signature stood, perfectly still, right in front of the display case for the Detnerat founder's original, personal atmospheric regulator, prototype. There, Tsukauchi pointed. Team 2, move in. East Wing, main gallery. Suspect is stationary. On the thermal feed, the figure didn't move as the police team's blobs of heat converged from 2 entrances. They surrounded the stationary figure. We have visual, an officer's voice came, confused. It's a mannequin. A store dummy. It's wired with heat pads. A decoy. Then where? Tsukauchi began. On the regular camera feed, Izuku saw it. A section of the ornate, wood-paneled wall behind the display case swung inward asterisk, silent and smooth. A figure, clad in matte black from head to toe, slipped out. Not a person. A robot. The form was sleek, humanoid, but moved with a fluid, weightless grace no human could manage. In its hands was a long, slender case, the prototype regulator. It walked, not ran, toward a large, stained glass window depicting the dawn of the industrial age. Stop, police, an officer shouted, training his weapon. The black figure didn't hesitate. It raised a hand, not a weapon, a small, disc-shaped device. It attached it to the stained glass window. The window didn't shatter, it dissolved. The lead camas, the colored glass, silently vaporized into a fine, glittering dust that fell like snow, leaving a perfect, human-sized hole opening onto the museum's rooftop garden. The figure stepped through. All units, rooftop. He's on the roof. But as police scrambled, the figure on the roof turned, and looked directly at the camera Izuku was watching. The face was a smooth, black helmet, featureless. It raised its free hand, not in a wave, but in a slow, deliberate gesture. It placed its index finger over where its lips would be. Shush, asterisk. Then, it stepped backwards off the roof. He jumped. A voice yelled. The camera angle shifted, showing the alley below. There was no body, no impact, just the faint shimmer of the night air, like heat haze, settling. The figure, the prototype, was gone. vanished into the moonless dark without a sound. In the command van, the silence was absolute, broken only by the static of confused police reports. Tsukauchi slumped back in his chair, running a hand over his face. A mannequin, a secret door, molecular disintegration, invisible escape. This isn't a heist. It's a magic show. Izuku stared at the screen, at the empty hole in the stained glass. His heart wasn't hammering with fear, but with a terrible, clarifying awe. Symphony wasn't just a rival. They were an evolution. They had technology that bordered on the fantastical, execution that was flawless theater. And the gall to send a silent shush to the entire police force. The ghost had seen its reflection, and its reflection was a phantom from the future, smiling behind a featureless mask, holding technology he couldn't comprehend. The game wasn't just changed. It had been left behind. And Izuku Midoriya, sitting in a stale van, understood with chilling certainty that he was hopelessly, utterly outclassed. Chapter 29, Aftershocks. The morning after the museum heist, UA felt like a film set after the actors had gone home. The structures were there, but the purpose felt hollow, the energy drained. The news was a controlled murmur. A sophisticated theft at the museum, police investigating, no suspects. The details, the dissolving window, the featureless figure, the silent escape, were buried deep in confidential reports. To the world, it was just another crime. In the principal's office, the atmosphere was frigid. Nezu, Aizawa, and Tsukauchi formed a grim tribunal. Izuku stood before them, having been summoned from his first period. The air smelled of old books and fresh anxiety. Your assessment, Midoriya-kun, Nezu prompted, his pause steepled, his usual cheer absent. Unfiltered. Izuku didn't need notes. The night's events were etched in high definition behind his eyes. It was a demonstration, not of ability, but of paradigm. They wanted to show us that the rules we operate under, physical entry, quirk-based opposition, predictable escalation, are obsolete. Their technology is at least a generation ahead of standard hero or police issue. The molecular disintegrator, the thermal decoy, the probable personal cloaking device for the escape. This isn't black market gear. This is R&D lab prototype level, or beyond. Detnerat's own R&D. Tsukauchi asked, looking exhausted. Unlikely, Izuku said. Detnerat's focus was quirk suppression. This is advanced materials science, energy projection, stealth tech. This feels like a different portfolio. A competitor, or a client who bought Detnerat's research and merged it with their own tech base. Symphony, Aizawa grunted. An orchestra needs many instruments. Quirk manipulation, corporate espionage, cutting-edge hardware. They're building a full suite. And last night, Izuku continued, was their debut concert. We were the invited audience. The shush wasn't just taunting. It was a statement of control. They controlled the narrative, the timeline, our response. They showed us they could walk into a secured building, take what they wanted from under our noses, and vanish, leaving us with nothing but confusion and a hole in a window. He paused, the next conclusion the hardest to voice. They're not afraid of us. They're educating us. And they started with me. The echo_chamber leak, the tip too. The police, they orchestrated my involvement. They wanted me to see it. Specifically, why you? Tsukauchi pressed. Because I'm the closest thing they have to appear in their eyes, Izuku said, the admission bitter. A quirkless operative who used intelligence to disrupt their predecessor. I'm a benchmark, a primitive prototype. Last night was them showing me the upgraded model. The room was silent, absorbing the bleak assessment. Then our strategy of making you seem non-threatening has failed, Nezu concluded. You have their attention, their professional curiosity. So we changed the strategy, Aizawa said. His voice like gravel. We can't hide him, so we use him as bait. The word dropped into the silence like a lead weight. Absolutely not, Tsukauchi said immediately. He's a child. He's a trained asset in a war he started. Aizawa shot back, his eyes burning with a frustrated intensity. They're already engaging him. If we pull him completely, they'll get curious in other ways. Maybe they decide to acquire him for study. Maybe they eliminate him as a loose end from the Detnerat affair. Controlled exposure is safer than leaving him as an open, unpredictable variable. You want to dangle him like a worm on a hook. Tsukauchi's voice was sharp. I want to control the hook, the line, and the pond, Izuku retorted. We design a scenario. We offer them a tempting, controlled look at Midoriya's capabilities. We lure them into making a move on our terms, in a location we control, with every advantage on our side. We turn their observation into an ambush. It was a ruthless, logical escalation. The ghost had become a staked goat. Nezu's black eyes moved from Izuku's hardened face to Izuku's still one. Midoriya-kun, this would require your active, willing participation. It is exponentially more dangerous than passive observation. You would be the central figure in a trap designed to snare an enemy we do not fully understand. The risk of miscalculation is high. Izuku had known this was coming from the moment he saw the featureless figure step off the roof. The ghost's path had always led to a confrontation. He had just hoped to be stronger when it arrived. What's the scenario? He asked, his voice calm. Izuku laid it out. A fake field exercise for the first-year hero courses, publicly announced. A location on the edge of UA's property, near a sparse woodland. Izuku would be assigned a protection role for a mock VIP, a teacher in disguise, separate from the main exercise, with minimal, visible security, a perfect, isolated target. The area would be saturated with hidden sensors, underground heroes, and Nezu's surveillance. They would make it seem like a careless, exploitable moment. We make you look like you've been put out to pasture, given a simple, safe job. Izuku said. Bored, vulnerable, an easy assessment opportunity for them. They'll want to get closer, to test you, to maybe even attempt contact or extraction. The moment they breach the perimeter, we spring the trap. It could work, or it could be a spectacular disaster that ended with him in a symphony lab, or dead. And if they send the robot, or something worse? Izuku asked. Then we get our first real sample of their technology, Nezu said, his tone chillingly pragmatic. And we learn what we are truly facing. It was a gamble with his life as the chip. But the ghost had always been gambling. The stakes had just gotten higher. I'll do it, Izuku said. There was no hesitation. The path was clear. You couldn't outrun a shadow that was faster than light. You had to stand still and let it fall upon you, with a knife hidden behind your back. The meeting ended with planning. The exercise was set for 4 days' time. Walking back to the main building through the too bright campus, Izuku felt a strange detachment. The cherry blossoms were blooming, a careless confetti of pink against the blue sky. Students laughed, argued about quirks, lived their heroic dreams. He was walking among them, but he was already in the trap, feeling the walls of the box close in. He found Hikari at the usual bench. She was practicing, a small tunin. G-fork floating in the air in front of her, vibrating at a frequency only she could hear, making the petals on a nearby bush tremble in unison. Control. She saw his face and the fork dropped, clattering to the stone. Izuku, what's wrong? Quote, he couldn't tell her the truth. The operation was need to know, and she didn't need to know. But he couldn't lie to her either. Not anymore. Things are moving, he said, sitting beside her. The people from before, they're back. In a different way. There's going to be an operation. I'm going to be part of it. Her face paled. Is it like the cannery? No, it's cleaner, smarter, and I'm not running into it blind this time. There's a plan. He tried to sound convincing. She searched his eyes, seeing the tension he couldn't hide. You're scared. He was. A deep, cold fear that had nothing to do with pain or choking hands, but with sheer, overwhelming inferiority. The fear of a caveman looking at a spaceship. I'm calculated, he corrected softly. She reached out, her hand covering his on the bench. Her fingers were warm. You'll have backup this time. Real heroes, not just me. He looked at their hands, at the simple human contact. It was the flaw, the variable, and in that moment, he didn't want to prune it away. Yeah, he said, his voice rough. I will. He sat with her until the bell rang, listening to the normal sounds of the school. Committing them to memory. The ghost was walking into a cage of its own design, and for the first time, it had something real it was afraid to lose. Chapter 30. The Ghost in the Trap. The sky was a flat, featureless gray, the sun a muted coin behind high cloud. The air held the damp, earthy promise of rain that wouldn't fall. Perfect weather for a ghost story. The designated Z1 was a stretch of managed woodland on UA's northern border, where the manicured campus grounds frayed into wilder land. To the casual observer, it was the site of a first-year joint training exercise between classes 1A and 1B. The sounds of mock battles, explosions, shouts, the crackle of energy, echoed from a valley half a mile away, a convincing backdrop of chaotic noise. Here, in a small clearing by an artificial creek, it was quiet, too quiet. Izuku stood beside a plain, unmarked van, the VIP transport. The VIP was Smentos, currently inside the vehicle, his quirk a last-line defense. Izuku's role, visible to any hidden eyes, was perimeter security. He wore a comms earpiece, a visible utility belt, and an expression of bored vigilance. He paced a short, predictable route, occasionally scanning the tree line with a pair of binoculars, playing his part of the underutilized, quirkless babysitter. Every inch of the clearing was a lie. The soil beneath his feet housed seismic sensors. The trees held microphones and spectral analyzers. The birds were Nezu's drones. Underground, a team led by Izuku and including Muz, Joke and a hero with vibration-dampening quirks waited in a shielded bunker. Sniper nests overlooked the clearing from 3 elevated points, armed with non-lethal suppressant rounds and quirk-neutralizing nets. The trap was set. The bait was pacing. Izuku's heart was a steady, low drum in his chest. His mind was a crystal-clear pane of glass, reflecting every detail, the rustle of a leaf, squirrel, confirmed by drone thermal, the distant thump of a 1B student testing her strength, predictable, within exercise parameters, the slow creep of the cloud cover. He was her exposed nerve, waiting for a touch. All units, stand by. Exercise is at phase 2. No anomalous signals. Bait is live. Tsukauchi's voice was a whisper in his ear. Izuku leaned against the van, making a show of checking his non-existent watch. Bored. Isolated. A perfect target. Minutes stretched. The distant exercise noises reached a crescendo and began to fade. The first phase was ending. Symphony's window for a discreet approach was closing. A breeze picked up, stirring the leaves into a soft chorus. And within that chorus, Izuku heard it, a discordant note. Not a sound, but the absence of sound. A patch of ferns 10 meters to his left stopped moving a fraction of a second after the rest. As if something was moving through them, displacing the air but not the plants themselves. Cloaking technology, just like at the museum. Movement, grid 7, visual distortion, confirmed, it's here, Izuku's voice, tight and ready. Izuku didn't look directly. He yawned, stretched, and turned as if to check the other side of the van, giving his eyes a chance to sweep the distorted patch from his periphery. He saw it now, a faint shimmer, a heat haze mirage roughly humanoid in shape, advancing slowly, silently. They'd taken the bait. Hold position, Izuku ordered. Let it get closer, into the kill zone. The shimmer moved with terrifying patience. It circled wide, approaching from downwind. It was studying him, the van, the setup. Testing for the trap it knew might be there. It stopped 5 meters away, at the edge of the clearing. The shimmer intensified, the air warping like a funhouse mirror, and then it blinked. Not invisibility failing, a deliberate reveal. The figure that stood there was not the sleek robot from the museum. It was a man, tall, lean, dressed in a tailored gray suit that seemed to drink the dull light. His hair was the same neat gray Izuku had seen in the stands. His face was handsome, ageless, and wore a small, polite smile. The smiling man. He held no weapon. His hands were loose at his sides. He looked at Izuku as one might look at an interesting insect under a magnifying glass. Midoriya Izuku, the man said. His voice was pleasant, mid-range, devoid of malice or warmth. A pleasure to finally meet face to face. I apologize for the dramatics. My employers prefer a degree of theater. Izuku stood perfectly still, his comms live, feeding this back to the bunker. He said nothing. Play the confused guard. The man's smile didn't waver. You can drop the pretense. The bored student act is admirable, but the seismic sensors under the birch tree are a bit obvious. As are the heartbeats in the underground shelter. Izuku Shota's breathing pattern is quite distinctive. He took a casual step forward. This is a lovely trap. Truly, but it was built for a beast. I am not a beast. Every alarm in Izuku's mind screamed. He knew everything. He's made us, Izuku's voice crackled, urgency overriding stealth. All units, Move. Now. Asterisk. The clearing erupted. The ground burst open as Izuku and his team launched from below. Sniper nets shot from the trees. Muz. Joke appeared in a blur of motion, her grin ferocious. The smiling man didn't flinch. He raised a single hand, a remote control held loosely between his fingers. He pressed a button. A low-frequency pulse, inaudible but felt asterisk, vibrated through the clearing. The sniper nets fell limp mid-air, the guidance systems fried. The communication in Izuku's ear dissolved into static shrieks before going dead. The underground heroes stumbled, clutching their heads, a targeted EMP combined with a neural disruptor. Only Izuku, through sheer will or his quirk's nature, kept his feet, his capture cloth shooting out. The smiling man sidestepped with unnatural, liquid grace. The cloth missed. A razorhead. A credit to your profession. But you fight the symptoms. We address the disease. Izuku lunged, his eyes glowing red, erasing quirks, but the man had displayed none. It was hand to hand. Izuku was a blur of efficient violence. The smiling man moved like smoke, parrying, redirecting, never attacking. He was analyzing Izuku's style, his tells. Your reliance on binding cloth is a telltale, Shota, the man commented, ducking a swing. You favor your left side when fainting. Or old injury, perhaps. He was talking. During a fight. Demoralizing, distracting, data gathering. Izuku stood frozen, not by fear, but by analysis. The trap had failed. The technology was beyond them. The man was playing with Izuku, one of the most dangerous close-quarter fighters in the world. This wasn't an assault. It was a live dissection. He saw Izuku land a solid kick to the man's ribs. There was a sickening crack asterisk. Not of bone, but of something ceramic or composite. The man grunted, his smile finally flickering. He wasn't invincible. The man backflipped, putting distance between them. He looked at his side, where the suit was torn, revealing not skin, but a mesh of dark carbon fiber and glowing circuitry. A cyborg. An android. Enough, the man said, his voice still calm. The assessment is complete. The sample is sufficient. Sample. The word clicked. They hadn't come for Izuku. Not primarily. The man's eyes locked onto Izuku's. Your quirk erasure ability. A fascinating biological anomaly. The waveform is unique. My employers would pay a fortune for a living subject. But you're too well guarded. For now. He then turned his gaze to Izuku. And you, the ghost, the variable, you show promise. A mind unclouded by quirk dependency. You could be retooled. There is a place in the symphony for those who see the world as a system of levers and pulleys. Consider it. The offer will remain open, for a time. He raised the remote again. This time, a sphere of blinding white light erupted from it, not an attack, but a sensory overload grenade. Light, sound, and disorientation hit everyone in the clearing. When Izuku's vision cleared, spots dancing, the man was gone. Vanished as completely as the museum phantom. Izuku was on his knees, coughing, one hand pressed to his side where he'd been struck. The other heroes were groggily getting up. The trap was a smoking ruin, and the prey had no only escaped but had audited the capabilities, diagnosed their leader, and left a business card. Tsukauchi's voice, tinny and broken, finally came through the comms. CK in. Report. What happened? We lost all telemetry. Asterisk. Izuku walked to where the smiling man had stood. On the ground, pristine on the torn earth, was a single white card. No text, just an embossed, minimalist logo, a single sound wave being gently smoothed into a flat line. Symphony. He picked it up. It was cool, smooth. A calling card from the future. Izuku staggered to his feet, his face a mask of fury and pain. He looked at the card in Izuku's hand, then at the empty clearing. They weren't here for you, Izuku rasped. They were here for data. On me, on our response protocols, on our technology gaps. He looked at Izuku, his eyes haunted. We're not hunting them, problem child. We're their field study. The rain finally began to fall, a soft, cold drizzle that soaked through Izuku's clothes. It felt like the first night on the rooftop. But everything was different. He wasn't a boy deciding to become a ghost. He was a ghost who had just met the corporation that owned the afterlife. He looked at the card, then out at the grey woods where the smiling man had vanished. The cold flame in his chest didn't gutter. It didn't roar. It burned with a new, quiet intensity. The ghost had seen the face of the new world. It was smiling, polite, and made of carbon fiber and lies. The game was over. The war had just begun. And Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless ghost, finally knew his enemy. He slipped the white card into his pocket. A souvenir. A promise. He turned to help Izuku up, the drizzle matting their hair, the sounds of the fake exercise nothing but a hollow echo in the distance. They had lost the battle, but as they walked back toward the shining, vulnerable walls of UA, Izuku knew, with absolute certainty, that he would find a way to fight this war. Because some ghosts refused to be erased. The end.